Hi, I'm Iris. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you're having a great day and that you're enjoying the event thus far and that you'll continue to enjoy it. So in general, throughout this video, I'm going to be looking in this direction over here because my piece is up there and the process is going to begin soon. So we're going to be narrating the general gist of what's going on and talking about having a friendly chat about finding your workflow and just process and workflow related ideas, finding your own workflow, discovering workflow or techniques or thinking about that kind of thing, being aware of it. Because something I find really interesting over the last, few years is instead of feeling like I'm stumbling into what I'm doing and wasting time or doing something ineffectively, doing something more on purpose or with more consciousness, and this, I feel like it's more effective and serves you more, and you can also consciously explore and have fun and be less limited too. So it's not just about like putting yourself some limits. Anyways, so before we watch the process of the other video, the other piece that you saw just moments ago, I wanted to show a couple of processes of other pieces that I've done before so that we can familiarize ourselves with with the way I tend to do things, and hopefully maybe you'll pick up something that is useful for you, maybe not. We're all different artists and we have different approaches and techniques. But anyways, so while you're watching these, I think it'd be interesting to ask yourself if you're doing something, if I'm doing something that you would never do, or if I'm doing something the same way that you do it, or I think that's really interesting. I feel like in the past few years, there has been a big narrative to not compare yourself to other artists. But I actually think a lot of functions of comparing ourselves to other human beings in general are positive if we take it in the right way as an informative tool. You don't have to feel pressure to be like me or be like anybody else, but if somebody else's ways inspire you, or even the difference between you inspires you, or there's something interesting there, use it to your advantage, and you may have locked yourself off from that by fearing the comparison. Anyways, this is my opinion. It's my hot take on things. Anyways, so when I talk about workflow, I'm during this talk, the general idea is workflow and process. But when I talk about workflow, I just want to mention that I'm really talking about several things. The initial title for this conversation was Reasons to Try Looser or Cleaner Workflow. So this is kind of the direction I'm going into in this discussion that we'll be having throughout this video. But I think that it has, it's like an all-encompassing topic, It has to do with the order you do things in, the way you look at things, your mentality, your thought process before you start a piece, and also while you're painting a piece or drawing or animating or building something in 3D or anything similar. It can also have to do a lot with your techniques, your tools you use, your brushes, your softwares. I think I said that, maybe. So here we go. Here we go. In this video we're watching right now, we are watching how I'm working with like a sketchy line and just like a bunch of color experimentation and such. I don't really want to say anything too specific about what's going on because it's more clearly visual in the recording what's going on. But I just want to generally in this conversation encourage ideas of exploration and suiting yourself and finding out which things are conducive to you and your either your creative journey, like just finding out what kind of artist you want to be, what kind of work you want to make, and what can help you get there. Is the workflow thing and the process thing, it's really, I feel like there's much more than meets the eye. I feel like an artist trapped in the wrong workflow might hate and resent art. Whereas if you could find other techniques or ways to approach things, you might even like open up something that you didn't know you could be doing, you know. I mean, yeah, this is like a very open topic, and I find it really interesting, and I'm really passionate about it. So whenever I see how other people do things, I think it's super interesting. You get like a window into the type of artist they are. And also, I find that we all tend to do things a certain way, and it like speaks of our psychological state, or like emotional tendencies, or techniques, you know. Just like if you're a very technical person, you do things a specific way. It's very, very interesting. And also the way it develops with where you are in your journey and how long you've been painting. If you're painting just for, or drawing, or do, I mean, when I say painting, I'm really talking about anything, like insert your word, you know. By the way, you see some words on the screen is because these are some Twitch streams that I had recorded. Okay, I'm going to be a little bit scatterbrained during this, and I already forgot the thing I had interrupted myself saying. But I remember something I want to mention. Anyway, so the video just started for the main piece that was displayed on the screen at the beginning with the like orange color scheme. And so I'm starting with a really loose sketch. And this is something I like to do. I kind of, by now, I understand in my own technique what I'm implying with my lines. So I really, really have a lot of fun going from loose line to masses of color and like blocks of color and paint right away. I find it also very frustrating because it doesn't look good for a very long time. But it's okay. It's kind of part of the struggle, right? You go from the transparent or white or whatever color canvas to, you know, whatever it becomes later, and several stages of denial, anger, you know, just like several emotions on the way to the final result of the satisfaction of your piece, or the dissatisfaction with your piece that you end up with. Anyways, so during this video, there's a few empty spots where like nothing's happening on the canvas because I was speaking with friends, finding reference, you know, just like a normal process where you're being a human being. And I didn't want to cut those out because I feel like it kind of reminds me to maybe slow down, take a breath. I tend to speak too quickly, try to put too many words into every moment because I feel like it needs information. But yeah, so the visual aspect of watching this process is going to be pretty self-explanatory because it's not quite so sped up as I usually have my processes at. And I was thinking lately actually about how useful it would be to narrate some of my process videos. I have been putting them up on my YouTube channel pretty, actually not regularly at all. I was about to say pretty regularly, but no. But anyways, I don't know if you know about Ate Gailan, Snati, but he has several videos of his process, and he narrates them really, really insightfully, I would say. And I think that's incredibly useful for not only the artists themselves, so him, but for any viewer, and you know, anybody who's interested at all in art or doing art or trying to improve it is something specific. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that watching your own work and attempting to explain what's going on is a very it's just like an interesting experiment. Even just not without the narration, just watching your own process is super interesting. You start to see things you tend to do, especially if you record multiple pieces. Anyways, here I'm making a lasso selection from the rough line, and I'm using a polygonal tool. I think that this it was really just a random choice. Either I like to use the regular lasso, it's more organic because it captures kind of like your jitters and your curves in your hand, or the polygonal one, you just kind of place a few points. It's kind of like the connect the dots artworks when you're young. So I use the polygonal tool to kind of retain some kind of a graphic, clean cut quality to the fills I was making. Right now I'm zooming in on the character because it's more refined, I guess. And this is a really simple piece. It's like on purpose, I decided that I would speak about, I'm sorry if I'm banging on my desk a little bit. On purpose, I decided that I would take a fairly simple piece and discuss it, because the process here is, I'm not really stumbling over any problems really, other than just discovering what I would like it to look like. Actually, yeah, one thing I wanted to mention that I almost forgot is that when I started this piece, before I filled in the colors, when I had just the lines, I had been imagining that it would be I think it happens to me a lot. I usually imagine just a normal daylight color scheme where it will be blue sky and green grass and a brown tree trunk. And if you know my work, you know that I try to really explore color and palette a lot. This is something I do on purpose, because when I started doing art, I used really, really boring colors, and they were really desaturated all the time. So I really try to make a conscious effort, not only for the final result to be more pleasing to me, but to test myself and push myself and enjoy what I'm doing. I try to make pieces that are really lively, and also it's just something I find very interesting. Anyway, so on that thought, a lot of times I will think of a piece originally like, oh, okay, this will be green grass and just normal local colors on a normal day. But then nowadays, not nowadays, like very recently, but actually for the last couple of years, I've been thinking about more interesting, like right away you might want to not necessarily discard your first idea, but attempt to see if something else will be better. Yeah. And so the reason that you see me taking a little break here right now in the video, it's normal. It didn't interrupt itself or anything. I'm just taking, I'm either collecting reference or something like that, thinking about what to do, or having some conversation with art friends. Yeah, so the thing that I did before I moved on and I introduced the light was that I collected reference for hills, cliff sides, trees, different lighting situations also. So I thought that I should allow myself to make an interesting color scheme. And the reason I say allow myself is that, like I said, I used to instinctually kind of go for like a safe color scheme, something that just comes to mind right away. But when I was looking up reference, I found these really interesting photos that had like a really strong backlight and a really warm, super comforting, like a summer afternoon color to it, and even a little bit fall kind of feeling too, because of the warm colors. So I found those references really interesting, so I decided to use them and go kind of really intense with the light. Sorry, there's some kind of a noise outside. So I decided I would go ahead for a really intense color scheme. And actually the idea I had doesn't show up for a long time in the painting. Sorry, I said I made like a very sudden sound. The idea I had for the lighting doesn't show up until quite a bit into the process. And I actually find that this is one of the most annoying things that happens to me during workflow or process. One second, I just want to mention that you'll see in the layer window that I am using masks and selections. I'll explain as I go about what that is. But yeah, so right back to what I was saying. Something that I find is one of the most annoying things, and actually it frustrates me every single painting, and it's one of those situations where if you know something is going to frustrate you, why still let it frustrate you? So this is like a struggle that we have as artists, right? When your process or your workflow or just the general act of making art, I'm not sure. Maybe there are people who love every single part of it wholeheartedly and will give themselves wholly to every step to a step of the way in making an image or an animation or a 3D object or anything at all. But to be honest, I am really quite impatient. I have a fear of wasting time and stagnance. Like, I may have mentioned that already, and that's why I like to make a process that avoids and kind of like steps around things I don't enjoy. And a big thing that I don't enjoy is when the painting looks bad and it doesn't look like what you want yet. So the reason I think process is really interesting is tied to that. I think that we can find ways, or that we should try to at least, find ways to do ourselves some favors. Oh, maybe you hear the bells outside. I really like this sound. But yeah, so the reason I think about workflow and process, like I was saying, is that it's like a way to avoid a lot of pain and suffering and frustration. Because like I said, I just want the result I really like when the result is as close to possible to being an approximation of the final result as soon as possible, if that makes sense. I would like it to be almost as fast as possible with as least steps possible for it to be a symbol, let's say, of the end result. And this is something that I think there are a lot of ways to practice. And I'm not doing some of those things because some of those things are very difficult and I have been putting them off. Some of those things I think that give you the tools to do that very well are traditional painting, because you are, or ink drawing, anything more permanent and tangible and without undos and fanciness, because you really have to think about what you're doing. And if you mess up too many times, the paper gets messed up. You can, like, there are punishments, basically, there are consequences to things. Whereas a lot of us, when we get so used to and comfortable with digital, we're taking the long way around, I guess, right? To learning decisions and permanence. So, yeah, I'm talking a bit too much about like the ideas, I guess, and not enough about the painting itself. You saw, I don't know how much I should explain exactly what I'm doing, but I used some selections and I filled with some brushstrokes in those areas. And then I made a adjustment layer that was for playing with the colors to get the right mood going. Yeah, and I feel like I'm going to be trying to go back to what I was saying before and get a little bit lost. So let's just go with the flow, whatever I'm doing right now. So now you see I'm making selections. I decided I would start putting in the light, and I know that I want it to be intense. I really want there to be like a chiseled look to these, the way the light hits. This is something that in real life is one of my favorite things in the whole world. I just think like we as artists are blessed with almost like and I don't mean blessed in a religious way, like it just, that's just a cool thing, with the desire and the curiosity and the task, like it's our job to observe the world and its wonders, So one of the most wondrous things for me is light, and the way that when it's really vivid and strong. I don't really like light situations where it's just overcast and all you see is occlusion. I really like when the sun is like speaking to you, Yeah, so this stage right now that you see the piece is at, it's suffering of this thing that I often do, and that I was the idea of traditional painting, which I had actually planned to get out a lot this year and to do a lot of traditional painting in the streets, but then the pandemic happened. But anyways, I think that when you force yourself to make really big decisions from the start, and not be shy about it, you end up with a better result faster, and that's good. So anyways, what I'm saying in general with what I'm trying to get at is that I took the long way around here. I made these like kind of half-hearted decisions where if you look at this and you compare it to the piece the way it was at the beginning of the video, I mean, when the almost finished version, you'll notice that it's at this moment right now in the video, it's neither here nor there. It's the shadow parts are too light and the light parts are too dark. So it's this shy kind of middle statement where it's not saying anything at all, really. Like it's okay right now, but what I really like is when it has punch. So I'm trying to use my selections that I made and my I feel like I gave myself breadcrumbs, kind of, for example, just as like a way to put it, or tools to help myself, like my future self, with these selections, so that I could quickly grab the areas, like the large areas that I need to put into shadow, or make more saturated, or pop out in some way, or you also can use those same tools to make things quieter, more background. So yeah, something I really like in what I was just saying is that you can have the separate silhouettes of the elements in your pieces, like a tree over there or bushes here. I really like to divide that by depth as well. Like you'll have things that overlap each other on different layers. And then you can either use the selection tool with the lasso and like all that kind of thing, or selecting the content of your layer and then you have the selection, or you can use clipping masks, and either way it's good. They're very useful tools and they also overlap each other. You can use lasso tools and selections and clipping masks, and I think that this is a very powerful tool. It's super, super powerful because, and also you can use that and layer modes and adjustment layers. It's not very traditional, but I find it super, super useful. And I think, oh yeah, okay, I wanted to discuss that a lot of this stuff, this kind of like it's very digital in origin. The idea of, well, I know you can use masking tape or what is it called? Kind of like is it resin or something? I'm not sure exactly the name of it. Like I said, I had planned to understand traditional more, but it's something I've been putting off for ages. The material that you can cover areas of your painting in, and then you can like peel it off and they don't receive the paint that you've added. It's like a masking fluid, I think it's called. Anyway, so selections and things are inspired by that. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that this isn't very much of a painterly way to paint. You know, if you're trying to be very traditionalist and based on painting techniques. So people who are more into that might disagree with things like layer management, you know, or like dividing every single part of your painting into layers, and using lassos and clipping masks and things like this. You know, take it or leave it. It's, of course, it's up to you, according to your tendencies and your preferences and your understanding of fundamentals, or what you would like to stick to, or just your visual taste as well. Because I know that I've often received the comment, and I know, like I understand that that my work is very, like, has a lot of sharp edges and is very graphic. This is something actually I seek. Like, I enjoy this. I like when there's really sharp edges and really soft edges in the same painting. So this is something that I really enjoy. Of course, you can still use the tools that I'm using if you think they're useful, but you can use them in your own way, and you can they can end up having a completely different look, especially with the way you handle the selections. And I know that I'm not sure how to do it in Clip Studio, but in Photoshop you can enter a quick mask, and you can see the selection you've made. You can soften the edges, and you can do things like you can edit the selection, you can feather it, you can grow it in or out, you can give it like you can give it texture, you can, anyways, you can, what I'm saying is don't necessarily tie your association of how somebody uses a tool to that person's style. I think that would be detrimental because, for example, I think that some people think of a specific thing in their head when they imagine the use of photos or the use of 3D. But it is possible for you to achieve different results than the ones you've seen of people using any technique. So I really encourage anybody listening to be much more open-minded about the way you can approach things and the techniques you can use and the tools. Because if you try to build like a very interesting toolkit, and not only that, like not only finding things that you feel are useful to you, but even finding things that you are not used to and you will not understand how to use, or that, do you know what I mean? I'm going to refer to some notes that I had taken while I take a breath because I'm trying to speak too much and too fast. I really do hope that there's some coherent ideas coming across. I think there are, yeah. I'm just getting a little bit kind of trying to say a lot of things at once. So on the thing I was just saying, where I suggest that you use some techniques that you aren't familiar with, I think that challenging yourself with unfamiliarity is a very, very useful tool. It can, if I speak for myself, challenging myself with unfamiliarity has always been a great, great source of improvement. And not only improvement, but future skill. So when you develop skills that you don't have, you understand everything a little bit better, and you understand that skill, or you can, it's even like there's no waste. Basically, there's no waste when you're exploring these tools, because you're either exploring something and finding out exactly how to use it and how it's perfect for you, or you're finding out that it's not for you at all and that you hate it. Both of those things are useful. So there's really no losing, unless you don't even like art at all, and you shouldn't be doing it at all. You know what I mean? There's no losing. If you're trying to learn how to use Blender, or if you're trying to use layers in a different way, the only situation in which you're wasting time is if you'd rather be asleep or something. I don't know. I just think that if you're talking about art and progress, attempting, at least attempting. I'm not talking about sinking like a whole weeks and hours into something, but at least checking out different tools might really, really come in handy. So I think I've sold that enough. And also with the idea of challenging yourself with unfamiliarity, I think you develop your own just resilience, you know? It's fine to be unfamiliar with things, and it's fine to take a step into the dark and feel like your stomach, drops out from under you. That's okay. That makes you stronger. And yeah, you'll just become more curious, you'll be able to discuss things with people who use that software. You'll if you find conversations online or in Discords or any kind of, or when you meet someone at a workshop, you can say, oh, hey, I tried that software or that technique that I've seen you use, or have you tried this? Or do you know what I mean? It really benefits you in every way. Anyways, so another thing I wanted to mention was that thinking about your workflow and exploring workflow, and even sticking a spoke in your own wheels and making sure you trip over and doing things that are unfamiliar, they force you to find creative solutions to things. This is super useful. By the way, the reason we're zoomed into the image right now is that I recorded this part incorrectly. It was like on my other screen, so it's just kind of like a blurry, less quality version of the painting. But the only thing I'm doing right now is that I'm working on the character. I just gave him solid colors and a tiny amount of form, like almost none, because it's not the focus. That brings me to a good point. And once again, I know I'm kind of not saying things in any particular order, but that's what I wanted to make out of this. I just wanted it to be in discussion, you know, as you know, as just as it goes, as it comes along. So the thing I'm doing with the character, so like I said, the focus is not for the character to be super rendered or have a lot of form, because my focus when I came into this image, I knew once I had established where it would go, that it's not about the detail or the specifics about any one of the elements in the image. It's about the overall impression of the light and how, in the end, you know, doesn't really do it yet, but it will later, I find. I think it does it later. It kind of hits you with this feeling of light and warmth. And lately, I'm really enjoying understanding my focus, chiseling and specifying what I'm doing to suit that focus. And this is when I feel like I'm in the best position to create a successful image. And if you've heard me talk about appeal or anything like that, it's very unlikely because I haven't really talked about that like very openly, but I plan to make a video about it later on. Anyways, if you've ever heard me say anything about appeal or anything like that, I've mentioned the idea of having a successful image. And I think that when you know what you want, or you're exploring what you want, you know, you're on your way to something you want, and just being aware of the idea of I want this or I don't want this is very, very useful. And tailoring your workflow to this idea and giving yourself the tools to succeed in receiving what you want out of an image is, for me, like really, really useful. I can't say enough about that. All right. So another aspect, I think, of exploring your workflow or being aware of it, I'm always going to go back to this central idea here, is that I think it really helps avoid stagnation and art block. I think that art block, for me at least, my interpretation of it is that it has a lot to do, or it's quite worsened by doing things we don't like and not realizing we don't like it, or not admitting to ourselves, or not investigating things that suit us or that we are good at. You know, I think that if you try to just be productive, make things, and you don't think about you making them, the person making them, and how to do yourself some favors in terms of either just caring for yourself and your own sustainability, or how you think, or what you enjoy, or what you like. I think that if you don't take these things into account, you're much more likely to suffer in general, but also suffer of art block and stagnation. Because a lot of that I feel like has to do with, let's say, either it's a lack of willingness or a lack of awareness to, I'm getting really deep right now, right? To face these things, yeah. So anyways, I think that workflow, just to bring it back to a more simple place, I think that workflow and process can help you avoid those things. So right now you'll see me using some pretty, and throughout the piece, just using pretty big brushes, big movements, big statements, you know? I really have less and less patience for, and actually people, some of my best friends know this, that I often use, I tend to like toggle the last thing I've done in the history states, just like undo, redo, or a few undos and a few redos. I really like looking at, is what I've just done in the last moment or so effective? Is it doing something? This is something that I have started thinking about since, ever since I got a display tablet, because I felt like I was so close to my image that I couldn't understand what I was doing in the big picture. And people will often say that if you step away, or if you come back, like go do something and come back to your painting, you have perspective. So the thing I like to do to have real-time perspective, because I don't like being so close to my painting, is that I will be painting on my display tablet. Sorry about the noise, if you hear it. I'll be painting on my display tablet, and I'll have another version of my image, like another canvas, on my other screen. And that screen is quite a few more, I mean, it's not that far away, but it's a few more feet away from my face, so that I will have more perspective. And basically, for me, it really helps knowing that I'm actually the few strokes I've just made, or the few, the last things I've done, have been helping me get in the direction that I want. And if you haven't been thinking about what you want out of your paintings, and you're more reflexive, or just kind of going through it with habit, maybe this is a strange aspect, like to imagine evaluating your recent choices in your painting or your recent brushstrokes. And maybe it's not such a good thing. I don't know. Like, I feel like it can have several different aspects to it. It can also get you sometimes sometimes it's not effective. Sometimes you want to be able to just get into a flow and not be checking if what you're doing is useful. So I really think that it suits it depends what you want out of the painting, what you want out of the, what you're doing. But I do, in general, as a person, I think that it's useful to evaluate the usefulness of what you're doing, or the joy that you seek, I just think it's useful to check, and ask yourself questions. So here the painting is at a stage where it's very simple still. It's completely simple. I have the light statements that I was trying to make going quite strong. And I've begun adding brushstrokes and texture because I think it makes it more pleasant to the eye. Something I realized in the last few years is that I really like pieces that are both graphic and painterly at the same time. Pieces that are very precise, but whimsical. I don't know. And I think this can come across in treatment too. Yeah, so this is something I'm always trying to gravitate towards, having a little bit of both. And I think I've always done that, if I think about it. I've always enjoyed graphic element, but also painterly, and just depending on what you want. You can tailor what you're doing, like I said. I'm going to say some of the other ideas I had written down, because I think I might be elaborating too much on some of them. And I'm going to also drink some water and take a breath, because you might notice I'm speaking very quickly. Or maybe I'm not, I don't know. Also, in the future, I hope to not mention my own speaking speed while I'm making a talk. All right. Sorry about those mouth sounds. Anyways, right now I'm in the painting. I'm just kind of clarifying that there's a nest in the tree because it got completely lost. And it's just a little secondary storytelling element, because in my mind, this bird is born here. I just think it's like a sweet little tidbit story. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna start saying some other things I had listed, and I'm not going to elaborate so much on them. I'm just going to go through them. Okay, so I had mentioned that I think that thinking of your workflow and being aware of it helps avoid stagnation or art block. It doesn't solve it, but it's just another tool in the toolkit. And I think that something else it does is helps you discover new techniques. And I already talked about that earlier. I just think that it can help you discover something you didn't even know you enjoyed, or you didn't even know you could use. And then later, even when you're not painting, you can think, oh, I could use that for that. Or that could help me do this idea that I've been thinking about trying, but I never knew how. Or, just kind of give yourself the tools, because you can discover new techniques. Something else is that you can explore and loosen up. So basically, a lot of the things I've been saying, this whole time, this whole darn time, have been about productivity, kind of related to that, kind of related to not wasting time, doing things faster, doing things better, doing things that will be more successful. But this is just one aspect. I think that loosening up and having fun and just discovering, like being more, for example, you can be forcing creative solutions and making yourself have unfamiliar situations in process to loosen up and to explore, because you don't need everything to be amazing, and you don't need to be good at everything. You can explore things and have just more creative flow. And you can have paintings where you change your workflow and you do things you don't understand. And then you can have paintings, like I said, when I say paintings, I mean anything, like a drawing, a 3D thing, whatever. And you can have pieces where you do understand what you're doing. And you can, as you explore workflow and process, you can almost think in your head like of different categories where you've prepared or you've considered different approaches. And you can say to yourself, sorry, I need to breathe for a second. You can say to yourself, I'm trying to do this in one take, by the way. So this is why I'm keeping all this stuff in, because I'm a human too. So anyways, what I want to say is that you can have approaches that you take for professional work that you don't do the same thing as for personal work. And this is, I find, really interesting. And like I said, it just helps you develop a really interesting toolkit for yourself. Keep it interesting. Yeah, I probably said several times. So another thing is that your process and your workflow can really suit the purpose of your piece. You can imagine or explore the purpose of your piece before or during your painting, and suit what you're doing to the purpose of your piece. I think it will be more successful and more fun as well. You might feel more accomplished and rewarded rather than like, I don't know what to do or how to do it or what I want. Yeah. Yeah, I already said that you can have different workflows and approaches for personal and professional. Another aspect is speed and concise expression. You can work to build speed, or you can force speed with time and tools that like make you really productive and quick. And you can also, on purpose, go slow. Take your time, explore things that take longer. So I really like that you can have both extremes, and both of them are valid and enjoyable and worth trying. And concise expression for me is about, like what I was saying before, is what I'm doing getting there? Is it like I'm trying to do all these things and it's not really working? Or am I being concise with my process and my workflow? I think it's a really interesting thing to consider. Yeah, so another element is exploring assumptions. Some of us have an idea of what our work should look like, or what it has to look like, or what people will like. And I think if you explore different processes and workflows and styles and anything, you will explore your own assumptions that you have for yourself and for other people's work, and just expand your horizons. Okay, I probably won't get to say everything I wanted to say, but that's okay. I wanted to add that I like my current tools and techniques because they avoid style things I did not enjoy. So there's things about painting that I used to not enjoy, and when I make my workflow work better for me, I enjoy painting more. And I think that anybody can access this. And my current style and approach, it's not perfect yet, but it gets closer to expressing my interests and perpetuating my interest. So I'm more interested and I'm more likely to do things I'm interested in because I'm aware of how I can give myself tools to just keep getting to the point. Yeah. Also, I'm learning from seeing other people's workflows. We all are. And also, I used to see people always painting on the same layer, or painting on one layer, or painting like in ways that are not productive. And this is kind of what got me thinking about this. Although I think that that's excellent if you're doing it intentionally, if you are opening up Photoshop and not knowing what to do, and you use painting on one layer for several years without even exploring other techniques that the digital medium offers you, I think you're missing out. But if you're intentionally limiting yourself, beautiful. Another thing is, okay, just keep going, okay? And allow yourself to reach your potential. And I really hope that people understand and grow to understand as they grow as artists, that they can really give themselves the tools to succeed. No one's going to give them to you. People will help you, but you have to allow yourself to reach your highest potential. This is something that's really important to me. And I think that we are the masters of our own destiny. Of course, you know, we deal with the world, but go for it and allow yourself to succeed. Yeah, that's what I think. Good luck and thanks for watching. I hope you have a great time. Oh, and feel free to ask me about some of the stuff if you found it confusing. Bye.
Hey, what's up guys, Pablo Munoz here, and welcome to this quick demo / presentation on developing concepts for character artists. So I'm going to walk you a little bit through my personal pipeline, what I found to be really helpful in terms of real-time engines and how I use those for concept art rather than anything else. So I'm going to jump into a full screen mode here, just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. As I said, the focus of this presentation will be on the power of real-time engines for prototyping or for rapid prototyping. And this is really how I use it in my pipeline, how I develop concepts really quickly and how I can iterate and create a bunch of different options in terms of developing the character itself and the look and feel. So I'm going to run you through my personal pipeline and what I found it to be really helpful and all the non-destructive workflows that I use, and also a quick demo just so you can see how easy it is to go from nothing, from just a sketch, an idea, all the way to a presentation render using this method. So it's going to be obviously not as complex as the image that you have here on the right hand side of the screen, but it's pretty close, and the process is going to be the same. So I'm going to use this weird looking guy, this alien, as an example for the pipeline, and then we're going to jump into a new concept for the demo part. So let's go ahead and get started. And just before we get started, just a little bit about myself. My name is Pablo Munoz Gomez. I'm a 3D concept and character artist, and I run the ZBrush Guides website and the 3D concept artist website. So these ones that I have here on the screen. And if you want to see some of my portfolio on the right hand side, this is on the ArtStation page. So you go to artstation.com/pablanda, and you'll see some of my work in there. And if you want to hang out on social media as well, and this is pretty much where I interact with everyone else, you can just follow me on Pablanda in either Instagram, Facebook, and all that. So I'm going to be using in both the demo and this presentation as a reference Marmoset Toolbag 3 as my real-time engine. Now I have a little asterisk here saying that real-time is basically what you see is what you get. Now, although Marmoset will display and show you the render in real time, it doesn't mean the same thing as if you put it in an engine or a real-time engine like Unreal or Unity, right? So I just want to be clear about that, but it's for the purpose of a concept, this is exactly what I'm looking for, right? Something that whatever I see on the screen is what I get in the render. So this thing that you see here, this render or this image of this character is being rendered in real time. And when I move the camera and I rotate, I'm going to get exactly the same properties of the render and the same quality, but from different angles. So that's what I find to be like really valuable and really powerful in this method of creating and developing a concept. So before we get into the real-time process, I want to show you the difference so that you have a clear idea of what I mean when I say real-time and when I talk about a more traditional approach. So these two images that I have here on the screen, they were created and composited in a more traditional way, or a more traditional approach. So this is what I would call the offline rendering and compositing in Photoshop to create this type of images. And all that means really is that after I have the concept, let's say in 3D and the mesh and all that, I would render a series of passes, let's say the shadows separately, the lights separately, subsurface scattering, ambient occlusion, color, all of that in separate maps, and then take those images into Photoshop and put them together. So again, in a more traditional approach or a more traditional scenario, this is roughly how I would start. So this is a quick sketch, a quick thumbnail, nothing fancy, that I did on a piece of paper with a pen, and it was kind of like the original idea for the previous one. So for the one on the right hand side, you see that the evolution changed, but some of the features were kept, like the strong silhouette and the totem head type of thing, and no eyes and that sort of thing. So this was the original idea. I usually start with something very rough like that, just to get a sense of where I'm aiming for or what I'm trying to do. And this is basically the process of the 3D model. So I take the idea into ZBrush, or like my sketch, my 2D thumbnail, and I recreate that in ZBrush. So this image that you can see here on the right hand side is from ZBrush. And the thing with ZBrush is that it has a lot of different tools and different avenues that you can take to produce the same thing. And it's just a matter of what works for whatever workflow you're using. So in this case, the element at the back, that kind of like circle pattern that you can see here, that is done with Dynamesh. So all I did was create a series of rings and a series of small pieces like these ones, that you can see sort of spiking out, and I combine them using Dynamesh. And Dynamesh is a process in ZBrush that allows you to freely explore shapes, and you don't have to worry too much about topology. Now the head and the body itself, I separate them into pieces. So the head is a separate mesh, and that's why I can achieve this amount of details as well. And the body itself is a different piece. So again, different workflows, different methodologies to achieve the same thing is ultimately what works for your workflow and what you're trying to do. So if I were to take this into a more of a production environment, I would probably make sure that the topology is a little bit more thoroughly created, rather than the current sketch or the current state of this model. But once I have these, that's all I need to create the passes in an offline render. In the case of this particular character, I did everything within ZBrush, and I'm going to give you an example of that. So this is the compositing process. Obviously, it's a little bit fast here on the right-hand side, but it goes from a very simple, in a way, mesh. Obviously, it has details and all that, but if you break it down, it's very simple. It's just a character with some pattern at the back, and some patterns in the actual body. But once you have that, you can just render a bunch of images like I have in here. So I have the depth pass, and this is a really useful pass that allows you to control the depth in the light. For example, you can create a more atmospheric render, kind of like using it as a mask to add mist or a fog. You have the alpha. This is the pass that I use to generate all those contrast shadows here, like you see here. This one that looks kind of like very colorful, it is an ID, or also referred to as a clown pass. And this is also super helpful in this specific process, because it allows you in Photoshop to select a specific color. Let's say if I want to change the hue of the pattern outside of this circle thing at the back, I just need to select this pink color, and it's a very flat, bright color. So Photoshop will have no problem picking just this area up, and then I can just run a process of hue saturation values or color balance in just that area. Now the other ones that you can see black and white, there are just the lights that I use. So one would be the key light, and the other one is just a rim light to help differentiate the silhouette of the character from the background. And the next two are just a flat color or albedo that has basically a shadeless pass that has no light information or anything like that. It's just purely color. And this one that has kind of like everything combined at once. So I use all of these maps to combine them in Photoshop and create the final illustration. So again, this is what I was referring to as an online rendering and a compositing approach, a more traditional approach, which is totally valid, and I still use it quite a bit, but this is not the focus of what I'm trying to show you in this presentation. Now, I just want to make sure that the difference is very clear between one and the other. So this one is all about rendering different passes, different options, different images that then you combine in Photoshop. But before we move on, if you're interested in this specific approach, I actually have a free resource that walks you through the entire process specifically for this character. So if you go to the 3D Concept Artist website, the one that I have here, you'll find a free compositing resource guide, which is a PDF the one that I have here on the left, and it's essentially the 7 steps to create an appealing image in Photoshop from ZBrush render passes. So again, it's very specific, is using ZBrush render passes from ZBrush and Photoshop alone to create this image. Now, I recently updated this guide, and this is part of the reason why I wanted to share it with you guys. So I updated with this character, and I have some additional tips, but both characters are kind of living within the same universe. They're pretty similar in the concept, I guess, and but they're both composed in Photoshop using the same passes and the same approach. So if you go to this website, you'll find it for free, and you can just download it. And again, it just I'm just trying to simplify the process a little bit, so you only follow 7 steps to create this image. And one of the cool things about this as well is that when you download this free resource, you also have access to the actual rendering passes that I use in a Photoshop file. So you could basically follow the same steps to achieve something exactly as what I have here on the screen. All right, let me just show you another example of this more traditional approach. So here I'm showing you just a different character, obviously, same approach of compositing different passes. The difference here is that the renders and the passes, the images that I created were done in Keyshot rather than in ZBrush, but it is pretty much the same thing. Now, one of the key elements, I guess, from Keyshot that is different from ZBrush is the quality of render is a bit more realistic. So the main render that I use here on the left hand side, it has the subsurface scattering, and the elements of the features for the skin material is a little bit more realistic and easier to achieve than in ZBrush. But you can see that some of the passes are pretty much the same. I have the clown or ID pass as well that allows me to separate different colors. I have the ambient occlusion, and this is one that I use to enhance certain areas of the subsurface scattering and the reflections of the suit of this character. Now, another thing to point out in this case, since I'm using the same technique, this character has a lot of paint over in a way. So all of the pattern on the face and in the head, that blue set of lines, that's all done in Photoshop. So for example, what I did to create that without needing to recreate the textures and re-render anything was to use the extra pass that I generated. So this red one here, I turned that into a blue color very easily using the hue saturation values in Photoshop, and then I use a custom mask to basically paint on the areas that I wanted to have that color. So this is again a super useful approach, very intuitively. If you're already familiar with it, it gives you a lot of control on changing the lights, changing colors. So very, very powerful, and I use it quite a bit. But the whole point I'm showing you this is to paint a picture basically of what would be, or what I consider to be, a more traditional approach of generating a series of passes and then composite that in Photoshop. And then we're going to move into the real-time engine and show you how I use that, which needs a little bit more of a setup. But once you have everything ready, it's basically a virtual playground that allows you to produce different angles, different moods very, very quickly. All right, so here we're going to move into the real-time engine concept, or concepting in real time. So this image that you can see here is essentially a screenshot of Marmoset. All right, so the process starts pretty much the same as in any other concept. The fact that I had already an idea of what the character would look like really helps, but I still go through the process of generating variants and options very quickly in 2D. So I did these sketches in Photoshop, and I use symmetry, and for most of them at least. And then I end up going for this character here on the right hand side. So this is the one that I use as my base for that yellow character. Later on in the demo, I'm going to use this one to show you the same process. But again, these are just very simple, quick sketches that I can generate. It takes me half an hour, 20 minutes to produce a few of these ones, and then they give me just the right amount of information that I need to get started with the project and have a rough goal that I need to aim for. It doesn't have to be exactly the same thing, and part of my process is also to refine the design and continue the refinement of that, or the developing of that design in the 3D space. So these are just 2D sketches. All right, so once I have the sketch, I will load it into a reference software like PureRef or directly into ZBrush, and then I start the sketching process. So this is what the 3D sketch looks in ZBrush. You'll see some of these very sketchy lines. maybe around this area is very, very evident, and here in the forehead. And those are the result of a very specific brush called the clay builder brush. And it's a particular tool that I use quite a bit because it allows me to build volume very quickly and have control over the shapes quite a bit. But the trade-off is that it just leaves those marks. In some cases, I actually quite like to have this rough look. And of course, all of these will disappear once we start polishing the actual sketch. So again, this is just the ZBrush sketch, and you can use a bunch of different techniques to achieve something like this. Dynamesh is something that I use quite often. You can also approach it through Sculptris Pro, for example, or directly in subdivisions if you already have a base mesh that you want to use. So once I have the base mesh, I move into retopology, and this is not something that I have to do every single time. I just wanted to include it in this demonstration because it is something that allows you to have more control over the texturing process. So that's why I included it here, and then I can show you a little bit more of that process as well. So the retopology consists basically on taking that sketch and tracing a better topology. Now, generally speaking, I wouldn't spend as much time as I did with this guy in the retopology stage of the process because my topology, or the topology that I need, it doesn't have to be ready for production. So it doesn't have to be for animation or anything like that. So I could be a little bit more loose in the way that I place those the mesh and the loops. In this case, I spend a little bit more time making sure that certain loops, like for example around the eyes and the mouth, although it's a pretty weird shaped mouth, they will actually could be used for animation. Again, just to try to extend this demo to something that it could be more useful for you guys. But if you just want to create a concept, a simple remesher from ZBrush will be more than enough. And again, it won't be necessarily good for animation, but it gives you what you need to create the texture maps and produce the nice looking image at the end in the real-time engine. So just to sum up, this is just a manual retopology done in ZBrush very quickly. I use the Z-sphere approach to basically point or add points around the sketch that I have. So you see below the mesh, you see exactly the same sketch that I had before. And then I just use a projection to recover those details. So here I have the base mesh. You see that's the result of those points that I created in ZBrush, but it's more than enough to capture the volumes and the main shapes of the character, right? And then once I have the base mesh, I can move into a subdivision approach. And what that means is that I can subdivide the same mesh that I just created, the retopology, and add more resolution. So you see the subdivisions, and now you can see a little bit of the faceted polygons. For some of you guys, this might be a very straightforward process, but in case you don't know, basically what I'm doing is subdividing each one of those polygons that I had in the previous base mesh, right? And I can keep subdividing these more and more to generate more resolution, and then ultimately project and grab those details from the sketch. So this stage, I call it polish and details, where I have at least maybe 5 or 6 levels of division. So I have increased the subdivision of that original mesh up to 6 times. So that gives me a lot of polygons to work with and to create all of those patterns and these wrinkles, and around the eyes especially, and around the mouth, to generate those details. Now, if you compare, let's say, the eye region with the forehead and some parts here around the big prominent ears, they're very different in terms of how much details I'm applying. Now, this is an important distinction, or something to point out at this stage, because this is where you can decide whether you want to finish like high frequency details in a separate application, or if you want to do it in ZBrush. Because I wanted to show you some more of a texturing approach in Substance Painter, and just to give you an insight into that texturing approach as well. I knew I was going to do those high frequency details in Substance Painter, or in other words, I will be giving those details using displacement maps or normal maps. So that's why I didn't spend too much time detailing this area, because I could achieve that just with textures in this case. But if you're not familiar with Substance Painter, or you don't want to go through that process of generating those details with texture, you can very easily do that with alphas inside ZBrush. So I just wanted to point out the difference between leaving the model as it is at this stage, or continue refining the details inside ZBrush. Another approach that you can take is to continue the detailing process in ZBrush and get all of those nice high frequency details, pores, and bumps and all that, and you can bake those into the normal map straight from ZBrush and then continue the texturing process somewhere else. So in this case, just want to point out that this is the stage where I left the actual mesh and the actual model inside ZBrush before I took that into Substance. All right, and of course this character is made out of a bunch of additional pieces to create the suit and all that. So just want to point out that I follow exactly the same process for all the pieces. So for instance, this kind of like padding area around the neck, I started it with a simple sphere that I squashed, and then used Dynamesh to create kind of like the details and the all the padding, all the paneling, and then of course use the retopology tools in ZBrush, projected, and brought it to the same level as the head. So here's a quick screenshot of ZBrush. In case you're not familiar with ZBrush, this is not necessarily how it looks. I have a custom UI. It should give you a rough idea of what it is. So basically, this is the set of polygons that I end up with. And because I use the subdivision approach, in other words, having a base mesh that is very low resolution and then subdividing it to generate those details, is very easy to pose the characters. So this is already in the pose that I'm going to use for the real-time engine. But one of the key aspects, I guess, on this process as well is that you can save the poses in layers. So all of these poses or the whole character in a pose is saved in a layer inside ZBrush. So I can go back and forth between the T pose or more neutral pose and this pose. And if I want other poses, all I have to do is just create the pose itself and in a different layer and export the mesh again, and it will be automatically updated in Marmoset once I show you that process. Now, one of the things that I like to point out in this specific screenshot is that if you pay attention to the kind of like the suit underneath or the fabric, well, first of all, this guy doesn't have any hands or anything like that, because I knew the final render for this concept would be kind of like cropped around half of his suit, so I didn't spend too much time creating anything else that wasn't being part of the render. I was essentially creating a concept for the shot itself. But I want to draw your attention towards this topology, the one in the arms. And hopefully you can see that the density of these polygons and the arrangement is a lot more than other pieces. And this is because for this area, I use the series measure, which is an automated way to generate new topology inside ZBrush. So it's super handy for things like this that are very, very organic, and you might not have the time to go through and create more a cleaner topology, I guess. Just keep that in mind, that sometimes when you're developing a concept, you don't have to go through that process of doing very, very clean topology and very specific way to allocate the loops and all that. A simple series measure will just do fine. So this is the mesh brought into Substance Painter. Substance Painter is a texturing authoring software that allows you to texture the characters or any asset really in with a PBR workflow, and basically allows you to paint in the different channels like occlusion, normal map, roughness, all of that separately. So it's really separately and together as well. So it's really, really powerful. Now, what I just mentioned before about having the character pose in a layer is really, really handy in this stage or in this process, because what I do is I switch the layers back to 0. So basically turn off the pose itself, and I export that mesh in a T pose or in this case, just a symmetrical pose. So you see the character is basically very symmetrical, and that also helps me in the texturing process so that I can enable symmetry in Substance Painter and work on one side, and then Substance will mirror it on the other. And once I finish with this, because these characters or this mesh and the one pose are essentially the same thing, they're sharing the same UVs, I can just apply the texture generated from Substance. One thing that I should mention, obviously, is that between this process of having it here in Substance Painter and exporting it from ZBrush, I actually created UV maps for each one of the pieces. And in Substance Painter, now that I have UVs, I can bake all the information of the high resolution mesh and the low resolution mesh. So ultimately what I have here is a very low res mesh or low poly mesh, and the details come from the high res mesh from ZBrush. All right, so here is a little bit of the texturing workflow. that sort of like very bright colors at the beginning that you saw in this GIF are essentially the way that I approach the texturing of most of skins, or most skin really, just because it allows me to target certain areas that either have a lot of blood vessels, or they're closer to the bone or any bony protrusion. So what I do is I just divide this in 3 colors: red, red, yellow, and blue. And they're very bright colors as well, the ones that I use. And then of course you can tone them down a little bit. So the idea is that most of the areas that there's a lot of concentration or blood or blood vessels would be red. So I start with red as a general rule. Then I use blue color to target certain areas that would be hollow. So if I imagine this character to have like a skull, right, like similar to the human skull, the orbit or the region where the eye would be, the mouth area and all that, they will be kind of like hollow. And so I target those areas with a blue color. And then a third pass with yellow, and those are areas that I try to target, or the areas that I try to target are closer to the bone. So areas like the chin, the forehead, and this is what I would imagine this character, being this area of the flesh being very close to the skeleton. And then the rest is just refinement of the texture, just more like a repetitive process, trying to define, all of these high frequency details that's given by the normal map. All of these extra details that's just kind of like custom made or manually painted pattern on top of it. But that's pretty much it, really. It's just spending the time on refining the details. But one thing that I want to point out right now is that all of those details are just normal. So if you look at the edge around the mesh, and maybe here in the ear, it's very very choppy. You can see the jagged edges around. That is because this is still a low resolution mesh, and all of these details are just kind of like fake in a way, or given by the normal map. So in order to actually displace the geometry and change this later on, we would need a displacement map, which by the way is just a matter of ticking a box and export it from Substance Painter. All right, so one thing that I like to also point out in this process is the non-destructive workflow that I can achieve within Substance. Now, the resolution of this GIF is not great, but it just illustrates the purpose of this non-destructive workflow. So basically what I do is I can create these different layers that go on top of certain colors or certain folders that contain the texture of the character, and with a simple change of color I can totally manipulate and change the mood and the entire texture of the character. And this is very helpful in this approach of the real-time rendering software that I'm going to show you in a bit. Because if something is not really working, instead of having to recreate an entire texture, render it again, produce the passes. If you were doing an offline render or more traditional approach, you produce the passes, then composite it again, and it will be very time consuming. Whereas in this case, I can simply go back to my file in Substance Painter that I saved. I can change these textures, export them again, and import them back into the real-time engine or in Marmoset, and that's pretty much it. So again, this is just to show you that how quickly and how easy it is to alter or modify a texture once you set up this in Substance Painter with this workflow. Now, this is just a quick image to show you the entire texturing process and how this looks in Substance Painter. So on the left-hand side, I have all the assets already textured, and here on the right-hand side, I have, I believe, is some of the metal details, like this one, this kind of harness around the arm, some parts of the tubing and details that essentially are part of metal. So this is how the UV map looks like. If you're interested to know how I created this, I use a software called Unfold 3D. Well, now it's called Rhizome UV or Rhizome UV. Don't know how to pronounce it. And it used to be called Unfold 3D, and it's really, really powerful, especially in the packing area. So once you have to pack, it really optimizes the space, so you can have a lot of textile density to create this type of stuff. But yeah, so the other thing that I want to point out is that this is pretty simple. I use some of the smart materials that come with Substance Painter. I created my own materials as well. And this is kind of like the layer stack for this particular object, which, like I said, is just all of these bolts and pieces that have metal in it. All right, and here we have the final concept. Now, all of this comes together at the end in Marmoset Toolbar 3 to create this type of concept. One thing that I want to mention before I actually show you the rest of the images and the concept itself, or the demo itself, is that once I generated the screenshot or the render in Marmoset, I always take that into Photoshop and I try to enhance it a little bit. In other words, things like this smoke coming out of the backpack or whatever he has at the back, those kind of like lens flares or particles floating, this is smoke here on the right hand side. All of those things are added in Photoshop. Not to the same degree as a more traditional approach like I mentioned, but it still has a certain degree of manually placed details inside Photoshop, right? And the only reason I'm mentioning this is because just want to emphasize the fact that most of the work is done in that render or in that real-time space, but there's always something that you can do to enhance it and to make it better. So the way that I treat a render, whether it's from an offline render like Keyshot or Arnold or Maverick, any of those, or if it is a real-time render, I treat them as raw images. So whatever those renders give me, they're just raw images, and then I have to process those images in Photoshop. But of course, using the real-time engines, it allows you to very quickly produce a lot more images and angles. All right, so this is one of the images, and I'm going to show you a couple more. So this is an alternative concept. So obviously the same guy, the same setup, but with a different mood. There's a different lighting, showing a kind of like a different version of this character. Is very, very simple. So all I did between this character and the previous one is just change the lighting environment a little bit, the camera angle, the position of certain lights, and the render, or the final render that I got, is pretty close to what you can see here. All I had to add in Photoshop were just those particles and a little bit of the smoke, which is pretty easy to achieve once you have a library of assets to use. Here's another close-up. Again, same thing, same deal. This one doesn't have any treatment in Photoshop. This is exactly what you can see in the Marmoset Toolbar 3 file. Basically, this is a screenshot, but this is just to show you how quickly it is to go for a mid shot to a close-up to show the texturing work, or just a close-up to the eyes, or whatever else you wanna achieve just by changing the camera. Another thing that I found like super powerful, and especially when I'm developing a prototype, is to play with light alternatives very, very quickly, because again, what you see is what you get. So being able to manipulate lights in real time and see effects like subsurface scattering, refractions and all of that in real time, it's incredibly powerful, especially because light plays a huge role in the way that you present your character, or the way that you create the mood around the character. So these two are very similar. The main difference is that this one has a key light coming from the top right, and this one doesn't. But it just generates a very different mood. This one is obviously more mysterious. You cannot see the face. It's a little bit more creepy than this one, although the face is pretty creepy. But again, the mood and the general read of this character in this context on the right-hand side, it's a little bit more, eerie or creepy. And that's just done with the lighting alternatives. And of course, this is all real time. Another really cool thing about this process and this workflow is the ability to generate a variety of moods. So adding something like a color light, like in this case a red light, it becomes super easy. It's just changing a swatch, and it's pretty much the same thing in any other renderer, right? You can just give it a different color. The fact that you don't have to wait until you see the render finished, like if you would, for example, in Keyshot or any of those renders, that's what I found really, really helpful, because I can play with the colors really quickly, see what's giving me the best result, and fine-tune the concept and try to find that, like I have here, the mood and the actual image that I wanna get to. Here's another one. This is using a spotlight rather than a directional light, and it has a single spotlight coming from the top, and it has a penumbra, or the intensity of the light has a linear decay. So you'll see kind of like at the bottom it gets a bit darker. Again, it's just another way to showcase how easy it is to generate mood. And I think this one also has fog as well, and I believe maybe there's an extra light here. These red highlights, they're probably from a different light or some kind of light bulb at the back of this suit. But it's very simple to generate something that looks attractive and appealing with just a single light like I have in here, and the asset is essentially the same thing. All right, so now that hopefully you have an idea of what the difference is between a more traditional approach using offline rendering and passes and all that, and a more real-time approach to produce different ideas and rapid prototyping, I'm going to give you a quick insight into the whole pipeline. So obviously in a normal scenario this will take longer, but what I'll do is I'm just going to play a speed up video, just a time lapse of me going from the sketch, from nothing, basically from a sphere in ZBrush all the way to a render in Marmoset, and I'm going to walk you through what I do, just making reference to what I show you in this presentation. So I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. So here is the original concept, one of those that I showed you at the beginning, which was part of the exploration process of the previous character. So it has pretty similar features, like no very visible nose, small eyes, and big lips, and big ears. So this is the one that I did very quickly. It took about an hour to just go from this to this, and of course I was doing it to show you guys the process. So let's go ahead and jump into that. All right, so here we are in ZBrush, and just before I play the time-lapse video, just want to point out a couple of things. So I have a reference image here on the right hand side, and this is actually a cam view, which is a feature of ZBrush 2020, and the one that I have on the left hand side, it's called the thumbnail option. So these two features are really handy to generate concepts, just because one, it allows me to keep an eye on the overall silhouette and how the shapes are affecting the volumes on the if I use the thumbnail, the one on the left hand side, and I can put any image that I want on the right hand side, and it's actually a 3D reference. So as I rotate the model, or I rotate my model, I will see the reference in also rotating. So I will see the back of the head or the left hand side of the head and that sort of thing. Now, another thing that I mentioned before is that I'm using a custom UI, is my own arrangement of the UI elements. So some of that, if you're trying to follow along or trying to replicate the same thing, might be a little bit hard because I don't have the same elements in the same place as the default option. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with this. So I start with a simple sphere that I squashed, and I just add a bunch of other primitive elements. At this point is purely a blocking stage. So I have a cylinder for the neck, some spheres that I flattened for the ears, and basically I dynameshed each one of these elements together. Now I use the damp standard brush to kind of like define certain areas, like where the eyes would be, the lips, and that sort of thing. But again, this is very, very sketchy, but it allows me to have an idea of where to place those features. And then I use things like the clay builder brush, like I mentioned, the one that gives me those very distinctive marks to build a volume and refine the transition between one shape and the other one. For the eyes, I just put a couple of spheres, and I'm obviously using symmetry to work a little bit faster, and that just allowed me to work on one side and then worry about the asymmetry later on. But as you can see, this is a very repetitive process. That's another reason I decided to do a time lapse, because it's just me sculpting, refining volumes bit by bit. And at this stage, all I'm doing is just refining or working on the volumes and making sure that the transitions work, that for example, the zygomatic arc and the cheekbones and all that, they flow nicely and they make sense into the overall shape of the head. Now for the next process, I use the Zero Measure that I mentioned before, which is basically an automated process in ZBrush to generate a cleaner topology of quads. And I do that a couple of times to generate a low-res version of the mesh. But now that I have the subdivision approach, I can go ahead and subdivide this mesh a little bit more and start working on those secondary details a little bit more. So if you pay attention to the right hand side, just above that sort of color picker, where I have active points and total points. So the active points refer to the current subtool that I have selected, and I have about 4,818 million polygons. So quite a bit of quite a bit of polygons that allow me to refine this quite a bit. The next stage, after I have some some details, is to start that process of texturing. In this case, I'm doing it in ZBrush, and as you can see, it's basically the same thing that I did for the other character in Substance Painter. So the reason I'm showing you this is because I want to emphasize the fact that once you have control over your workflow and the idea of what you can achieve with that, you can basically apply it to any software. It doesn't have to be just ZBrush or just Substance Painter or Marmoset, which are the softwares that I've been talking about. You can very easily apply the same principles to any software. Ultimately, is what tool is best for whatever you're doing. So if it makes it a lot easier for you to work on Substance Painter in this stage of texturing, then of course go for it. But another advantage of using Polypaint as well is that you don't need any UVs. So in other words, you don't have to go through that process of unwrapping every 3D element and then generating the UVs to go into Substance Painter. You can just stick with a high resolution model, and Marmoset will be more than capable to handle millions of polygons as well. Now for the next stage, I'm using a bunch of custom-made brushes just to add more high frequency details. And these specific brushes that I'm using at the moment is from a pack that I created a while back. They call the Skin Brushes pack. This pack is actually available in the ZBrush Guides website. So if you go to zbrushguides.com, you can also have a look at that pack as well. And they're basically a way to speed up certain workflows. So it allows me to create these very fine detail pores and high frequency details. And just keep in mind that this is for a concept. So if this were to go further into production, I will probably come back and refine those and do work on those a little bit more thoroughly than what I'm doing here. And just to wrap up this kind of like texturing pass of the creature, I took some reference from this coral fish and just created that kind of like pattern that I think gives it a bit more personality and makes it more memorable, more appealing than just a flat color face. The next stage, just for the sake of demonstration, I decided to add some quick UVs just to show you that, again, it doesn't have to be the perfect UV for this concept. As long as it's working and you can produce the thing that you want to create is totally valid. So what I'm doing is just creating polygroups in ZBrush, essentially dividing the mesh into different ID groups that I can just utilize as a reference to create different UV islands. So that allows me to generate two things. It allows me to keep a low resolution mesh that I can send to Marmoset. It allows me to create a texture map from the Polypaint that I did, and also a normal map to capture all of those details that I did. But once I have this, I can go ahead and export this as an FBX or OBJ, anything works fine. Drop it into Marmoset, and you'll see how quickly this setup is. So I can just attach the texture map to the texture, to the albedo channel, and the normal map to the surface details. Then the rest is just a matter of tweaking the shaders, adding a little bit of subsurface scattering, changing the environment, adding the lights, and this is very quick as well, but it's just basically to show you how quick and how fast you can iterate and change the concept and change the mood and the presentation. Another thing that is very useful at this point is that, for example, if there is certain things in the mesh that they don't come across, or certain features that don't come across as well in the actual render, you can very easily go back to ZBrush, add those tweaks, and once I have this ready, I just export the FBX again, basically replace the file that I exported beforehand, and just by doing that, Marmoset is referencing that object already, so it just updates everything and works really, really well. Now, once you start like tweaking the shaders and you have the shader right in a way, you can start playing with the scenarios, the camera effects, which are also very powerful in Marmoset. But hopefully you can see how quick you can go from one image that looks completely different to something that it's even, that it is presented differently. This is another one that I found like really, really useful. Another way that I found really helpful to iterate in the real-time world of Marmoset, which is adding a little bit of tint to that albedo color. So in that swatch, in that color that I'm changing, I can basically choose a different hue that gets multiplied or overlaid on top of the texture that I already have. So it very quickly you can change the entire color, the entire hue of your character to maybe explore a more alien type of skin. And again, it's just about how you present it and how you create that concept. This is not a for production, so at this point what I'm looking at is a set of variants or a set of images that will present the idea, present the concept to, let's say, the art director or the client, so that they go, all right, I like where this is going. I like the shape of the lips. I like the setting, for example, in this final set of images that I put together. I like the setting on the left bottom corner, but I do prefer the texture that is a bit more reddish, like the top right corner. So as you can see, just in a few steps, in a few minutes, obviously this is a speed up video, but you can take the mesh, create that virtual playground, and just go nuts and generate a variety of these images very, very quickly. Send it to Photoshop, do any additional changes that you might feel are necessary, and then just send this as a, for approval or review or whatever else. But I found this to be extremely helpful, especially when you're iterating. Now, it is worth mentioning that I save progressively, so I know at what stage of the process I can come back if I need to do any changes. So, for instance, in a real scenario, if I'm working for a client and I send this set of 4 images, and the client says, you know what, I like the top right corner, I like the redness of the skin, let's go for that. But I do prefer a slightly bigger cranium, or smaller ears, or something like that, right? Like a smaller changes, right? I can go back to the file, the ZBrush file, do those changes, and simply update the actual model without the need of rethinking the textures or rethinking the lighting scenario. I can just basically take that top right corner image and replicate the same thing with a different mesh that has the changes of that the client asked, and basically send that very quickly. All right, and that's pretty much it, guys. Hopefully this workflow and this demo has shown you a little bit of an insight on how I work, and hopefully as well it has given you some ideas on how to improve your own workflow, so that you can maybe work a little bit faster and especially iterate a little bit faster. I think that's one of the key aspects, one of the key takeaways from this presentation is the ability to produce things faster. So with that said, I'm just going to show you something else before I let you go, which is the Extra Mile course, From ZBrush Sculpture to Polish Illustration. So this is an online course, a self-paced online course that I put together, and more than an online course is more of a community around it. So if you're interested, I basically take you from the fundamentals of character design, composition, lighting, and that's all in the first module, all the way through sculpting, introduction to rendering, texturing, how to create UVs, working UVs for concepts, creating the maps, advanced texturing, advanced rendering, and compositing in Photoshop. But if this is something that interests you, I welcome you to check it out in the 3D Concept Artist website. Anyway, so I'm going to leave it here, guys. Hopefully, like I said, you have enjoyed this demo / presentation. And if you have any questions or you want to just shoot me an email, feel free to get in touch to the email on screen. So pablom@zbrushguides.com. And if I can help you in any way and I have the time to do so, I'm more than happy to do it. So I'm going to leave it here again, and hopefully you have enjoyed this demo. I'll catch you later.
Hey guys, welcome to the IFCC 2020 online edition. My name is Sava Živković and I'm a director based in Belgrade, Serbia. And I work with a UK-based company called Axis Studios, where we mostly deal in game cinematics. Some of the work I've directed at Axis over the years includes the cinematics for Outriders, Gears of War 5, and Destiny 2. But what I really enjoy doing the most in my free time is devoting as much of my free time as I possibly can into producing my own personal short films. And today we're going to be talking about one of the latest short films that I've done with my small team of friends called Freight. And what I really hope to get across in this lecture is for anybody out there that might be interested in producing similar content, I really hope to get across like all of the steps in the pipeline of producing a short like this. Maybe even to some of the people that aren't specifically interested into pursuing the narrative shorts, but maybe just interested in particular parts of the pipeline. I hope that this gets across all of the animation pipeline steps for you and makes it that much more understandable. So with all that said, let's just dive in. Okay, so I'm just gonna briefly talk about my background, and this is important in getting across the kind of different skill sets that I've accumulated over the years that essentially allow me to do what I do today. So I studied interior and furniture design at Belgrade University of Applied Arts, and I absolutely loved my time there, and I loved design. But I was always, deep down inside, I was always drawn towards kind of moving images. Something about it always spoke to me on some deep personal level, and it's one of those things that you're absolutely drawn to something and you know what it is, but you don't know that you can actually kind of make a career out of it. So I got introduced to 3D very early on in my university days, and combining interior design with 3D naturally evolves into architectural visualization, which is something I've done a lot in my early freelance days. But I was still faced with this desire to do more moving images. I was still just locked in this kind of still image space. I've slowly transitioned into doing motion design. And those two fields, architectural visualization and motion design, are essentially the foundation blocks of my knowledge today, where architectural visualization taught me everything about realistic rendering, and then motion design taught me principles of animation and animation pipelines. So those days were super fun. I was basically learning something new every day. But I was still faced with this problem of kind of being locked into a more production side of the work rather than creative. And that is something that I'm very lucky to have identified very early on in my career, is that no matter how fun certain technical aspects of creating a project are, I was always more drawn to the core creative idea of what the project is about, the why rather than the how. So therefore I decided to do pretty much the only thing you can do, which is to start creating personal work, because that's the only real way to kind of showcase what you are about and who you are creatively. And the first project I've done was this animated short called Reconstruct, which was a merger between my kind of motion design skills and architectural visualization skills combined into this kind of short narrative piece. And that project really opened up my appetite into doing more of these and actually pursuing this as a career path. But I was still faced with this problem of being locked into the only two worlds I've ever known, which was architecture and motion design. And I really wanted to break free of those constraints and try something with characters and try something with a bit more narrative to it. And at that time, I was really lucky to be sharing a co-working space with some of my really close friends. Milan Nikolic, who is an amazing concept artist, and Iz Svemira, an incredible composer. And essentially sharing the space every single day, we started talking about trying to do something together. And that talk eventually resulted in the three of us collaborating on creating this short piece called Twitch Loadout. And this is the first time we had a chance to actually have characters in and explore doing motion capture. Now, this project is very important because it has taught us the character pipeline, but it was still far away from what I originally set out to do, which is create fully formed narrative short films with a beginning, middle, and an end. Enter this amazing festival we're all on today. So some of you might know what I'm talking about. The next project that all of the previous knowledge that I had kind of funneled into was the 2017 IFCC titles. And this was by far the biggest undertaking we had taken up until that point. Our team expanded and we were able to do what I really wanted to do from the very get-go. The IFCC film is definitely a tipping point in my career, and because of it, I was able to switch careers and started working professionally as a director at Access Studios. So a couple of years have passed from that point, and I've been working with Access ever since on mostly game cinematics, and every single one of those projects has been incredibly fun to work on, but I still have this desire to create my own stuff, and now more than ever before, I have a lot of time to actually do that. So I'll take this opportunity to actually answer one of the most common questions that I get, is kind of how I balance my work life and how I'm able to do a lot of the short films while also directing at Access. And the answer to that is kind of simple. I work remotely. I live in Belgrade, and Access is based in UK, and I work on a per project basis. And that means I get to sort of pick and choose the projects that I work on, but that also means that I have a lot of downtime in between those projects, and sometimes that's like 5 or 6 months, or maybe even more. And this situation actually works really well for me, because once I'm not working on Access projects, because of where I live, I'm able to sustain myself for long periods of time, and I get to fully devote that time to doing personal work. And this way I ensure to get better results out, rather than just kind of drip feeding and doing personal projects on the side. And I know this is a very unique situation to be in, and I'm very, very grateful that I'm able to be in this situation, but I just really wanted to be completely and fully transparent and honest about it. What I also really love about this sort of balance of working fully on my personal work and then working on Access projects is that I'm able to explore and do certain things my way when I do my personal projects, and then I get to apply that to client work that I do at Access. But then it's also vice versa. Like some of the creative stuff that I learn while I'm at Access, I get to apply back to my personal work, or even maybe some technical stuff and some pipeline stuff that I learned at a professional studio, I get to kind of apply to my little home office and kind of how I run things. And that has been incredibly valuable for me, and I'm forever grateful to my friends over at Access. So Freight actually started as a client project. We were contacted by a startup company that was developing real-time ray tracing technology, and they wanted us to create a short film, with the only caveat being we had to use their technology for rendering, which was amazing at the time, because essentially what that meant is we had complete creative autonomy to create whatever we wanted. It was essentially going to be a personal project that's going to be paid. So we immediately jumped on the opportunity and assembled our core team, consisting of Milan Nikolic, Isis Vemira, and myself. And just within the first week of early development, we had the story written, we had the concept for the character done, and we had the completely finished previs with some early look development renders that showcased the potential look of the film. I'm still incredibly proud by what we were able to achieve in just a week, and we've presented everything to the client, and they've absolutely loved our approach. But due to some unforeseen circumstances, they just could not proceed with the project. And this left us in a very peculiar situation, because we had the entirety of pre-production done and we were ready to go into production with this. But most importantly of all, we've created a story that spoke to us on a very personal level and that we were all passionate about telling, but with no client funding to actually go through with it. The silver lining in this situation is that the story that we've created belonged to us, both creatively and contractually. So if we wanted to do so, we could go and produce it ourselves, which is exactly what we ended up doing. We decided to bite the bullet again and produce and completely self-fund the entire project. Now, the process of writing a story is very different and specific to every individual. But for me, I personally love working with collaborators, and very early on in working on IFCC, it was very apparent that Milan, myself, and Iz clicked very well, and we aligned on the type of stories we wanted to tell. So IFCC was co-written between the three of us, and Freight is no different. And essentially how it works is we get together, we have a couple of beers, and we start talking about the subjects that are kind of current in our lives and how we can use metaphors to transform those subjects into a short narrative piece. Now, it's going to be difficult for me to talk specifically about the story details of Freight, because that is one thing we wanted to avoid with the short film, is we wanted to avoid having to explain it to the audience, whether in writing or videos like these. We wanted everybody who watches it to draw their own conclusions and to form their own opinions on the film, whatever those are. I find this to be one of the most exciting parts of filmmaking, where you've created something that audience can reflect to in different ways, and everybody can see a bit of themselves in it, maybe, or maybe formulate their own opinions and stories behind what they've just seen. What I will say is that every time we do a short like this, we try to put as much as we possibly can from our personal lives into the story of the film. Take the IFCC titles, for example. A lot of the story that is happening in the IFCC has to do with a person trying to go on a journey to find his creative voice. That story reflects a part of our lives when we were stuck in kind of doing this mundane work that we didn't want to do, and we wanted to go on a journey to find something that's gonna reignite the creative spark in us. The whole story of the film is our story of making the film, and that was a time of our lives when all of us were younger, or all of us were maybe a bit more optimistic. But at the time, we truly felt like a protagonist in a film. We felt like we were at the beginning of our journey, and every step is a new discovery. With Freight, though, things have changed. A couple of years have gone by, and the situations in our lives have changed. All three of us were actually going through a bit of a harder time in our lives. But what we've realized is, instead of hiding from these feelings, we decided to infuse as much of them as we could in the story of our film. And as we've continued talking about our feelings, it all boiled down to this singular word describing how each and every one of us felt, which is this feeling of weight, which essentially became the synopsis of our film. Freight, a story of weight within us. I think it's also worthwhile mentioning that we've always looked at Freight as being a spiritual successor to the IFCC film. Not in terms of sharing the same world, even though a lot of the filmmaking and the design language is the same, but rather in terms of the metaphors behind the story. In a traditional trilogy setting, the second film is usually the darkest one, and we're still waiting on the right opportunity to present the cathartic third act. Once we've created the concept for the story, that's usually all of the hard work done. And the actual process of putting words to the page comes much easier when you fully know and understand what your story is about and what you're trying to do. So that's really the hard part, and the hard work is the initial creative concept of your story, and all of the smaller in-between moments come much easier when you have your base skeleton ready from the very beginning. The only thing left to do before we started production was to fill out a key role that was missing from the very get-go, which is a character artist. Luckily, we knew about Antonio Esparza through Milan's Learn Squared class. Antonio was one of Milan's students. He's an amazing 3D artist, but also an incredible concept artist as well, which is super helpful in this situation because he understands Milan's design language, which is really specific. And that helped Antonio translate all of those designs incredibly faithfully to the 3D character that he made. Now, when it comes to concept art, I won't go too much into specifics because honestly this is Milan's area of expertise, but I will say a bit of our internal workflow. So Milan and I have been friends for many years, And very, very early on in our kind of work relationship, we've kind of been inspired by one another. Some of the stuff that he did always inspired me, and then I was able to push my work, but then some of my animation work inspired him. And that kind of a symbiotic relationship is something we've kept going in our short film that we made. In the example of Freight, one of the concept designs that Milan has done just in his free time sort of acted as a moment of inspiration for us coming up with a story. But then again, the story that we came up with then was able to inspire Milan for the actual concept art that he needed to create for the film. In my experience, when working with a concept artist that has a very, very specific design style, I would never really try to control and direct that style, because that would be kind of defeating the purpose of it. So the process that we went through was I was just explaining it to him from my perspective, what the story was and what the mood and the tone I was going for was like. And then I left pretty much everything to him to do his magic. And I feel like that this liberty oftentimes brings the best results out of people, when people are not so constrained by your tightly knit rules and are able to explore a bit of their own sensibilities and bring themselves to the project. Now, Milan was a concept artist on this project, but he also had the role of an art director, and he designed pretty much everything you see in the film, the character, the props, the environments, and he also designed some of the lighting with his paintovers. Now, I don't want to sound like an advertisement to Milan. I think his work speaks for itself, but I have to say what an incredible value a concept artist that designs in 3D can bring to the project. The character design sculpt that Milan did served multiple purposes during the production. First, for the design itself, secondly for previs, and since the sculpt was pretty high res, we were able to use it for early look development renders as well. Then once we went into assets, Antonio could use the sculpt as base for retopology and modeling. The same was true for props and environments. Pretty much all of Milan's concept sculpts were used to directly reference and retopologize on for all of the assets. And this was one of the most time-saving factors on the entire production. Now, the first thing I do before I even go into 3D is I'll have the written story open on one screen and then a document on another one. And as I read the story, I would write down shots as I see them. You don't have to commit to any of these at this point, but it's important to put them down on paper because they act as a roadmap for you when you go into 3D. Then once I have my scene set up, I would go into 3D and I would recreate the shots exactly as I've written them down, and I would export playblasts and do my first pass of rough edit. This is the point where you see all of the mistakes that you've made in your first pass. You realize that some of the shots don't really work together as you've thought in your shot list, but this is really quite normal because that's the only way to see what works and what doesn't. You need to put down the work, export, edit, and then within that process, you will find the pace, you will find what's wrong with the pace, and you will find ways to fix it. Now, for my first pass of previs, I usually keep things very simple. It's just gray models and assets from previous projects. Like you see here, I've used the character from IFCC. Whichever character you have, it doesn't really matter. What really matters here is just focusing on telling your story and making your shots and compositions. Even though at this stage you're just working with simple models, it's important to focus on composition and use all of your predetermined cinematography rules. And you can see that most of these early shots are pretty much identical composition-wise to the finished version. Now, as I progress with the previs, I would import some basic textures and start playing with basic light setups. Even though these lights are very, very simple, they do help in framing your shots, because essentially you can frame your shots to light and shadow and not just flat gray surfaces. Again, I wouldn't spend too much time here making your shots look nice because you're gonna be redoing all of that work later on when you actually go into shot production, but I will say that you need to focus on the things that matter to the story. So for example, the cargo our character carries has this red light emanating from it, and that is a very specific and important story moment. So spending some time to get that in your previs actually matters a lot. One of the incredible things that happened during the pre-production was, as I was working on the previs, Milan was designing the character, but oftentimes Milan will design his characters in 3D. And what this allowed me to do is I could just remesh the character to reduce the polygon density and use the final character design in the previs in pretty much the first week. And even though this is not the most important thing in the world, you can still do your previs with whatever character you have laying around. It definitely helps, to say the least, to have your actual design in your previs very, very early on. The last thing I'll mention when it comes to previs is one of the most important things, and that's music and sound. I think people tend to neglect this way too often because as visual artists we just tend to focus on the visuals, but music and sound is such an important storytelling tool that you need to devote to it pretty much the same amount of time you're devoting to your visuals in order for your film to work fully. And it's no different with the previs, where everything is so bare bones. Having any sort of additional information such as sound or music can really describe what kind of a feeling you're after to the viewer. As a comparison, take a look at this moment from the previs without any music and sound. And then with music and sound. Different experience, in my opinion. You don't have to go crazy overboard with sound design. Similarly to what I mentioned in the lighting, you should only be focusing on the moments that are important in the story. So again, for example, the artifact our character carries has a specific sound to it, and I wanted it to evoke a certain emotion when the character and the audience sees it. So I made sure that every time we see it in the previs, I had the corresponding sound added to that moment. In my opinion, the process of creating the previs is one of the most important aspects in creating your short film. To me, it's by far the most fun aspect, because this is your filmmaking part of it. What you've done here is all of your creative decisions when it comes to cinematography, to your layout, to your character performance. You're setting up the rules to follow down the pipeline, and what follows after this point is pure production. You have to sit down very patiently, model everything, texture everything, and render and composite everything. It's artistically satisfying, but it's very repetitive process that kind of takes a lot of time. That's one of the sad realities of animation for me personally, because usually most of your creative decisions have been made in the first 10% of the project. Once you have your concepts done, your story written out, your previs done, and when your previs works, you've essentially made your film. It conveys the story you wanted to tell. It just sucks visually. But it's the film. So what you need to do now is spend the remaining 90% of the time making everything look nice, modeling every asset, texturing and rendering everything. A bit more technical side of the project, which to me is not as fun as the initial creative one, but it's unfortunately the only way you get to do this, so you just need to exercise your persistence and push on through till the end. Now, once you have your previs finished, you are pretty much ready to move along into motion capture planning. And honestly, I keep my planning pretty simple. This doesn't have to be the scariest thing in the world if you've never done it before. Essentially, you need to focus on just a couple of key things that are important for your shooting day. First off, if you can get the actor you're going to be working with a couple of days earlier to the shoot, you can rehearse pretty much every move that you need to be shooting on the day. And this helps a lot in locking down the timing, and it gives you a clear sense of how much time will each shot take to set up, and then the rough duration of the shot as well. This will help you determine the overall time you will need to shoot the entire short, and does it fit in a single day of shooting, or would you need multiple days of shooting? It's also important to note that since your previs is usually pretty rough, the length of shots and the entire length of the previs might change later on once you have your motion capture recorded, because the natural motions of your actor might prolong certain things or maybe even shorten certain things. This is important to keep in mind when working on client projects, because sometimes you're locked to a specific duration and you can't go over or under that duration. But in the case of Freight, because it was a personal project, we didn't really have any time constraints. And what we realized after the motion capture shoot, once we got the data in, was that the short was longer by a whole minute, which I think is a good thing in the end, because the pacing didn't really suffer once we've had the performance in. Some other things you might want to include in your planning is if you have a specific environment and specific obstacles for your character, you might want to take the measurements so you can rebuild them on the day of the shooting on the motion capture stage. Also, one of the most important things is the props your characters interact with. In our case, we only had the cargo our character carries, and for that we just used a simple old travel bag. But since the story required the cargo to get heavier and heavier as we progress, we just included a couple of medicine balls, and as we've progressed through the shooting, we weighted the bag so it got heavier and heavier after every take. For the ending sequence with the artifact, we've just used the simple dumbbells so we can actually get the feeling of weight within the performance. Now, for the actual motion capture shooting, we've worked with our friends from Take One, which is a local motion capture and animation studio here in Belgrade. And our absolute star on the show was my good friend and composer, Iz Svemira. Iz was also our actor when we recorded IFCC. There's something about his performance that I find incredibly natural, and the fact that he also collaborates on us with a story and understands the story fully makes him an incredible fit for this performance. Now, similarly to working with Milan, whenever I work with actors, I don't really want to be too controlling and too overbearing with the specifics of the performances I want. Instead, I really like to see actors as collaborators and see their point of view and how they interpret the story. And in this case specifically, again, Iz worked on the story as well, so he understands it fully, but also he has his own way of expressing those emotions. So that is something that kind of acts for me as a playground where all of these nuggets of performance happen without me specifically telling him what to do. And all of these, if you want to call them happy accidents or not, I find to be the most beautiful moments in pretty much every film that we've done. Once the motion capture shooting is complete, you will immediately get something that's called a live solve, and that is a skeleton that you had on stage that corresponds to the actor's motions. It's usually pretty rough, but what it allows you to do is you can import it back in your scenes and start editing the exact moments that you want the motion capture studio to clean up and refine later in animation. Once you have the raw motion capture data, it becomes one of the most fun aspects of production for me, where you can really go in and start animating your cameras to the character performance, which is vastly different than the stiff animation of the previs. Now, depending on what style you want to achieve, your camera animation rules will differ. But to me, I was always drawn to traditional cinema, and even though I work in 3D space, I kind of like to keep my cameras as grounded to the real world as I possibly can. And that means that my cameras don't really do anything out of the ordinary or anything crazy. When I animate my cameras, I think of them as if I'm being on a set with a very small team and we have a very limited gear to use. That's why my shots typically stay completely locked on a tripod, or I just use simple panning and tilting moves. And if I use anything more complex than that, it's usually just booms or dollies, and maybe sometimes handheld. When you do this in your 3D animation, it kind of grounds the whole short film you're trying to make, and it makes it feel that much more believable because you are grounding the camera work in sort of the real world constraints. So I'm gonna circle back to asset production. As you might have noticed, we already had a character completed for our motion capture shoot. That's because most of the things that happen in animation pipeline sort of happen in parallel. So while we were preparing for the motion capture shoot and doing the previs, Antonio was already working on creating the character. And again, I'm not gonna talk too much in this section because this is really Antonio Esparza's area of expertise. But I'll just briefly mention one of the cool things that happened. Because Milan designed the character in 3D, that meant we've had a fairly high detailed concept sculpt that Antonio could just take and start retopologizing. Now there was a fair amount of hand modeling as well, but having a concept sculpt helps so much with nailing the proportions straight away because you don't have to do any guesswork from the 2D images. It's already there in 3D space. Antonio pretty much used the industry standard techniques in creating a 3D character. He used 3ds Max for base topology, ZBrush for high detail sculpting, and Substance Painter for baking and all the texture work. The character was split up in UDIMs for a higher texture resolution output, and the final character was rigged by my friends at Bunker VFX, another local Belgrade studio, so big thank you to you guys for the help in this one. Another amazing artist that helped us on this project was my good friend Mihailo Radošević. Mihailo worked on the props on this project, including the cargo our character carries with the artifact within, and the wall machinery at the end of the film. Same as before, Milan had designed all of the props in 3D Coat, which meant we had a 3D concept sculpt for each prop, and this was super helpful to Mihailo to nail the proportions and nail the designs very, very quickly. Also worth mentioning is that both Milan and Mihailo have their separate classes on Learn Squared, so if you're interested in learning any of these topics a bit more in depth, feel free to check it out. They're absolutely amazing. Lastly, one of the bigger tasks that fell on my shoulders with this production was all of the environments. And I knew I had to devise a plan of making the environments in a simpler way in order to save time on production and not spend 5 months on just modeling every single environment piece. The thing that helped here a lot was the visual aesthetics we were after was supposed to be really dark, so that meant that we could hide a lot of mistakes and hide a lot of seams in the environment. And because our previous approach with the character and the props worked really well, we decided to do the same thing with the environments. So Milan used 3D Coat to do the initial design pass of the environments, and the way he sculpted the environments was in different pieces. Therefore, those pieces could be later on used to be individually retopologized, sculpted, and textured in Substance Painter. Utilizing this technique, we have created our very own kit bash set for the project, and every single environment that you see in the short film is only made up of approximately 20 kit bash pieces that we've made. Although some specific shots still required bespoke assets, this technique was incredibly helpful and saved us a lot of time in the long run. On the technical side of things, I really wanted to have the same quality across all the assets, and the way we achieved this was every single asset you see in the short film has been sculpted in ZBrush and then textured in Substance Painter. This is a bit of a longer process of going through creating your assets, but it ensures that all of the assets have a consistent look to them. So up until this point in production, we have all the assets ready and we have all the character and camera animation finalized. So what comes next is one of my favorite aspects of production, which is lighting. So you've probably noticed by now, but I use 3ds Max and I render with Redshift. I'm not gonna go much into the kind of render engine topic. I think every render engine is capable of producing incredible work. It's down to the artist, not the tool itself. But that being said, Redshift does have some quite unique advantages, specifically the out-of-core memory, which still allows me to use my old 980 Ti's and pretty much not have to worry about the scene complexity. When it comes to lighting itself, I'm not much of a technical artist in that sense. I typically just do what looks and feels good to me. So I would start playing around with light setups, and my goal is usually to try and keep the lighting feel as natural as possible while keeping it as minimal as possible. And that usually entails not overlighting scenes. I don't want to see all of the detail in the environment or all of the detail in the character. I like leaving things a lot to silhouettes and implying a lot of things rather than showing a lot of things. A lot of that thinking comes from my personal taste and my personal sensibilities that I have built over the years. But also, this approach is important to the story of the film itself, whereas I didn't want to reveal specifically what this world is about. I wanted to leave it sort of ambiguous to the viewer and let the viewer fill in the gaps for themselves. I strongly believe that you as a filmmaker should be treating your audience as being intelligent and able to comprehend the stories themselves and able to fill in the blanks and create their own stories from what they've just seen. And I would always strive to achieve those goals. I never really want to give out all the answers to the audience and have everything spelled out for them. I want the audience to be engaged and be thinking for themselves. Therefore, that's why I always seem to gravitate towards darker imagery, and that reflects on my lighting setups. Now, there's this whole talk about lighting for story, and I mean, pretty much all lighting is lighting for story. I think what it boils down to is how you use lighting to emphasize particular story moments, especially if your film is purely visually driven. In our case, it was the color red and the struggles our character goes through in order to contain it, and unfortunately failing at the end when we see the color red kind of spills out and fills the entire screen. We decided to use the color to represent the struggle that the character faces, but also music and sound, which we'll talk about later on. Just briefly touching up on the technical side of things, I always just use the Redshift area lights, and I normally start with a strong top-down light source, which I then fill out by either fill lights or rim lights, depending on the shot and the composition, and most importantly, depending on the story moment. I use the Redshift Live viewer as I work with lights. That gives me almost a real-time feedback, and I can sort of paint with light and easily separate objects in near real time. And also keep in mind that because of my environment is all kit bashed, I can easily swap out elements as I work on shots, and I can very, very quickly kind of adjust the composition if I need to kind of balance things out, geometrically speaking. Once I've had my first pass of lighting, I've created what's commonly referred to as a contact sheet, and essentially it's every single shot in your film arranged in a board so you can have an overview over the lighting and color consistency across all of the shots. I then passed over the boards to Milan, and he proceeded to do paintovers on pretty much every single shot with the goal of improving the composition, improving the lighting, pretty much anything that could improve the shot. This is an incredibly important step because as you are a singular artist working on creating the shots, you can sort of get blind by looking at them for so long, and you need an outside input that will kind of help steer you in the right direction. Not to mention that having all of the shots in one place and being able to do overpaints on them speeds up the process dramatically, because you're not just working on a shot-by-shot basis, improving, going back. You are working on all of them collectively, and you're seeing the picture as a whole. Iteration is key here, and being able to iterate as many times on a shot will obviously give you the best results. Luckily, because this was a personal project, we had a lot of time to devote to lighting, so we were able to do quite a few number of passes before we locked in the final picture. And finally, once your picture is locked, you can finally go into rendering. The rendering for this project was super fast. I think my average render times were anywhere from 2 to 4 minutes per frame, and the entire project was rendered in just over a week on a single machine utilizing 4 980 Ti graphics cards. Now, I know for a lot of people that are just starting out, that might seem like a lot. 5 minutes per frame or a week and a half of rendering for an animation might seem too much, but a week and a half is nothing compared to what I had when I started. I come from a time where I was rendering animations that had render times of 1.5 hours per frame. So things have changed quite dramatically, and the fact that you can do something like this on your own on a single machine in a week is incredible. Things are only gonna get faster from here on out. Even now, with the amazing capabilities of Unreal Engine, you can achieve pretty much the same results in complete real time. But even if things get completely real time and completely instantaneous, the filmmaking process and the animation process still takes a lot of time. So you still need to exercise a bit of patience when approaching something like this. So here we are at the final stages of production, which is compositing. I use After Effects for all of my compositing needs. I've gotten this question a lot of why I don't use Nuke, and the real reason is I just don't have the need to use Nuke. I know Nuke is amazing at what it does, but it's mostly geared towards larger pipelines which deal in a lot of visual effects elements and live action plates. And for my personal needs, I only need my compositor to kind of layer up the render layers and add some color grading and add some small additional effects. For any experienced 3D artist out there, you're probably gonna hate me for this, but I render out in Targas, and again, the real reason is because I don't really care about those technical aspects of my image files as long as I get the quality that I want. At the beginning of the rendering process, I did make a comparison between EXRs and Targas, but I didn't see any noticeable visual difference. However, there was a massive file size difference. So therefore, I just decided to go with Targas, as I always have. As for the render elements I use, I try to keep it as simple as possible. I only use the main beauty pass, a puzzle mat pass for isolating different elements, an emissive pass for adding additional glow, and one of the most important ones for me, a Z-depth pass, which I use for all of my stock footage compositing. Now, there's quite a few steps that I go through when I composite my images, and the reasoning behind that is I always strive to achieve this older, kind of slightly more softer anamorphic look. My main inspiration, as I've mentioned, comes from traditional film, and a lot of the films that I love from 70s, 80s, and 90s were shot with anamorphic lens setup. Something about that setup always spoke to me on some personal level, and I've always connected the qualities produced with anamorphic lenses to be perceived as cinematic. Probably because all of those individual elements, such as elongated bokeh shapes, film grain, lens distortion, chromatic aberration, lens flaring, vignetting, all of those seemingly small visual signifiers immediately make me think of the cinematic masterpieces from the past, and when they all together are applied to an image that already has composition and lighting working for it, it immediately, to me at least, transforms it into the perception of feeling cinematic. Now, when it comes to the actual technical steps of compositing, the first thing I do is I export the camera position and locators from 3ds Max to After Effects, and I use the AE transfer script for that task. It's pretty much the only script I've ever used that has gotten the job right. After that, since I have my 3D positions in the compositing space, I can add all of my particles and stock footage, and I usually just composite them in using the Z-depth pass as a luma mat so that my stock footage actually kind of interacts with the environment in the depth and not just be like a 2D cutout just sitting in 3D space. I would typically use stock footage to help separate out certain shapes in the environment or emphasize the character a little bit more. But once I have all the stock elements in place, I'll proceed to do the color grading. And I use multiple layers for color grading. I typically start out with magic bullet looks and apply a few different effects to control the contrast. There's no real set in stone rule on how to do this. I would just say to be truthful to yourself and follow the story and the feeling you want to apply to your images. Once I have my grading done, I would apply all of those smaller elements I mentioned before, like lens flares, vignettes, or chromatic aberrations, and I would usually finish everything off by applying a plugin that I absolutely love called Film Convert, and the plugin actually uses actual real scanned film grain and applies a film LUT to your footage. I would go easy on this effect because it could drastically change your image, but this effect is one of the crucial aspects in my workflow in trying to achieve these slightly softer, older looking images. Now you just have to repeat the same process for 50 other shots, which, surprises yet again, it actually takes a long time to do. But once you do that, you will have your finished picture lock. So yet again, exercise persistence, exercise patience, and you'll get through this task the same way you got through all of the previous tasks that have brought you to this moment. So you've completed your film visually, all your renders and composites are done, and you think you might be done, but you're only actually halfway through. The other half of your film is music and sound. There's a saying that music and sound make up for 51% of the whole film experience. It's more than the image itself. And I absolutely agree with this statement because in my experience, especially music, can convey so much more emotion than your images ever could. Especially with the visually driven films, music and sound become one of the most important tools you'll have as a filmmaker. Therefore, if this is true to your thinking and your approach to filmmaking, it makes absolute sense to devote the same amount of time as you have to your visuals to the music and sound design process. When we finished the pre-production process, Iz was already involved with the music from the very get-go, as soon as we've had the first draft of the previs done. The conversations we've had early on regarding the music were not really relying on the reference points of different scores that we both like. Sometimes we'll pull up certain things, but we try to mostly focus on the feeling that we want to convey. Then it was all about identifying key moments in the story that we wanted to convey through the music. And like I've said before, one of the key aspects in the story is the artifact our character carries and the relationship he has with the artifact. So what Iz came up with was to utilize two themes, one reflecting our main character and then one reflecting the artifact. And those two themes would constantly be at odds with each other and trying to silence one another. For sound design, I have had the pleasure of collaborating again with an amazing sound design studio from UK called Echoic Audio. So Tom or David, if you guys are by any chance watching this, I just want to say a huge thank you. The work you guys did just absolutely elevated the quality of the film. To me, the sound design has made the world far more believable than we've ever could have done ourselves. So now finally, with the picture and sound lock, you have actually managed to finish your film. After 5 long, super fun, intense, and at times excruciating months, you are completely done. But there's one last thing to do because you might have finished it, but it's not truly finished until you've put it out there in the world and you've had other people see your work. So I just briefly want to talk about some of my approaches to launching your short film and some of the things that I've learned over the years of doing it. So first off, I would kindly defer you to an article on Short of the Week that I pretty much used as a Bible when it comes to planning your film launch. I'm not going to repeat the words on the article verbatim here because you'll get more out of it by reading it, but I will say some of the additional steps that I take. So first off, I would say take this task seriously and devote some serious time to making a plan for your film's launch. Typically, whenever I do the preparation for a film launch, I would usually spend a week's worth of time just making the plan. And that consists of writing a detailed project for Behance to be used as support to the film, making a process video that has additional information of how we've made the film, writing down every single social media post that I'm going to make ahead of time, and every single email that I'm gonna send to relevant websites. Lastly, I make sure that all of my team members are aware of the plan and everybody has a copy of social media postings or cut down videos that we're gonna make to promote the film. And all of this preparation ensures that on the day of launch, you're using all of the manpower and all of your available resources to generate as much interaction online as you possibly can. That first wave of interaction is crucial because it could lead to the snowball effect, which could drastically improve your film's reach. Once you have amassed a bit of an audience for your film, this is where having a comprehensive behind-the-scenes material like your Behance project or your process video really important, because if the audience has enjoyed your film, they will likely want to follow up on any additional material you might have. This can also provide for an interesting kind of a back and forth effect where the viewers see the film, they go back and see how it was made, read up on the material or watch the process video, and now with the newfound understanding they want to go back and see the film again, and that can lead to multiple repeated views. One of the last things I do, and this is the way I like to finish every project, is I make the posters for the film and I make sure to make them available for free on my Behance page, and this just ensures that there is an additional layer of value to the viewers, something they can actually own if they really enjoyed the experience. It's also worth noting that you should explore any means of distribution you can think of. So I would encourage going out of your comfort zone and out of your favorite platforms, like for me it's Vimeo, and trying other avenues. So we've actually partnered up with Dust, which is a YouTube channel and an online distribution platform. And for the first time, we've actually applied to several film festivals. Most noteworthy, we've made the official selection on Holy Shorts Film Festival in Los Angeles. So please keep all of this stuff in mind when you're planning the launch of your film. Most importantly, be yourself and try to post on as many different platforms as you possibly can, because you just never know who might be watching and what opportunities might arise from that. So there we go, guys. Thank you for watching through the entirety of my ramblings, and I really hope you've learned something new here. And also big thanks to Marco and the entirety of IFCC organization for having me once again. You can find my stuff online at pretty much all the usual places like Vimeo, Behance, and ArtStation. And if you'd like to stay up to date with all of my current stuff, you can find me on Instagram. Thank you once again, and take care, guys. Cheers.
Live. Live.
Okay, guys, welcome to this color and character design class. Um, this is something, it's a workshop that I've been doing for a little while, so I hope you're going to enjoy it. It's usually a very practical class, very easy to understand, and for me, it's important that you actually notice that the method I'm gonna be explaining for the next 2 hours, more or less, it's actually, it's one of the multiple ways you can use Photoshop to actually paint. I have a lot of students that keep asking me if there's other ways to face the color regards to character design, and I always say that what I'm explaining, what I'm giving, it's just one single way or one method that can be, once it's understood, it can be used in a million different ways. So the idea is that you take this knowledge and you actually adapt it to whatever you want to do with it. So first of all, let me show you, I wanted to be brief with this. I wanted to focus these in color mostly, color and light. But I also wanted to speak briefly about the inking, since it's something that usually gets a lot of questions. So for that, I recorded the inking process for this. This video hasn't been through edition programs yet, so it's just raw video. But let's see. Okay. Yeah, I think there's too many programs running at the same time, so that might slow things down a bit. But yeah, actually, I wanted to show you the process for inking this, which I see now it might not be possible. So I'll go straight to painting then. But first of all, let me give you a few words about inking. I usually use Clip Studio Paint to ink, and this is one of the very frequent questions as well. I used to ink my comics with Photoshop, but since I found Clip Studio Paint and noticed that the inking tools are way better, I just switch and I still ink everything on Clip Studio Paint, and then I export it to Photoshop where I do all the color. Okay. So regarding to inking, as you can see, my ink has almost like no black. It's just to be easy to understand, it's not Mike Mignola ink, it's just a clear line, more closer to French comic artists, or most of them at least. And that's because I use color for shading, okay? So, so I usually get a lot of questions about inking, and I always say the same. The practical thing with this, it's essential. Okay, I think that inking is one of those things that you probably start hating, but once you get comfortable with, you feel that a good ink can actually improve your drawings. And it's not, to me, it took many years once I started to feel comfortable with inking. And actually, technically, for simple character design like this, you don't really need a lot of like technical knowledge, but you need to understand that once you start working on a character design, you need to have a brief idea of how this is going to look once it's finished. This one, for example, it's going to be colored, which means that we're going to need to find out what's the source of light for this. And we need to have that in mind until we start inking. Here, for example, I chose just a very smooth, like not a really strong source of light here, okay? But I made it neutral, or at least very neutral on purpose, so I can be free once I'm painting. But there needs to be an idea. For example, let's say I'm gonna simplify this area, but let's say you have a source of light coming from, see, this way. And again, I'm saying a lot to my students on the idea that we need to, I always do the 3D arrows because we need to understand that when we are doing or less realistic drawing like this, we have to understand this as a 3D model, okay? So these would actually have this shape, okay? And light would interact with this in a 3D way as well. So we need to understand that light is not coming from here or here. It's coming from a 3D space, and therefore it's affecting these in a 3D way. Okay, so basically, once you're facing a 3D object like this, let's make it really simple. It's just a three-dimensional sphere. Okay, and then we are adding like small pieces that make it transform it into a more complex shape. Okay. There's a small depression here, then comes out again. Same thing we were describing here. Once we understand that this works this way, we have to understand that light will affect the thickness of the lines. So here, for example, let's slow down the opacity of this a bit. Let's still understand this in a very simple way. If light is coming this way, it means we are going to have shadows here, 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 and here. Okay, again, keeping them really simple. Maybe a bit here as well, definitely some here. So see, this is very simple shading, but it already gives us the feeling that we're seeing a 3D object. So we have to represent this with the ink as well. So what should we do? Let's give a very simple ink here. You should basically play with pressure. In my case, I'm using a Wacom Cintiq 24 HD Touch. But you can do that with any, any other software, mostly nowadays. So once we understand that, we're gonna have to, usually what I do, I take a thick brush like this, and then I play with pressure, and I try to give more pressure in the areas that should be affected by these shadow. You can see that here, for example. So this is the main principle. I know it's really simple, but it takes a bit of practice. It takes a while once you feel comfortable with it. You see how in the areas that were in this area of darkness, I'm just applying more pressure, so I'm giving it these more solid image, to the drawing. Usually, I've had students in the past that were really good artists at drawing, but they were really used to paint digitally, so they never inked their drawings, and it was really difficult for them to actually give a good finish to the drawings, which made a really good drawing with a bad ink would become something, blobby, something that didn't really work visually very well. So we need to understand these very simple concepts once we are inking, because then it's going to be reinforced with color. Okay, so this is the main idea with inking. As you can see, the line here is a bit more neutral, but I mainly apply the same principle everywhere. Okay. Excellent. Let's go to paint a bit then. I'm going to insist on the fact that this is just a method that I apply sometimes, not always. For example, with comics, I proceed a bit differently. But the idea is that you can take some ideas from here and transform them on your own method. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to prepare some masks here. And I'm going to separate this drawing in flat colors in a very, very simple way. So for that, I'm going to press here that sample all layers. So I only have 2 layers for this ink. Okay, I had a previous sketch here, see, which is the one that I used for inking. But in fact, I only have 2 layers, one for the main ink and another for this cloud pattern. So I'm gonna use sample all layers so I can do a selection. I'm gonna select the void space around the character this way. So I can save a lot of time of separating the shapes from the background. Now I'm gonna invert this selection, and I'm just gonna give it a go with a color bucket. Well, not in the same layer. I'm gonna create a new layer underneath everything. And there we go. As you can see, sometimes lines are open and there are some areas that remain unpainted. In this case, it's just a few details, so let's go paint it ourselves. And it's important at this point as well that you're working on 100% of opacity, because we need a solid color for the base of the drawing, because we're gonna do all color on top. Actually, guys, I'm not sure if you're seeing me now or if there's questions or not, but if there's, I'm very used to Q&As where the audience can interact with me. So if there's anyone out there that has any question, wants to know something, just feel free to ask. Okay, I can see you, I can hear you, so I have no idea, but just let me know, or maybe Marco can let me know. Okay, there we go. Now we have a solid color base for the character, and we can proceed with the painting. Actually, I'm gonna give it a dark background color. Usually I try to avoid very bright colors because they tend to eat the colors when you place very, very bright values around them. So I'm much comfortable with darker values. Okay, so we have the base for the work that will come now. And what I do here, I start separating the colors. And again, please note that at this point, color, it's still not relevant. A very, very common mistake on people who's starting to use color digitally is that they're really worried about what color range I'm gonna use and would you like me to use orange, maybe a red, maybe a yellow. It doesn't really matter, okay? It doesn't really matter in the sense that if you don't get the values right, you're gonna ruin the whole thing. So I insist a lot, everyone, to start worrying more about values than anything else. Because once you got that right, you can change colors anytime with a digital program like Photoshop. So value, a good use of values will be the tool, will really make your art to pop out. Then colors is a very personal choice, but values, that's way more universal. If values are not right, everyone will see it. But saying that, you know, a color is right or not right is saying that you should wear, I don't know, a yellow shirt instead of a blue. Who cares? No one cares really. So please, once we do the mechanical work now of separating colors, keep in mind that this is not, the colors I'm using are not really relevant because I'm going to be able to change them all later. This is just for the sake of having an easy way to manage all the colors. So for that, I'm going to use this layer. I'm going to create a layer on the top, and I'm going to press Alt, click here. And it's important to notice that I'm only going to use, I'm going to write it down here, one layer, one color. Okay, because this is important because I'm just going to try to separate the colors by materials mainly. Okay, so you'll see. For example, a very common thing that I do, I start with the skin surface. Again, doesn't really matter what colors you're using here, but you can do a main approach if you want. Although, as I said, it's not really relevant. So we see this part of, that's going to be skin, here, here, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so as I said, damn, sorry, I did it in the same layer. So different layer, one color, one layer. Okay. So now I'm just going to keep repeating the same operation again and again. And notice that I haven't been careful at all with the lines here because I know I'm going to be painting on top. So now, again, I'm going to be creating a new layer. Okay, blank layer, Alt, click in between, and I'm going to keep painting. And again, I'm just going to paint big surfaces. I'm just going to be careful here of not to cross this color with the skin one. I'm going to use this blue color for the fabric, and then I'm going to take care of the pattern, but that's going to be later. Okay, let's go. Repeat same operation. Alt click, and this is usually done really quick. Like now I'm taking more time because I'm taking the time to explain, but these should be done real quick. And like in my case, when I do comics, I try to get rid of this part, which mainly translates in the fact that I pay someone so he or she does this work for me, so I can, you know, get rid of this very mechanical part of the job and spend my time trying to focus on narrative or composition or other aspects of how to make a comic. Okay. So we repeat same operation. New layer, click, and let's pick the hair now. Again, this is very repetitive. Just notice how one layer means one flat color. And I know this method is actually really simple. Sometimes for people who are starting to paint, it can be a bit overwhelming, but it's very mechanical. Like especially the first half of the process, it gets a bit mechanical, but then it's a lot of fun when you start changing all the colors and start placing lights. It you know, it's very rewarding once you have done all these hard job of, and sometimes even boring job of just, you know, painting the surface, being a bit careful. I'm gonna insist on the fact that practice here, it's very important, like including how to do the flats. If you are able to use pressure well, you're gonna get real quick at doing this. Okay, hair is done. Let's go for the eyes. Another layer, click, done. Done. Another layer, click. Here, I'm gonna paint on the same layer, even though there are different colors. I'm gonna paint the eyes and the lips. I'm gonna use the same color so it doesn't get too confusing. You know, sometimes for the sake of not having hundreds of layers, just keep it simple. It's the same way I'm doing here. And let's keep going. Okay, new layer, click. Sometimes I choose very different colors, so I know very well what it's painted, what it's not. But notice how my main concern here is to try to separate different materials. I've noticed that there's many, especially illustrators that use similar methods to paint. I remember years ago, I don't know if they're still using it, but I remember there was this artist that I liked very much named Sam Bosma, who was using a very similar method. And you know, it was interesting to see because even when you're when you still on the flat color phase, like some interesting random color choices can come out. So sometimes I feel like using these random color method, it usually gives me ideas and it brings me out of my comfort zone in terms of color, so I don't end up using the same color all the time. There's also tools that you can use to make this method quick. For example, let's say we want to paint the belts now. So new layer, click. We press all layers, so Photoshop knows that we're trying to tell him to use every layer. And use different color. And we can do stuff like this. So see, the computer is detecting that we're using all the color, all the layers. So we can get to a quicker result by doing this. You can use it all the time because sometimes it gets a bit messy since not all the lines are closed and stuff. But once you have a very clean ink, like in this case, it can be very useful and it can increase a lot the speed of your flat coloring. Careful with details here. You really want to do these jobs real quick, real clean. So we can even once the color is really advanced and we're working on the lights, we can always go back and change specific colors. Okay. This is interesting. Once you create a layer in between two layers that are clipped, it automatically gets clipped to the layers below. So I usually do this. I just keep creating single layers below. Okay, I'm gonna paint some other stuff with it because, as I said, I don't really want to have a lot of layers here. So I'm just gonna try to keep it simple, and I'll paint later again. Okay, another layer. I'm actually gonna use this layer so I can paint this part. Again, so this method doesn't become a bit too overcomplicated. Try not to use hundreds of layers. Try to keep it simple. Okay, I keep it separated as I said, so it gets easy to manage. But with this method, especially with complicated illustrations, it's easy to get to a crazy result with millions of layers. We don't really want that. We want to keep it simple. There we go. Hopefully this is just going to take a few minutes more, and then we'll jump into how to use light here. Okay, be careful here. See, stuff like this might mess with the layers, so just be careful. Another layer, another color, and we're gonna try to paint the lines. I'm gonna lower the tolerance so see if my computer can see. No, it's not closed. Well, I'll do it myself. There we go. Okay. Let's paint the shoes, and then only the weapons will remain, and we will be done with the flat coloring. I'm going to use 2 or 3 layers to separate the shoes as well, as they have many elements in them. Here, for example, it's a good opportunity to try if the color bucket works, and if it does, really makes your life easier. Okay, new layer. You're almost done here. Again, notice that I'm still using very random colors. They don't really need to combine here or anything. I'm just doing mechanical work, separating layers. As I said, this is the most mechanical part of the the most mechanical part of the method. You don't really need a lot of knowledge to go through this. Then on the light and color part, it gets a bit more tricky because you actually need to develop some I don't know if that's the right word, but like space vision. You need to understand objects as a 3D on a 3D space on your mind. And I keep saying this all the time too. I'm convinced that the the human brain, it's a muscle that can be uh, exercised a lot. Like many people tend to think that you have a specific mindset, or you might be an intelligent person or not, or you should, or maybe you have one talent or not. And it's true that it's probably right that some people are born with a like special inclination to something, to develop specific skills. But I think with the proper training, you can develop your brain like any muscle, and to understand shapes and 3D figures. I think that's a very valuable thing. That's something that you should practice every day, so you understand better and better how um, how to somehow how to trick your mind. You're trying to cheat the audience. You're trying to show the illusion of space in a 2D flat surface. So that's what we try to do. Okay, so flat color is done. Flat color is done now, and we're gonna leave the flat color here for a sec. Well, actually, let me just finish something. As you can see, I did the pattern on a different layer because I didn't want this to interfere with the ink, you see? So, but I still want to paint this pattern. So I'm gonna use this line I have here, and in between the color and the ink, I'm gonna create another layer. This time it's not gonna be linked to the ones below. And I'm gonna see if using the old layers tool, I can paint this pattern a bit in different tones. See, it works very well because the line, it's very clean. So I'm gonna be randomly painting some part of this pattern. So that will give a bit of a variety to the color of the clothing which he's wearing. Okay, again here the bucket, it's a really valuable tool that can increase a lot the speed of our method. Okay, I'm just gonna do this once again, because then I'm gonna have the option of using 3 colors for the pattern, and then we will be definitely done with the flat coloring. And I think we're done here. Again, I will lower the pattern a bit, and actually it might be a choice to get rid of the pattern at some point, but we're gonna leave it like this for now, just lowering down the opacity. Okay, so we're gonna leave the flat color here for a bit, and what I want to do now is to create another link layer with a very neutral tone, so I can just focus on lighting. Okay, normally I do this on top of all the color, but for this class, I'm just gonna do it on this neutral layer, so it gets easier to see how I'm using it here. And as I said before, to me it makes more sense to use a dark background, because for some reason it's easier for my for my mind to understand how to get light out of the darkness. But I've seen that for some people it works the opposite. So feel free to start with a very light color and then sorry, the opposite. Start from a very dark color and then start getting the light. I'm gonna proceed this way, but again, you can adapt this to your own way of working. So we have a neutral gray color. Okay, and now I just want to focus on 3D shapes. I want you to forget about color, values, and well, not values actually. We're going to use values for the shading, but what I mean is that I want you to completely ignore the final coloring of this, and I want you to start thinking about these as almost as a sculpture. Okay, so if you understand this as a sculpture, it's going to be way easier to understand where light is coming from. So first of all, same way as if we were working on an illustration, we're going to have to decide where light is coming from, the intensity of the light, the brightness, like stuff like that. So let's start with direction of light. We're going to keep it really simple, same way as we were doing before with the first explanation. We're gonna build a 3D arrow. Of course, like I don't do this. I don't draw this arrow when I'm painting for myself. But this 3D arrow, it's gonna help us understand where actually light is coming from. Okay, and we're gonna take care of the color of light later, but it's good that at this point you actually have an idea about what kind of color you're gonna use for the light. Oh, I see there's a question. Let me check. Okay, for example, here we could decide that we're gonna use a very cold, almost blue light. And for that, if you want, we can do this so we understand what kind of light we have here. See, imagine that and for these things, you're going to have to use a lot of your imagination. Imagine you're in the North Pole, you're in a very a cold environment, so we get a very cold light from here. So I see there's questions. Thank you, Marco, for the questions. I'm just seeing them now. I wanted to ask why, if the value of colors are more relevant than the color itself, begin with color and not black and white to place accurate values. That's actually a very good question. And I wanted to get rid of the flat color thing, but this is where we start with the real work, okay? But I have to find a spot where we can address the flat coloring. So I did it first, so then we could go into the real, at least for me, to the real interesting part, which is how do we understand the shapes? How do we do the shading? But you're absolutely right. Yeah, that's actually right. If you want to do a value study, it doesn't make to start painting. But since I've been painting for a long time now, I do everything at the same time, which means that I don't do, or not very often, I don't do black and white studies. I go straight to color. And but that's actually a very good question. And another question that I'm reading here: where do your inspiration for your characters, such as the one you're painting right now, come from? And what are some of the artists and inkers that inspire you? Whoa, that's not an easy question, actually. There's a lot of artists that I look for And they change a lot. Like through the years, they've been changing a lot. I get interested by a lot of different people. Right now, for some reason, I'm looking a lot to Italian artists. I discovered recently the work of an Italian comic artist named Gigi Cavenago, who does the work for the comics for Dylan Dog. Super interesting stuff. I love the way he inks, the way he draws, the way I love everything he does. Really interesting reference. And also, I had the pleasure to meet a great artist too actually in Croatia 2 years ago. Um, you probably know him already, Jakub Rebelka, Polish artist. He does a lot of sci-fi, fantasy stuff. Super interesting. Love everything about his art as well. But of course, like when I was a kid, I had a lot of different influences in Spain. Manga was really relevant in the late 90s, early 2000s. So I looked up to Toriyama, Dragon Ball and stuff, and Katsuhiro Otomo with Akira. Then I started looking more to French artists like Moebius. Then I discovered the work of Hellboy and Mignola and all that stuff. So there's a lot of different influences, but they keep changing a lot. Like luckily now with social media, there are so many great artists, even unknown artists that you can get inspiration for. There's an incredible amount of talent on social media. So sometimes only by having a quick look, and I say quick because if I stare for too long, I might get depressed. Only by having a quick look, I get some inspiration. I have to like go run to my desk and start doing some things. But yeah, the influence question, it's always been difficult since there's a lot of things like sometimes not even related to drawing that you can find inspiration, like movies or music, stuff like that. Okay, let's back to the drawing. Now we have this in mostly black and white. So as I said, we have a cold light coming from above. So there's different ways to approach this. But one, for example, could be to start shading. Just give me a second, please, so I can locate myself. Okay, let's go to the flat neutral layer. I'm gonna do a layer on top. I'm gonna link it. And I'm going to start shading here. And as I said, this is an interesting and relevant process because we have to understand that there's two main kind of shadows here that you have to keep in mind. On one hand, the own shadows. And on the other hand, the cast shadows. Let me see if there's another question. Okay, so own shadows and cast shadows. And what I would recommend here would be to do them in separately into the separate layers, so it gets easy. Let's start with the own shadows. And the own shadows, if someone doesn't know here, are the shadows that the object casts on itself. For example, we have a sphere. So the own shadow right would be this, and then the cast shadow would be this one here. Okay, own, cast. Easy to understand. So with this object, we have to do the same. We have to understand it as a 3D object that just gets a bit more complex. But I'm just going to take a dark color, and it's important that you take the same color all the time because then this will be the final shading for the drawing. And it's up to you. You can use the combination of tools that you want. I try not to use gradients too much. For some reason, I really like the hard edge shading. But again, it's up to you. Just adapt these to your own style, use your own method, and use whatever you feel comfortable with once you understand the main principles of shading. So here I'm going to use the opacity a lot, and please notice that I'm only working on cast shadows here. Sorry, shadows, and take care of the cast shadows once I finish with this. I use a combination. I use a lot of default brushes. Actually, most of the brushes I use are these ones. So I get asked a lot what kind of brush you use and stuff. I always answer, but I tend to think that it's not a very relevant thing. I tend to use very simple tools. Okay, so we're gonna do a first pass of shading here. I'm gonna go as quick as I can, so we can get close to a final result by the end of the Q&A. Let me check if there's another question. Okay, so the own shadows are a bit more generic, so that's why I'm not gonna be super careful here with the own shadows, since the cast shadows are gonna be really the ones that define the interaction of every surface. Some parts are a bit difficult because they really depend a lot on opacity. So we have to be careful, and we have to try to understand and project what kind of result we're going to have. And another interesting tool is the lasso tool whenever you want to work. And I've noticed that American colorists use this a lot. Whenever you want to work on a specific surface like this, you can always do a quick selection and work only on the selected area. I hide the selection. I don't know what happened to that selection. I'll do it again. Oh, here it is. That's it. You see, by using shadows mostly on these legs, we can actually understand how one leg, the light coming from above, affects one leg, and how this drawing becomes more real, because we're trying to understand how these would look on a real space, almost like a computer generated. We're very, very close to finish with the on shadows, and we're gonna go straight to the cast shadows. Okay, let's leave it here with the on shadow. Let's create another layer again, link it, and with the exact same color, this time with a hard edge brush, start creating the cast shadows. Probably the more obvious ones are gonna be the one behind, under the nose. Okay, and the one under the chin, although here we don't see the chin. But for example, every object will cast a shadow. For example, this hair here should be casting a shadow this way. And it's important that we understand the shape of the face here. So you can already appreciate how this object is slowly turning into something that has a lot more definition on the shapes, and that it's way easy to understand as a sculpture more than a drawing itself. Every surface should cast its own cast shadow here. Actually, if you missed any shadow, you can always go back to the previous layer. Here, for example, there's this shape that should has its own cast shadow. So let's keep that here. Done. And let's go back to the cast shadows with a hard edge brush. There we go. Done. Done. The sleeve is casting a shadow on her skin. And we're gonna try to keep this simple as well. These leg could also cast a shadow on the other leg. And I think we're gonna keep it, we're gonna leave it here, and we're gonna go back to coloring. No, sorry, before we're gonna try to get some spotlights here, but as you can see, this looks already closer to a 3D sculpture. So let's try to get some spotlight here. A very obvious one. And here I'm going to use pure white, so you can see the difference. A very obvious one would be the hair. So we want shiny surfaces like hair to have some kind of reflection. For that, I'm going to use the light following the hair streams. I'm gonna try to remember this: physics and light and everything is important, but making things look cool, it's very important as well. So sometimes I see, especially on beginner colorists, that they're trying to stick to physics and this shadow should be here and over here. That's not the idea. The idea is that you're cheating all the time, right? you're trying to describe something visually, but on your own interest. You want it to look cool. Example here, we would have another light. And again, guys, I don't know how many of you are right now seeing this, but if you're seeing this or hearing me now and you have any question, please feel free to ask. I know Marco is sending the questions to my phone, so if I hear anything, I will read your question and try to give you a good reply. Okay, some spotlights, as I said. See, this makes the object shiny, and if there's any other shiny object, like the belt or anything like that, we can do that as well. Well, here it comes a question. Do you have a routine when it comes to sketching, and you sketch traditionally? A routine when it comes to sketching, if you could be more precise with that question, and you sketch traditionally, yeah, I do a lot. Unfortunately, when I get into a comic, it tends to absorb me a lot. So now that I'm finishing a comic that took me more or less a year and a half, I just stopped almost doing everything that it's not comic related. Like, of course, I still teach. I teach on CGMA, and I do normal human stuff like cooking and eating and sleeping and stuff. But when I was not that deep into the comic, I would go to the gym every day, and I would do like sketches for free. I mean sketches that were not work related and stuff like that, and mainly just try to diversify a bit more with the drawing. But as I said, once I get into the comic thing, it absorbs me completely. So slowly I tend to abandon all this and focus only on the comic, which is a shame. I know I should be able to keep doing all these things and be doing the comic, but man, just comics, they're like a black hole of time and energy. They absorb you completely. And yeah, in between there was a movie, and as probably most of you know, there was pandemic as well. And for some reason, whenever I'm busy or worried, whatever, I tend to focus on work, so I can forget about the real world, and that's what comics allow me to do. So for me, most of the time, it's a balance between don't, like living into this fictional reality of making comics and then the real world. Of course, you cannot abandon your real life or your social life, so you have to be a bit careful with that. And we're pretty much done with the spotlights too. Let me see if there's any update with the questions. Yeah, how do you decide what part of the image should be done more realistic and what part can be stylized? In the given example, her face has more volume and her chest is more flat and stylized in comparison to real life situation. Again, this is a question that has a bit of a difficult answer in the sense that it's really up to your style. Like my style is, I would say, more or less realistic, but then I cheat a lot and I stylize a lot part of the drawing. So I couldn't really tell. There's not a specific way to proceed with this. But again, I would say like experience here tends to be really relevant in terms of once you draw a lot and you like a very good example. I have some books from him here. It's Robert Crumb, who was obsessed with specific parts of the human body. So you could see how he would put so much effort in drawing and describing those spots, and maybe the rest were a bit more secondary. So it's up to you. Like, I think that every artist has its own way to understand how to stylize things, and most of the times it's a mix. For example, you see how here the shapes are super defined, while in other areas are a bit, or I don't know, yeah, the face or some other areas, they tend to be more realistic, depending on really what are you describing. Of course, it keeps changing from drawing to drawing, so that's why I say it's a question that has a very a bit of a difficult answer. Also, the more you draw, the more you tend to rely on your instincts. Drawing, same as music or any other art, there's this big component of try and fail a lot of times. I think it was Picasso who would say that every artist has to do, I don't know what was the number, maybe 30,000 crappy drawings before doing one. So you better rush to do all your crappy drawings first. So it's the same here. You keep experimenting, you keep trying things, and sometimes unexpected things happen, and you find an interesting way to describe something, and you just keep it for your own style. So it's try and attempt and error most of the times. Okay, so I'm finishing with the shading, and what we'll see now is how to apply all this work that we've done on the final colors. I'm happy to hear that there's questions, guys. I didn't know like how many. Actually, I don't know how many people there's today on the session. But it always gets a lot more interesting and entertaining when there's high participation of the public, and when there's interesting questions. So I'm glad you guys are not shy and feel free to ask me anything. Also, feel free to also ask me anything that is not related to what I'm doing, so I can, while I describe what I do, I can keep telling you anything related about the profession. Okay, so as I said, we are done with the shading here. See, it looks like crap. Don't worry, we'll fix that. We're done with the shading. And I'm gonna deactivate these layers for a sec. We're gonna go back to colors, okay? And what I do here, I go to the bottom where I had the main layer where I did all the color. And here I go up and I press command on my command U, which is the tools for hue, saturation, and lightness. And I'm gonna keep changing the colors until I get to a result that I think is interesting. And I think it's relevant to say about this part of the process that there's a logic behind this that I will try to explain now. And it's that since we're gonna be getting light from this, so I'm just gonna put the blinds on the window. It's a very sunny day here. I can appreciate the colors correctly. There it is. So since we're gonna take the lights out of this color using overlay, we need a color range that, in terms of values, it stays mainly in the medium area. We don't want values that go up here nor down here. So we're gonna try to stay in this area on the color picker. How did you break into the industry? Well, that's a very that's a very long question, and that could be described in many different ways. But let's say when I was 20, I could make a test for an animation movie in Spain. Like animation in Spain, it's always been a very weak industry. So there was not really, like for me, it was not really a real possibility to work in animation. But I learned they were doing this test, and I did the test and I failed. Of course, I didn't have any experience, nor I did know what I was doing. And and then I did a second test and I passed. But the problem I had is that I still didn't have the experience. So for 2 months, I had a really bad time because I was, you will probably know the imposter syndrome. Well, I was the imposter. So for 2 months, I had to struggle trying to learn as fast as I could how to do the job I was supposed to do, which was basically to paint backgrounds. And you know, it's like the feeling you get. It's like when you know that episode on The Simpsons where they leave Bart with a French family, and actually by the end of the episode he knows how to speak French. So it was a bit the same. I was there. I felt I didn't know how to do the job, but I really want to keep that job. So I learned as fast as I could, and that made me improve a lot in terms of technique and skills. And also my colleagues there helped me a lot. So that's how I started working animation. And then with the comics, it was pretty much the same, actually. I was already working in animation. I was, after, let's say, 4 or 5 years working in animation and advertising, illustration and stuff, I felt, well, this is cool, but what I really like to do would be comics. So I did this project and I made 5 pages, and I brought it to a comic festival in France, the Angoulême Festival. And after, long story, just to cut it short, it ends up in the hands of 2 different publishers. They both like it. And I ended signing a contract to write a saga of 3, maybe 5 comic books and draw them. And again, I didn't have the experience, so the first year was really tough. I would say even the first 3 years were tough after I felt comfortable doing comics. But, you know, I was getting paid for it, so I had to keep going. It was my job. And now that I've been doing comics for a bit more, I think it's been, like, professionally, it's been like 6 years doing comics now. I feel way more comfortable. Like, experience really gives you a background, and it helps you a lot to feel comfortable drawing. What is most challenging and interesting for you in art these days? I would say it's definitely comics, like not only comics, because there's parts that I'm not interested. For example, when I was starting with the comics, I was very interested on drawing cool characters, you know, cool poses and stuff. And the more I kept doing comics, the more I started feeling interested on narrative and storytelling itself. I started feeling more interested on the first part of it, which is storyboard, than the last part of it, which is finishing and painting, which sometimes tends to be a bit tiring and boring, to me at least. Because, and I guess this happens to many other artists, like I've seen for so long the comic finished in my mind that then having to finish it on the real world, it becomes a bit of a repetitive act, you know. So yeah, definitely doing comics. It's also the worst paid and the most difficult one, but I think it's the more, at least personally, rewarding. Not economically, that's for sure. Okay, let's go back to the color. As I said, we're gonna go down here and we're gonna go up. Again, if you stay in this middle area, this mid-range, everything's gonna go fine. You're gonna be able to go back anytime in the process and change the color. So don't get too stressed about, again, choosing the right colors here. So let's try to find an interesting color for the skin. Again, remember to stay in the mid-range. Here, I'm going I would say I'm going probably too high with the values, but I want her to have very light skin. Okay, this is going a bit too high. Try not to go higher than this. We're gonna go layer by layer, changing the saturation and the hue for every object until we get exactly what we're looking for. I think blue suits to these characters, so I try to stick to that. Even the white on the eyes, even if it sounds strange, don't use pure white, okay? Because pure white will kill every chance we have to do a more or less realistic color scheme. See how by using these colors, I'm almost turning this character that with a different range of color could be, a nice character. Now she's almost turning a bit into an evil character. It's interesting, but psychology of color, it gets very obvious here. Just carefully choosing every color until you find something that makes sense for you. And I have said many times this already, but again, experience here has a very important role, because you're gonna learn how to rely on your instincts and how to find something that fits with the drawing and that looks good. See, I used same color for two different materials here. So if you want here, you can always pick different color. And since everything is absolutely layered, you can just use a different color. Somebody was asking on the questions like which is the project that I had more fun with. Well, luckily there's been many that I had fun with, but I remember there was this project with a Spanish movie director who made this movie named A Monster Called, and I think Sigourney Weaver was the main character. And this was a really interesting project because I was able to jump into this project when it was just starting, and we were designing, we were doing concepts for the monster, who was like a big tree, animated tree, and I really liked the topic of the movie and like the fantasy direction that the whole project had, and I made. When I was thinking on the tree monster, I was imagining like how it would transform from a regular tree to this giant monster, and how it would go to a house and kidnap this kid. So I made this very basic, small animation trying to describe how I was imagining this. And the director, he liked it very much, to the point that, like, of course, I'm not going to say that I invented the whole sequence, but when I saw the movie, I could see that he took part of my ideas and he put them into the final sequence on the movie. Like, for example, there was this part that I described where the monster was waking up and there was these high tension cables on top, and then there was sparks over the face and the light was lighting the face of the monster. And then I could see that on the movie, and that was, it, especially on projects as big as that, when you feel that your ideas have a real impact into the final result, that's very rewarding. It's something that I like very much. But yeah, luckily it's been a lot of fun projects. Many projects are rewarding, but in very different ways. Like, for example, comics, which is the one that I do most nowadays. When you're doing it, sometimes it's not really rewarding because it's a long project, as I said. It takes a lot of time. But then once it's finished and people reads it and people have fun with it and everything, and they tell you and then they ask you for when are you going to do the next, that's very rewarding because you feel that the effort you put on describing a scene and designing a character and everything, it has not been in vain. It's been able to tell a story and people felt connected with it, and that's exactly what you're looking for. Okay, we got the colors. I finally chose this range of colors. Still not sure about it. We might change it once again. We're able to change it anytime, so it's not going to be a problem. I'm going to get rid of these layers for now. Lower the opacity of this. I don't want the pattern to be that relevant here. And let's back to the layers. We had the shading. Okay. So we had the shadows here, right? So what I'm going to combine the two layers where I had the cat shadows and the own shadows here, merge layers. I'm going to actually name it so you know where it is, shadows. And I'm going to pick these layers as well where I had the highlights. Okay. And then here, I'm going to get rid of these gray layer. And I'm going to take the shadows and turn them into multiply. Okay, now in terms of values makes sense, but still looks very muddy. The colors look really dark. That's because we got a neutral tone for the shadows. Okay, let's bring it back to a normal state. But if we paint this, we're going to be able actually to decide what kind of shading we want to do, what kind of colors we want for the shadows. Here, I block it, and this is really important. We don't want to paint everything here. We want to block it. And I'm painting the shadows here. I'm using a tone, so whenever I combine this with multiply with layers underneath, I'm not gonna get dirty, muddy colors. I'm just gonna get something interesting that I'm gonna be able to paint using the hue saturation again. Okay. There we go. Let's try what happens if we use multiply again. See, we get a very different color range now. Let's get a bit closer. See, that combines very much with a color base. But again, we can use hue saturation. We can use hue saturation and change everything here until we get something like we are looking for. I would say the pinks and reds fit very well with this color scheme, since we already used a lot of magenta and pink. But here we enter the field of a personal taste. So it's really up to you. Can lower down a bit the saturation if we wanted something a bit more neutral. And we're gonna do this with the highlights. We have the highlights here. We want to combine them with the colors. So highlights have to be very high in terms of value. So let's paint them with these very light blue. Let's try overlay, although here it might not even be necessary to use overlay or anything like that, since it's very neutral blue. If we lower down the opacity, I think it fits good enough with the character. See, so we have the general lighting done. But it still looks a bit too dark. Also, I think we should need to change the background color to have something a bit more appealing with this character. And something that I do sometimes as well, in order to understand better the light, is when I'm doing a character design like this, I place a spotlight so I can understand better where light is coming from and how this character would look. For some reason, I think I might have too many programs open, but my computer is going really slow. So sorry about that, guys. There we are. So I'm going to use this as a spotlight for the character. Of course, this spotlight, the character will have to cast a shadow over the spotlight. We keep this very, very simple. And we can actually create some more light on top so we can see where this is coming from. This file is actually really big, so that's why it gets a bit difficult to use this huge airbrush. But let's try to do my best. There we go. Whoa. Sorry about that. Let me work a bit more on the shadow. Also think that if light is coming this way, these objects should cast a shadow, so keep that in mind if you want to get a more or less realistic result here. Okay. And as you can see, there's still something missing on here, which is that actually we focus all the light down here now, but we don't see a lot of light casted on every general part of the drawing. We've made the work on the details, but we would need to enhance some part with a more general light. We're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna go to the top of the drawing. I'm gonna link another layer. I'm going to use overlay, and I'm gonna create a very general light on top of the character. if my computer allows me to do so. I chose a random color because I'm still more concerned about values than anything else. But again, we are always able to lower down the saturation or anything like that. And again, the interesting thing about this method is that you're always on time to go back and change any color you wanted. See, you can change any color you want. You can go here to this layer and completely transform the color until you find what you're looking for. Because once values are right, as I was saying, color comes next. See? Let's see if there's any other question. We're getting close to the end of the session. So guys, if you have any question about the process, now it would be a good moment. So I have time to develop an answer. I'm just gonna go keep changing some details here and there, but you can see how with a bit more work, this design would be near to a finish. Just gonna keep doing some details here and there, maybe some spotlights. Some small details. For example, here we could work now on finally on some materials, some spotlights. There we go. For example, this fabric could be a bit more reflecting. It could reflect light a bit more. So I'm gonna pick up on a different layer so I can do some extra work here. And I can add some, using the airbrush, some nice touches of light reflection. As I said, we're getting very, very close to the end. So feel free to ask anything, guys. I'll be here for a few more minutes. So again, everything is separated on layers. which means that I'm able to change the color anytime. See? And something that is interesting too is let's combine everything now and do some experiments with it. As I was saying, now that values are okay, it's actually really easy once everything is combined to go and do some general changes. And this is something that I do very often too with the comic pages as well. I go to image adjustments, selective color, okay, and a nice way to change the color of all drawing is going to neutrals, absolute, and then messing a bit with the colors to see what can you get here. Sometimes you get to interesting results, and since the values are already final here, we don't really see a huge difference in that sense. We can get a color that works anyway, and maybe we can get to a more interesting result without having to alter the background, the original colors. So we can do different experiments coming from here. Let me see if there's another question. I feel like an imposter almost all the time. Yeah, I know how it feels. Yeah, that's funny how it works though, because it never really ends. You know, there's, especially when you look up to the masters, and it's inevitable. You compare what you can do to what they do. When you compare yourself to Moebius or one of these, incredible artists, yeah, you tend to feel that. But then what I do is, what I tend to do is, I tend to think on why do I draw, and the reasons because I draw, and then I think on if what I do makes people happy, and then I focus only into that, because I know that in terms of skills, I will never be good enough, or at least as good as I would like to be. And also that I know that to get even better, I should draw and paint even more. And to be honest, I want to have time to socialize and to do other stuff as well. So I focus on the thought that what I do for a living is honest work, and honestly, I do my best, and sometimes I even work too much. I actually work more than most of the people that I know that have regular jobs. I work on weekends, I work until late, and stuff like that. So if my work is honest and comes from a true feeling of wanting to do this for a living, and people is buying it and paying for it, I don't really see the problem. Like, I know the feeling, and I keep feeling that too. But yeah, it's exactly that. It's an imposter. Like, as I said, I got into many jobs where I didn't have the experience. But on the other hand, hey, that's how it works. I mean, how can you have the knowledge to perform your job if you've never done it before, right? So that's what I think, at least. The other thing is that nowadays everything tends to be super prepared for everything, because there's not enough jobs, so people is more into studying. So there's even the situation where people who wants to work, they're over prepared. So yeah, they end up maybe studying too much and focusing into theory, when they should probably start doing the job and see how it goes. Let's read the last 4 questions. Do you think that the comics industry is in danger these days? That's again a complicated question. I think it's pretty much like every other industry. Technology is changing the world really fast, and it's also true that nowadays kids are more used to watch a screen than open a book. When I was a kid, I'm 35, which means that I was born in the mid 80s. And I remember in the early 90s, there was no internet. There was maybe 2, 3 TV channels, at least where I am from. So if you were bored, there were not a lot of possibilities. So reading comics was, like almost one of the best things you could do. So now there's so many video games and immediate entertainment and social media and stuff that it's difficult that people find the time to open a book. And the problem with that is that if you don't develop the habit to read and to open books when you're a kid, then when you grow up, it gets more difficult. So that's definitely a problem. But on the other hand, there's a lot of possibilities to create projects that become Netflix series or stuff like that, and people is hungry for entertainment and fiction, so that is a point in favor. So there's always this balance. The thing you have to understand is that industry will forever keep changing faster and faster. So the only thing that you should be concerned about, at least on my point of view, is that you should be able to adapt real quick. How much time do you usually spend on a character like this when you're not live streaming? Well, I would say without all the talk and the explanation and stuff, I would probably be able to do this in around 40 minutes. This is not a very difficult character design, so I should be able to do stuff like you're seeing on my screen in about 40 minutes. Should be enough. As I said, for the last years, I focused a lot on trying to get quick on what I do because, like deadlines are really tight, and most of us, we are aware that we only only have one life, and we want to do a lot of things and draw a lot of stuff. So to me, be efficient and be quick. It's not only a choice, but a necessity. So that's why I focused on developing methods that allowed me to work fast. That doesn't mean that you have to do everything fast. If it's a weekend and I drove for fun, I can just take my time. And it's a very good thing usually to just leave the drawings for a couple of days and let them rest, and then have a second look, and then you see a lot of stuff. But you don't always have that choice. So most of the times it doesn't really depend on you. Next question. Have you ever struggled with improving the speed of your work? Yeah, I was just talking about that. If yes, what helped you to improve? Well, to complement that, I would say that what helped me the most was changing my mindset, in the sense that I would, when I was younger, I would torture myself a lot, comparing my work to other artists, and torturing myself all the time, thinking that I should be better and stuff like that. So especially since I suffered years ago of art blocks and stuff, I ended up reaching the conclusion that doing this only as a job didn't have any sense. That only if I could take some fun out of it, it would make sense. So I, at some point, I stopped being harsh with myself and trying to, be a bit more gentle with myself. So I started trying to have more positive thoughts about my work, and that really helped, like even on efficiency, because it really helped me to not, what happens with fear is that it really paralyzes you. So I would get paralyzed, think that maybe I should try this and that, and why I'm not better enough, and I'm not good enough, and stuff like that. So that was actually slowing me down a lot. And then when I started to accept myself as an artist, and I started to accept my strong and my weak points, all that self-judgment stopped, and I was able to focus on producing more and more, because I was not losing time judging my work all the time. So that, I would say, that was probably the thing that helped the most my efficiency. When I stopped judging my work, it really helped me to produce more and work faster. So I would say that we focus a lot on practicing and drawing and painting and stuff, but there's a very important part of it, that it's the right mindset, especially if you are if you're very young. You have to think about the fact that you want to do this job for many years. I want to keep doing this job forever. I love it. So in order to do that, I need to start treating myself properly. It's like you have to think that on a job like this, you're the worker and the boss at the same time, and you don't want to be stuck on your own mind with a shitty boss. So you better train yourself to be a better boss with yourself. So you want to work together for many years. And I know that this sounds a bit weird. It sounds a bit like you're two people, you're getting a bit too crazy. But I think it's like that for everyone. We all have this inner voice that it's usually criticizing our choices and what we do and what we say. And we need to, this is more psychology than anything else, but we need to learn how to deal with this inner voice, and once in a while just say, well, shut up, I'm just having fun doing something. I know it can be better, but dude, this is what can I do now. I will work harder and I will get better, but I will probably never be as good as you want. So those thoughts that I started having, especially after my last art blog, that was almost 10 years ago, they really helped. They really helped a lot in many ways, not only efficiency. And the last question here, there's still 10 minutes left. Marco, let me know. This is not the proper question, but Marco, let me know if there's time for something else or more questions. But last question, if you would have to make not only front view, but also back and a side view of this character, how would you go about it? Also love your work. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, you mean a turnaround, right? So let me duplicate this. I'll just do a very brief sketch. I don't really have the time to do a full turnaround now, but you've probably seen especially in animation, when they do turnarounds, they I'm just gonna make this image a bit slower because it's huge now. So the first thing I would do, I would create another layer, and I would start tracing lines on key points so I know where to draw. For example, the eyes, the height of the character, hands, chest, shoulders, feet, knees, and weapons. And once you have these guides, you can start working. Actually, head, it's really important as well. Once you have these lines, you can start working. For example, let's work a back view. The thing is that you have to understand very well the pose you have. I know that a lot of people doing turnarounds, they just take shape this like this and they flip it. Let me show. They do this since it will match with the back view. They flip it and they start tracing the parts that that they're able to trace, but just trying to understand how it would look from the back. For example, let's try here. See, we have this line here that goes in this way. So what we're seeing on this side is this. And then we have the head. And we see the ear as well, but from the back. Okay, then we have to understand how the design of these would work on the back of the character. And here, for example, on the front part, we see the structure. On the back, we're gonna see the opposite one. So for doing the back, this is a shortcut that it can be really, really effective in many situations. So in here, instead of the upper part of these armors, we would see the back part. We would see the underneath. And again, see, we have this line here. This is what we would see here. So as you can see, it's mainly to keep going, replacing what we're seeing and trying to understand how the same character would work on the back. Unfortunately, I don't really have the time to develop the whole character since we're running out of time. I think all the questions are done. And Marco, let me know if it's okay if I finish already. I think we run out of time already. Just let me say, guys, I don't know how many of you are here already. Actually, I haven't been able to see for the whole Q&A, but I hope that some of you, the ones who were here, enjoyed the class and was useful. Just remember that, again, I'm just describing one method that can be adapted many, many different ways. But yeah, as I said, I hope you had fun with the class, and thank you very much for coming and spend these time with me. I hope it was useful, and just let me say, just to finish, thank you, Marco, for inviting me again, and wish you all the best. And I'll see you soon. And I hope that Marco now will tell me what to do, or he will just cut. Thank you very much, everyone. Cheers. Have a good day.
Oh, okay. All right. Hey, how are you doing?
Great, how are you?
Good. I'm fantastic. It's already the last evening of IFCC, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And you arrived yesterday,
Yeah,
right?
only yesterday. I've been only in the talk today. It was pretty awesome. But yeah.
So yeah, what did you think so far? Have you seen?
Yeah, actually, it was above my expectation because I arrived to the first talk this morning.
Yeah.
And it was pretty mind blowing.
Yeah, Olaf, right?
Olaf did, yeah.
Oh.
And all the crazy rigging stuff. And,
Yeah.
and then all the talks afterwards during the day till my talk was pretty amazing. So I really enjoyed it.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was short for me, but pretty awesome experience.
I mean, the night is still young, I think,
Yeah,
right? We can go to the beach and get to know some people.
Yeah, that's
And
awesome.
like as far as different subjects go, do you think it has been a nice mix between like 2D and 3D today?
Yeah, I think so. I was thinking it will be mostly about concept art and,
Yeah.
and 2D stuff, but I was happy to see that there are more CG content
Yeah,
and
yeah.
3D stuff, like from the Olaf talk and then the talk after it was really all about the 3D executions.
yeah.
So it really resonated with me. So I really loved it.
Yeah.
And I think it's also nice for the people because if you arrive from a specific background and you see some other stuff that are not from your field, it's just open your mind to different stuff. So,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, since there's a lot of 2D illustrators and concept artists around, do you feel like 3D could be a use to them? Like could they maybe incorporate it into their workflow?
Yeah, I think nowadays more than ever because
Yeah.
3D used to be a very complex thing, and as we talked earlier about Cinema 4D and the way that it's very intuitive and you can just play with 3D even with just a very small amount of experience.
Yeah.
I think it truly can. You know, I'm doing some from time to time courses of Cinema 4D.
Oh, really?
Which are just 1 month, and
Okay.
in 1 month you can take people to a small understanding
Yeah.
of the basic of 3D.
Absolutely. It's
So,
very
yeah,
user friendly
definitely.
as well,
It's very
right?
user friendly. Yeah.
It's like playing with Legos but in a computer.
Yeah, indeed, and I think Maxon did a great work on making everything very
Yeah,
intuitive,
yeah.
And the help section of specifically Cinema 4D is
All right.
great, and also many other software.
Yeah, so we might need to pitch this to the rest of the people then and try to get them to
Yeah.
use 3D as well. So will you be joining us at the beach later?
Yeah, I will.
Really?
I will.
Okay.
Thanks for the talk, and it was.
I mean, we loved seeing your talk. I think it was super insightful, and I also really liked that you were showing how you work remotely with so many people around the world. I think that was really interesting, especially with like the 24-hour workflow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you just pass your work to a guy in Canada and he finished it for you. It's
Thank you,
really
you.
great. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Mr. Calamity, how are you doing?
Fine, thanks.
Yeah.
Hi.
So, is this your first time at IFCC?
Yeah.
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 All right.
It's the first time. Yeah.
Okay. So in
so
this,
good.
Yeah, it is
It's
right.
Awesome.
In this
Really.
beautiful city.
It's kind of my top 5 favorite city now.
Really?
Really. Yeah.
I mean, and you're from Italy. There's plenty of very interesting cities there.
Yeah, but this is different.
Mhm.
You know, it seems very cool.
Yeah.
Great walls, great energy, actually.
Absolutely. I think the winding streets are really nice to just walk around. It's very inspirational as well,
At all.
especially for all these artists here. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. So you gave a talk. I believe it was yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So no, 2 days ago.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
On Tuesday. Yeah.
So how did it go?
I hope fine, quite well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I try to express some elements of my work.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think especially since like so many people are working in digital mediums right now, it was so cool to see you just working on paper and showing how you sculpt your mechs.
Yeah.
That was really interesting to see. And you've been sculpting in the last few days as well, right? In the classroom. Wasn't that incredibly hot?
Incredibly hot,
Yeah.
and I keep going. I'm still alive, so I hope I will stay alive until Saturday. But I definitely want to do my best. To not finish, but to do my best to. Yeah,
Definitely.
do something. Yeah.
We'll make sure to check on you every day to see how it's going.
Thank
All right. So have you been at the beach at all? At the little
I have
parties
not
we
time
had?
yet.
You're totally invited. It's really nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you might like it. It's actually really nice. Like the water
I'm
is
pretty
cool.
sure.
Cool. So and in terms of the event, what do you like about it? Like
Pretty much everything.
Yeah?
People, above all. I had the opportunity to show my stuff, but it's not important. The most important thing is that I attend to many lectures, so interesting lectures.
Yeah,
about
absolutely.
Someone who was my idol, like Peter Hahn, you know, a lot of Andrew
Definitely.
Lam. They are. It's a crazy.
Yeah.
Occasion.
And I think it's also really
Nice.
cool that people are actually showing like their workflows, their actual demos. That's really great.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I love to take inspiration from other artists, and I had the chance to be here. And thank you to every IFCC people to learn.
Yeah.
To learn something.
I think it's really cool that you get to learn, especially from people who do something very different than what you do. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I think the digital artists will be really amazed by like the mechs you're sculpting, and like the pen sketches you're making.
Actually, I do digital.
Yeah.
I mean, I use a lot of Illustrator, Photoshop. I do books, so InDesign.
Yeah.
But I used to do some 3D modeling, but I quit a little bit just because to offer an option, you know.
Definitely.
A different kind of doing mecha design or something like that.
Yeah, I think people were pretty amazed by what you were showing off.
Oh,
so thank you so much for that. Like I think sharing your knowledge is always really cool.
Thank you,
All right,
man.
Luca, thank you so much.
Thank you, really.
Bye.
Okay, everyone, we are back, and today we have a special guest with us, Moritz from Entagma. Did I say it correctly?
Yeah.
Cool. So I don't think there's, at least to my knowledge, there isn't a project, I won't call it a studio, a project that has influenced a certain community as Entagma. And I'm saying this because I hear so many people, more precisely users of the Houdini software, referencing to Entagma, giving thanks to Entagma, and so on and so on. Almost in any Houdini presentation that I've listened to in the recent Houdini event, I've heard like, oh, yeah, guys from Entagma helped me, and so on and so on. So, and I've been following their work for such a long time, and every time I visit their website, everything is so clean that I say like, okay, I think I have to take a shower first and then continue watching, because I mean, it's like you entered the dentist, some
I mean, look at this. There's
yeah. It's like everything is kind of perfect. They're like
not really
like I'm some kind of Apple dream or something. Like I'm kidding, but since I have this background in computer, actually in graphic design. Okay. So I have seen like various types of graphic designs and styles and extremes, and this is really close to perfection, and but it's really something special. And and I'm super happy that we finally have you. It's not so easy to reach you. I have tried in the past, but this time at least we have you here, at least half of the Entagma team.
Well, I guess we owe you an apology there.
No problem. I understand. I understand what it means to have like a full inbox of messages and trying to figure out who is who actually, and we'll talk about it as well. But what I wanted to say, it's obvious that two of you are doing so much work and working so hard to make all this possible. So yeah, I think I said enough. I will let you introduce yourself now and to others.
Well, I appreciate everything you said. Thanks for blaming so much stuff that's happening on us. Thanks for the weight of the responsibility you're putting on our shoulders. I think I would not agree with that. I mean, we are just two weirdos that put out a Houdini tutorial here and there. That's what we do. As you rightfully mentioned, it's something to keep this running. And we are just a two-man operations. I mean, we talked about this previously before this live stream went live here. And I mean, you could chime in there. I mean, how many guys are running your conference currently?
I won't mention that because no one will believe us. But it's a few. Yeah, it's a few. It's like really less than you would have fingers on one hand, and if two fingers are chopped. So that's and sometimes even less than that.
I mean, it's amazing how much you can pull off with that little manpower. But on the other hand, as you were mentioning, for example, we are terrible at keeping up with our mails and messages. And almost every mail we send out, responding to some private message we get, starts with apologies for the delay, because it's just not possible as a two-man band to keep on top on the messages. And now that we recently launched on YouTube as well, the amount of messages, of comments, of feedback we get is just overwhelming. It's just crazy. And yes. I mean, we're really glad we're resonating with people, but also it's crazy.
Yes, I think that all these things that the internet allows us to do is actually something, even though it's changing so fast, it's something that we'll still need to adapt to for the next 50 or 100 years, because it's crazy, it's crazy how fast you can become like very popular. It's crazy how huge demand can be for something that you're doing. And it's also sometimes crazy how low can the return be on something that you're doing if you're comparing it with the popularity and so on. Sorry.
It is totally random. I mean, that's basically that's the issues that we're facing when we're planning or when we're releasing a tutorial. The feedback we're getting and the impact it has is unpredictable to us. We had tutorials that we loved and were very dear to our heart, and people were like, and we had tutorials where we're like, yeah, it's okay, and people were just raving about it. So us too, we have just a hard time guessing what the audience's reaction will be, and we're surprised every time, basically.
Yeah, but when you think of it, actually, your popularity came from something that you were doing from your heart, and without any plans back then, like if people will like it or not.
You could say we still have very little plan to this very day.
Okay, that's great. 2 questions.
Yes.
What is your background, and how did your background affect your decision to dive into something as I wanted to say horrifying, but something as beautiful as Houdini?
I would stick with horrifying, because that was my experience when I started using it. So my background is, let's call it, diverse. So I graduated from high school and then went on to study computer sciences with a focus on media, which I dropped out of after 4 semesters because I flunked math, which to this very day annoys the hell out of me. Then went on to study something called digital media, which is a mixture of computer sciences and design, a bit more focused on design, admittedly. Graduated with a master's degree in interactive media systems, and went on to work in the wonderfully weird world of advertising. So I did motion graphics for TV stations, for commercials, and used another tool called Cinema 4D. Really nice tool. Used it for the better part of 10 years. And then at a certain point, I was like hitting walls left and right. And I was getting, admittedly, a bit bored by the tool, because after a while, you know your tool set in and out, and you're like, yeah, I would like to know more, to do something more intricate. And I went to my then boss, which was Manu, who I run Intagma with now, and asked him, Manu, not sure, I'm kind of hitting walls, I'm kind of getting bored. What should I do? Should I learn Substance Designer? Should I have a look at World Machine? Should I learn maybe Blender? And he was like, no. Have a look at this, Houdini. I was like, okay. Downloaded The Apprentice, installed it, and started with a tutorial, which I won't mention, and was so fed up with it. I was so just like, this is not for me. Deinstalled it like a day or 2 after. A few weeks passed, went back to Manu, like, Manu, this Houdini thing, not sure if it's for me. So what should I learn? What do you think? Substance Designer or World Machine? He's like, no. You're going to learn Houdini. I was like, damn it. Okay, went back, installed Houdini, downloaded another tutorial, and I think it took me a week until I deinstalled it again. And was fed up again. A few weeks passed, and then I went to Manu, and I was like, Manu, I'm bored. And he was like, okay, do it. I told you to learn Houdini. You didn't do it, but here's my problem. I cannot fix this in Houdini. I need someone who helps me. And I was like, okay, this is like the motivation I need. And I downloaded Houdini and was like, Manu, I tried this in this tutorial and it didn't work for me. And he's like, no, because you're approaching it from a modeling standpoint, and you need to approach it from a programming standpoint. So he passed me on a few, there were very few tutorials in existence back then on Vex, and he passed me on one of those. And that ignited the fire. That suddenly made it click. So lots of the consequences of that, of me starting Houdini with using Vex, is still what resonates to this very day in our tutorials. So our huge dependence on Vex, the massive amount of Vex that you're sometimes confronted with in our tutorials, comes down to this very, very initial moment.
So what was the point in time when you approached Manu and said, hey, Manu, let's talk mano a mano and start an Intagma project, or was it the other way around?
I think it was the other way around, and he was like, hey, shall we record Houdini tutorials? And I was like, yeah, let's do it.
Oh, great.
I think that was about 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, end of 2016-ish. I have to look it up on Vimeo, because what I did is I directly went to work and recorded the thing that I helped him with, which was reaction diffusion in 3D, which was not our first tutorial that we published, but the first one that we recorded. Went a bit back and forth, just fine-tuning the style, the recording. And then we're like, yeah, let's do this. And oh, by the way, then the way that Entagma, the name itself, came to be. So we were like, yeah, we have these tutorials now. What do we call the website we're going to publish it on? And he was like, dude, I have this URL still reserved. It's called Entagma. And I was like, what the hell is Entagma? It's like, well, you know, I was studying and I was hanging out with these German language students, and they had this really weird forms and terms. And one thing they had was called syntagmata. So I thought, why not take it and make Entagma out of it? And so we just took what was already there, the URL he already had, the server he already had, and just uploaded the basic WordPress theme.
So there's not like some hidden meaning or anything like that, right?
No.
Okay. So can you do me a favor and I would just like to frighten our viewers just a bit more, those who are not using Houdini, and can you just mention like some of the terms from Houdini that people are always like when they hear the first tutorial, and you know everyone starts with naming all these types of whatever inside, like, and everyone's like, well, what was that?
Yeah, it's crazy. You sometimes think that the developers were kind of pulling a joke on the users. So you have the individual contexts, which are SOPs, DOPs, LOPs, CHOPs, COPs, ROPs. I'm sure I'm forgetting some here. But they're basically all, so ops is operators, and the letter before that means something. ROPs means rendering operators. DOPs means dynamic operators. Oh, there's also POPs, particle operators, of course. And then there's a beautiful combination of that, because there's VOPs, which are operators which let you string together snippets of code. So you end up having a pop VOP, a point VOP, a prim VOP. I'm not sure if there's a DOP VOP, but all those combinations, and they're reading your first sentence of plug in the pop VOP into your VOPnet's output and use that in SOPs, and you're like, what the? The nice thing, or the comforting thing about it, I must admit, is I think the community is aware of this madness. I'm not sure why nothing has been done so far, but at least they agree that this is pure lunacy.
I think that it would be wrong to change it at this point.
I mean, that's what I tell everyone who starts with Houdini. Try not to get angry too quickly, because realistically, the first 3 to 9 months of Houdini will be you cursing at your display in a constant stream. It does not make sense the first at least 3 months, and then it suddenly starts clicking. And as I mentioned, it helps if you're having some sort of background in coding, be it processing or Java, or maybe even C. That helps a lot in understanding the whole logic. And it also helps to view Houdini not as a 3D DCC, a content creation app, but rather as an IDE, so as a development environment for 3D. So if you're more into that kind of logic riddle solving, if you like Sudokus, if you like all these logic kind of quizzes and riddles, then this might be for you. However, if you're expecting to sculpt something manual, might not be the tool for you.
Okay. So 2 questions.
Yeah.
First, what's the most often, how would I say this, occasion that Houdini is being used in the production? Or let's say, what industries are using Houdini the most and for what purposes?
Mm-hmm.
And also, your project in Entagma, what doors did it open for you when it comes to client? Like, are they looking for a solution more like from educational point, or are they asking you to produce something for them? And I mean, if you can mention some of the clients.
Let's start with the latter question. Most clients that get in contact with us through Entagma are looking for production help, typically intermediate to advanced technical directors work. So basically, we are brought into a project to solve intricate technical issues that people have. And I think I cannot name clients' names here because, yeah, they would rather keep this confidential. So that's basically most of the work that comes in through Intagma. However, Manuel still is running Sponsor, which is a small studio, and I'm also working as a freelancer on the side of Intagma, and those are also traditional classic production jobs. Where, for example, the last job I worked on was helping the amazing Vincent Schwenk, together with his dear friend Vitaly, to do some simulations for a Microsoft job, for example. And sometimes people also approach us for educational content. But I would say the overwhelming majority is production work. And help me with the first question.
Industries. Where
industries. Yeah. I don't have really the authority to quote on all those industries, because the industry I've seen most of the time is advertising and design, commercials.
So if I can interrupt, like, if you guys have maybe noticed a lot of the commercials, it's very often used when they're like promoting sneakers or something like that, with all these textile transitions, and which kind of looks like super realistic. But then again, it's not real because it's impossible. But yeah, please continue, Sam.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was getting. So in commercials and advertising, since I think 2016 or so, we're seeing an increased trend away from these reduced, or from these, how shall I say, from these non-photorealistically abstract rendered works towards more photorealism, towards incorporating more VFX, more traditional VFX shots into your ad. And I would qualify those sneaker shots that you mentioned as classic VFX shots with high geometry count, with intricate effects, with particle systems, with simulations. So in each area where you find VFX or effects-heavy shots, I think you will find Houdini somewhere. And then I can only... I'm sorry?
No, please continue. Forgive me. I didn't know that you're still talking. So.
Sorry. Then I just have a feeling. I don't know this by heart. It's just a gut feeling, which is a very dangerous thing. I have the feeling that Houdini is getting more and more into games territory for procedural content generation there.
That makes sense. Because I know that a lot of games, they're like open world games, are kind of looking for solutions for, generating or auto-generating levels and that kind of stuff. So which is really, convenient for someone who knows how to use Houdini. What I wanted to ask you is, what I wanted to mention earlier when I interrupted is that in this festival program, we also have guys from the Main Road Post.
Say hi to them.
I will definitely, which is kind of good example if you compare your work to their work. A pretty good example how far and how different you can go with the software.
I mean, I love Main Road Post's work. I think what they are able to get out of Houdini is amazing, and especially the techniques and the means by which they do. I think their approach when it comes to problem solving is outstanding, because they do not hesitate to question underlying areas of the problem and just tackle the problem at its roots, at its core. And oftentimes, especially in advertising, what I've seen is just trying to paint over a problem. And their approach is totally the opposite, which I love. So I'm super happy that you have them on, and I expect their work to be nothing but stellar.
Yes, I mean, since we already here in Croatia, it's more kind of, it is Europe and all this Central Europe, but it's like this is where this Eastern Bloc is kind of starting, and you don't expect to see anything from countries like. This is just from my perspective because I was I grew up here, so you're always surprised when you see something from any of the Slavic countries, and. For example, when I saw the Main Road Post for the first time, because of course, because of the media, because of the marketing and everything, of course, everything about Hollywood and Hollywood production and the studios on the West. But then you discover something like Main Road Post, and you're like really surprised. like these guys are like top pros in this. So yeah.
And although I think that the effects work that we're seeing from Eastern countries is not as prominent currently, that could change, because what we are seeing is we have a rather big audience in those countries. And also what I'm seeing work-wise from those countries is the ability to problem solve on a whole different level. And I think that comes down to a really good math and physics education, which always makes me wonder, how do those countries, the former Eastern Bloc countries, get their math and physics education so good? Because that's one thing I'm really angry about, because I've been taught math in a totally wrong way. And I can say after being out of school for quite a while now. So I'm wondering, what does the Eastern Bloc, what do the Eastern Bloc countries do right when it comes to math and physics education?
Is this special KGB potion that not many people know about? So
maybe then I don't want to know exactly.
So yeah, I think that it has to do probably with the education in the elementary school, and you know, like also guys from people in India, they have totally different mathematics. So and they are also obviously very good in programming and you know, doing apps and that kind of stuff. I know I'm not from Russia or ex-Soviet Union, but I know that there they really have this culture of reading, which can apply to any type of reading, which is probably something that they're nurtured like from their families. Because when you see like a lot of photos or videos from their subway, you'll always see a lot of people having like holding a book and read, you know. So
it's maybe something that the Main Road Post guys could comment on and tell me what is their secret sauce? What do they put in their water?
They will have to. Okay, let me just check. How long are we in the program? 45 minutes. Okay, I think we can. I think we can play the video that you have prepared for us.
Sure.
And then if there'll be some time left, we'll maybe do some, you know, Q&As or whatever.
Sure.
And if not, thanks very much for joining. I'm really happy to have you here, and I hope that we'll have another opportunity to do something with you. And yeah.
Well, thanks for having me.
Cheers.
So yeah, hey and welcome in this kind of weird online times.
Okay.
On the odd chance that some of you might have seen this, I brought you a story about Houdini, yarns, and
thanks
maybe
so much.
the
I think it
absolute
was
worst
okay.
approach to learning.
Pretty spontaneous.
But
I didn't
before we
prepare
start, here's
anything.
our little company secret pack sticker, our disclaimer, and we've shown this often in our presentation. So this is a diagram of warplanes that made it back to base during World War II and been hit by enemy shells. And the question is, where would you put additional armor?
I suggest that we don't break the line.
I'll just leave it open.
Yeah, you just leave it open and
think twice. And add the armor where no bullets had hit the returning planes. Because
I will just
planes
leave
that
it on
have
the
been
cell
hit
phone.
in those spaces,
Yeah,
for example,
yeah.
in the engines or in the cockpit, just didn't make it back to
I'll
base.
just,
and that's a common misconception called the survivorship bias. And my point here is, just try not to get fooled. What initially seems to have worked might not be working in truth, and especially some things that might have worked for us might not work for you. So think for yourself and adapt bits and pieces as you see them fit. And in general, try to avoid misconceptions. Basically what I'm saying is you use your own judgment. So by now I think most of you guys know us, and I am not this guy. I am this guy, just a slightly older and less groomed version of this guy. My name is Moritz Schwind, and I used to be a jack of all trades at a studio called Like Sponsor, a studio that Manu, the other guy, runs. And I'm an art director / technical director. And basically you could say we are two dudes doing video tutorials for Houdini. We release a tutorial every 2 weeks, and this is our old website. That needs updating definitely, at least the slides. But you can also support us on Patreon, get access to in-depth courses, for example on volume techniques, on rendering, on particles, and just improve your Houdini skills. So what makes Houdini so special in my opinion? Well, Houdini is special out of these 3 things. It's fully procedural, it's got powerful tools, and it's very open and almost hackable. And that's a combination I rarely find in 3D apps. And to be frank, I haven't found in any other 3D app so far. So let's go over these. So let's focus on the most important point, I think, that Houdini is hackable. So you're not reliant on the built-in tools that some developer thought of as useful, but you can build your own tools. Let me give you an example. So it started out with a video called A New Way to Knit by a Greek artist called Petros Relis. And this guy has this metal hoop with, 200, 300 hooks attached to it, and he starts pulling a string from one hook to another, and goes across, and then it's a time lapse, and the camera zooms out, and we see this, an image formed out of these individual yarns. And of course I was intrigued and asked myself, what the hell is going on here? And luckily I wasn't the only one asking myself this, and in the 7th comment below the video, this appeared, a guy from Vimeo, and he asked if the algorithm was something like a radon transform. And this started a journey down a rabbit hole, which I invite you to follow me along. So let me tell you a story about yarn, but also a story about the Beatles, and foremost, a story about this guy's machine. So it's the 60s and we're in Great Britain. And not only in Great Britain, but worldwide, these guys are selling records like crazy. Records like this one. This is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, the best-selling album of the decade. Not the year, the best-selling album of the decade. And there's the front cover. Really nice graphics. However, the backside is interesting too. For this reason. This is the Beatles label's logo. At this time, the Beatles were under contract with a company called EMI. And through the Beatles' success, EMI got rich, which allowed EMI to pursue other projects. Projects that didn't necessarily have much in common with popular music. Because EMI was not only a music business, and EMI employed other people too. People like Godfrey Hounsfield, an engineer, who in World War II has been working on radar, and previously to the Beatles' success, he built this, the EMI-DEC, the first commercially available transistorized computer. And in contrast to what this image conveys, the people actually loved this machine. It was affordable, it was kind of quick, it was relatively benign to operate. So after the Beatles' financial success, EMI could afford to allow its engineers a bit of freedom when it comes to choosing their research projects. So EMI asked Hounsfield, what would you like to build next? And story has it that Hounsfield went onto a walk and asked himself, what would happen if I turn radar around? And what does he mean by that? Let me give you an example. So Hounsfield thought about this. This is a box. And we have a question about its contents. Basically, we want to know what's inside the box. So Hounsfield knew radar, having worked on these apparatuses in World War II. And radar works like this. You're sending out radio waves from a plane to sense the plane's surroundings. So what happens if we turn radar around to try and sense the insides of our box? Is there a way to reconstruct an image, possibly a 2D image, even better a 3-dimensional image, out of the returned radar waves? And it turns out that radar isn't really suited for that. There are beta rays, which are suited to looking inside of things. And of course, we are talking about X-rays. And these images you see here are actual X-ray apparatuses in use at the beginning and the middle of a century. Well, at least doctors by then have figured out that wearing a lead apron is kind of a good idea when tinkering with those rays. So, X-ray imaging works a bit like this. We have an X-ray source, similar to a light source, only shooting out higher energy rays that we cannot see with the human eye. And they get projected through a test sample here, this box with a few boxes inside, and form a projected image, which usually is projected onto either a piece of film or nowadays onto an electronic sensor array. And this flat projection can be problematic. Features can overlap and become difficult to discern from each other. So, does it get better if we try to slice our test sample and just do a one-dimensional kind of line projection through our test samples? And you might think that this is even worse, because how can we create a 2D or even better a 3D image of a single strip of X-rays? And the answer is we can't. However, if we rotate our sample and take multiple strip readings, we suddenly can. And of course, to do this, we need to install an electronic detector instead of a film. In this case, a line array of individual detectors. However, detectors are expensive, and they were even more so in the 60s. So Hounsfield's solution was just get a single detector and move the source and the detector linearly in sync, which has one nice side effect. Our X-rays are now parallel, and this makes the following math a bit easier. However, before we get into that, let's talk about another event that happened a few years before that. Because a few years before Hounsfield pondered his idea, South African-born American physicist Alan M. Cormack had an idea. He asked himself, is it possible to reconstruct an image out of slices through a biological sample? And he figured out the math, and even published his theory in these two journals, the Journal of Applied Physics. And back then in the 60s, you could kind of guess your success of your work by the amount of actual mail you got asking for a reprint. And allegedly, Cormack only received 3 letters. The most interesting was by a Swiss researcher trying to use his theory to locate people in avalanches. It could work if you get sensors inside of a mountain, so not very practical. But Cormac, just as a proof of concept, also built a prototype that could reconstruct an image of several metal discs embedded in this resin part here in the middle between those two tubes. And even more surprising, Cormac went so far to talk to radiologists and asked them, I think this could be useful for your work, don't you agree? And they at this time were working on something called positron emission imaging. And of course, no one was really interested. Most people didn't bother or found the idea just plainly impractical. And also, Cormac later discovered that his math had been around some time. It was actually discovered by an Austrian mathematician called Johann Radon and published under the rather lengthy title of On the Determination of Functions from their integral values along certain manifolds. It must have been a frustrating time for Cormac. However, in later interviews, he stated that his normal teaching and research kept him busy enough. So he actually thought very little about the subject until the early 70s. The early 70s is when Hounsfield in England had built this, a first prototype. What you can see here are those two tubes, the black one being a radiation source, shooting in this case gamma rays through this blurred box, which is a sample, into this brass tube, which is the detector. And by now I'm sure you might have realized it's not boxes we're interested in, it's people. And here's the non-censored version of that image. You see the radiation source, the detector. The yellow arrow shows you how this all translates to take individual readings. And in the middle, on a rotating stage, is a sample, which is a brain. And story has it that when testing and developing this apparatus, Hounsfield went to kosher slaughterhouses to get animal brains, because they did not exhibit tissue damage, as those animals were not killed by captive bolt guns, but were bled. And you guessed it by now, Hounsfield built what was called the first CT scanner. CT scans for computed tomography. And because it's kind of uncomfortable for patients to be rotated, commercial machines, this is an image of the first available commercial machines, rotate the source and sensor assembly around the patient. This is a video of the first commercial machine in action, and you can see down there the source moving in parallel to the sensor, which is opposing to it, and after each reading, the whole gantry is rotated, taking these individual slice readings. And this apparatus is called the EMI Mark I CT scanner. This is the first clinical image it sped out. I think it's 80 by 80 pixels, and doctors were thrilled by this, especially by this. This is a cyst. That's no good news for the patient, but it's clearly visible in this image without having to cut open a patient's head and do exploratory surgery. And over the years, computed tomography developed from this pencil beam translation rotation thing that we saw in the first scanner to a partial fan beam, to a rotating fan beam, and finally to a rotating fan beam with a stationary detector ring. And you can see those individual times, which are acquisition times for the first prototypes of those machines. That means how long did it take to acquire one single two-dimensional image with those machines. The most common geometry in use nowadays is the fan beam configuration from 1976, as it is a good compromise between manufacturing cost and speed. And nowadays, computed tomography scans look like this. This is from a 2018 Canon machine. This has a resolution of 2x2K and can be acquired in way under a second. And this is how a more modern CT machine looks when it's opened up. And you can clearly see the source and opposing to it, the detector array. And all this rotates around the patient, and that is what makes the noise when you're inside of one of the CT machines. In contrast to an MRI machine, where the noise is actually the machine geometry being static and just being deformed by the huge magnetic fields. This is an image of a machine that's open for service, and it spins up, and that's the best video I could find. Note that this is a 10-year-old video, so by now I assume that these machines have gotten a bit quicker. And I estimated this machine's rotational speed to be around 4 revolutions per second. That means a single image reading takes a quarter of a second. In 1979, this all paid out for Hounsfield. Here he is among the other Nobel Prize winners of that year. And if you look closely, you can also spot Cormac, who together with Hounsfield shared the Nobel Prize for Medicine and Physiology that year. By now you're asking yourself, rightfully, what's got all of this to do with yarn art? Well, it turns out that our yarns are nothing more than X-rays forming an image. So basically what we need to do here is kind of reverse tomography. So how do we go about reconstructing an image in computer tomography out of our slices? And we are on our way to find out more than we wanted about early computer graphics, and this is a computer called the Data General Nova, a really popular piece of hardware in the early 70s. This, by the way, is the EMI Mark I, the first commercial CT scanner, and it's exhibited in London Science Museum, and it's right behind an Apollo capsule, one that's actually been to space. So you see how important the curators of that museum think the EMI Mark 1 is. And here you can see the Data General Nova, the computer in charge of reconstructing an image out of our slice scans. Back then it took 20 seconds to do the calculations using an algorithm known as algebraic reconstruction technique called ART. However, we're going to focus on another popular technique that is called back projection, because it's easier to visualize and it's what's, as to my research and to my knowledge, is mainly used nowadays. So this is the object, the sample that we would like to scan. So let's run 2 slice scans on it, resulting in these 2 lines. So that's what we got. So how do we turn this into an actual image? Well, let's just naively blur out first the one scan and then the other scan and overlay them, resulting in this image, which admittedly is not exactly accurate. So let's just stupidly do more passes and add more slices. So with 4 passes our image looks like this, and with 8 it looks like this, with 16 scans like this, and with 32 scans it looks like this. So that kind of somehow worked. But there's that nasty halo, which is making our images very difficult to read. It basically looks blurred, and a blurred image usually results from too little high frequency components or too little detail. That's how scientific papers usually call this, because that's what you call this in signal processing. And what you do is you now split your values that you want to filter into those individual frequencies, high and low frequencies, then filter them individually and recombine them back to form an image. In plain English, what we need to do is sharpening the image. But how? Again, let's take our first 2 passes and let's look at a single line. How would we sharpen this? Let's look at something we're all familiar with, which is increasing high frequency detail. Let me give you an example. Let's take this image of a head, and this is our ground truth image, perfectly sharp. However, our sensor is only able to generate this as a signal, a blurred out version of our original image. Let's compare this. Blurry versions on the right, non-blurred originals on the left. And the blurry version is lacking all those details. And the details are mainly in those areas where our pixel brightness changes very often. And in signal processing, this is called high frequency component. And the blurry parts of an image, where the pixel brightness changes slowly, are called low frequency components. So these are some areas with high frequency components, and these are some areas with low frequency components. Back to our blurry signal. This is lacking high frequency components. How could we amplify those? Alright, here comes the brain twister. When a blurred image means low frequencies, why not blur out this image even further and subtract this blurred version from this signal to only be left with the high frequency components? Let's try it. Let's blur this one even further and subtract it from our signal, resulting in this. And you can see much, so I amplified this a bit. And these are the high frequency components of our signal. Let's just take them and add them back into our image to amplify them, which looks like this. And admittedly, it's not perfect, but when comparing to the original signal, which looks like this, again, original signal, sharpened version, original signal, sharpened version, and the original signal, we see an improvement. And you all know what we did here, even if you don't know the underlying mechanics of it. This is called an unsharp mask, a very popular technique available for sharpening your images. And that's one of the techniques we could use to sharpen our individual CT slices. So let's apply this filtering to our individual slice, resulting in a signal that looks more like this with those weird spices at the edges. And let's smear them out again and project them back. And you might say that's not better. Well, let's just be stubborn about this again, do more slice readings, more and even more so, until we arrive at 128 readings. And when we compare this version to our unfiltered version, it's by no means perfect, but we got back the edges in our image. And this algorithm is called filtered back projection because we filter our individual slices before we project them back, and is one of the main reconstruction algorithms in computer tomography nowadays. Alright, let's get back to Yarn and create artwork. How do we do this? Well, first we sample an image by shooting imaginary rays through it. That means we just project rays through it and sum the brightness values of all pixels that a given ray intersects. And then we filter it using, for example, this unsharp mask technique we spoke about. So we end up with these values. So how do you turn those individual brightness values into yarns? Well, the idea is that we're using black yarns. So these areas in our slice reading down here, which are black, they need a high probability of yarn to appear. So we need to spend lots of yarns there. So basically what we need to do is we need to invert our values to get this yarn probability. So now these areas which have been black before now have a very high probability, almost to 1, of a yarn appearing. And then for each of those squares down there, we roll the dice and check against our probability level if we span a yarn there. And then we rotate our assembly and do the same procedure over and over again until we arrive at this yarn art. And depending on the image, it allows you to form rather decent artworks. So let's just quickly go over the setup, and I'm not going to go in detail. I'll just go over the individual components. And luckily I don't have an ego problem, so here's me, your wacky test image, coming in through this slot. And in this case I just naively used, I think, either cubes or spheres as individual quote-unquote pixels. So each of those spheres just stores a brightness value from 0 to 1. And I used geometry just because it's very easy in Houdini to intersect geometry. On the right side of my tree, I'm building my quote-unquote scanning Gantt tree, consisting out of this line, along which we move the detector and source array, and those are the individual rotated positions of those lines. So basically I'm rotating this around my image. Then I'm using a bit of Vex, Houdini's built-in scripting language, to shoot rays through our quote-unquote image and sum up their brightness values, which then get filtered in this snippet of code, and then those brightness values are turned into yarn probabilities, allowing me to finally roll the dice, span the yarns, and just kind of cut around the circular area to get a resulting image. And I'm not sure about you, but I think that's pretty cool. And I personally don't know any other 3D app that could pull this off, or at least that could pull this off that quickly. And you might say that this escalated quickly, and I would agree. However, there are certain tools to make your day-to-day life in Houdini easier, and to illustrate some of the problems those tools solve. I just collected a few sentences I heard at work about Houdini. For example, Houdini is too complicated for the stuff I'm trying to achieve, or I'm constantly rebuilding a few base setups, or where did that file go, why didn't I document this? And to help you with some of those issues, a while back, a guy called Henry Foster and I initiated a project called motionoperators.com, which you can download for free on motionoperators.com, and which implements a more easier, more accessible motion graphics centered kind of workflow that people familiar with Maya's Mesh or Cinema 4D's MoGraph might find easier to use than plain vanilla Houdini. And these are some images that have been created using mobs. And it's also been used in logo openers. And by now the project is solely developed and maintained by Henry Toadstone Foster, who is doing a brilliant job at doing so. So I highly encourage you to try this out, and maybe this is your way into Houdini and proceduralism. And I just want to highly encourage you to give it a try. It's a powerful tool. It's a bit irritating at first. The first few months can be hard, but it's absolutely worth it in my opinion. And with that, I want to close with some unfamous last words, or better known as stuff I learned. The most powerful being this formula times 3 plus 1 when it comes to estimating your progress. This is a good rule of thumb. So what you do is, you take your initial worst case guess, how long will this project take until it's finished, multiply your guess by 3 and add 1 to it, and you have a pretty good guess. Then, I hate to admit it, but sometimes obsession can be useful. I'm not saying go full ADHD on whatever you're doing, but sometimes, especially when it comes to those more technical, research-focused projects, a healthy portion of obsession might get you there. And finally, I'm always surprised about how welcoming and grown-up, mature the Houdini community is. There's very little infighting. Most people are very focused on actually solving your problems or helping you, and I think have a good sense of humor. So, with that, I want to say thank you for your time. If you are intrigued about any of this, go visit entagma.com or motionoperators.com. And I hope I got you jazzed up a bit about the math, science, and thought processes of computer graphics.
Hi, Boel.
Hi, Leo.
How are you doing?
It's
really
and
good
you?
to see you.
Yes.
It's really good to see you back at IFCC, right?
Yeah, it's the fifth.
The 5th time?
Yeah,
have you been here every year?
Yeah, like
That's
a veteran.
pretty crazy. For me, it's the 4th. So I felt like a veteran, but you're even worse than I am.
We're few, but.
So you know, the location changed to Split, right?
Yeah.
So how do you like it so far?
It's really nice.
Yeah.
It's just Split have a lot of location to visit.
Yeah.
I didn't visit all yet, but I plan to airport, the beach, in the city town.
Yeah, especially those
architecture.
Yeah,
little streets.
It's lovely.
I got lost every morning. But
yeah, me too. It's been so crazy. And how do you like the beach hangouts at night? They're pretty nice, right?
Just really nice. There's so many people. And night swimming. I don't swim because.
Maybe we should teach you how to swim.
I'm no urban guy.
All right.
So,
So, is there any talk that really stood out to you? Like something you really liked so far?
Yeah. There are some speakers who couldn't come.
Okay.
Sadly.
Yeah, like Bastien and Jessica. Yeah.
Heartbroken. But yeah, still they are great people. And even if I'm a 2D guy, going to 3D lectures is also really important to me because you can import some 3D concept or mindset in your own process. So
absolutely, I think it's definitely great. I think it's even cooler, like when you're used to doing 2D, then seeing someone who does something entirely different can be even more interesting, maybe, right?
Sure.
All right.
You discover a new way of thinking, new way of mixing software.
Yeah. Oh,
good.
That's great. Yeah. All right, well, thank you so much. I'll leave you to your drawing.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you remember most about home?
The forest. I remember a forest. We'd go into the trees at night just to see the stars. Maybe catch a glimpse of the moon. You couldn't see it from the city anymore. I don't suppose that forest is still there. Most of all, I remember the simple things, like air, fresh air, a cool breeze, real air, free, clean. There was this loch, a lake we used to visit in the summer. Cold. Freezing cold. But to swim in it made you feel alive.
It sounds perfect.
It was. It was. I regret not doing anything. Not doing anything when I had the chance. We all had the chance.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. Today we have we're again we're here. It was like 15 minutes. So we're back. Let's say we're back. So we have Jude Smith with us here today. So yeah, you can introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Jude Smith. I'm a concept artist in Vancouver. I have been working in the industry for about 4 years now, mostly on mobile projects for Marvel and Transformers, Disney, stuff like that. But yeah, I was just talking to Marco. A couple years ago, I wanted to actually come out to IFCC as like an attendee, and you know, I never would have expected to be here doing a demo under these circumstances, but it's awesome, and I'm really excited to share some stuff with you guys.
Not just demo. In the meantime, you have built like the full-blown IFCC Academy course, which was like finished like 2 days ago, right?
Yeah, it was. That was such an eye-opening experience. I definitely thought like it was going to go much faster, and then halfway through it, I was like, "Ooh, I gotta like break things down a bit more and explain things in depth." And but it was great. I've really kind of reevaluated how I see art a little bit. So, you know, even for people in the industry, every day is learning something new, and you know, kind of changes your perspective. But
yeah, I think that's something like doing a tutorial or a course really kind of redefined the way that you see your process or think about your process, and even maybe changes the way that you start doing it from that point on, I guess.
Yeah. You know, I think that's the great thing about art is that no matter like how far you get, you're constantly reminded, like you constantly see where you can improve upon, and that's, I like that drive that it gives me to kind of keep learning and keep pushing for something. You know, you don't ever feel like stagnant. um, and for this course, you know, I wanted this course to be for people who maybe have a little bit of experience using Photoshop. You know, they have a base understanding, but where you want to kind of learn how, where you're searching a little bit more for your creative voice and trying to find a way to be more creative and not relying on like what you're seeing on, you know, different art pages and stuff like that. So in the beginning of the course, we kind of dive into some theory on what I kind of believe, you know, makes good art, and break that down, and then we go over in the actual like demo part, you know, the process from very beginning and sketching and and then, you know, all the way through polishing and all my painting techniques. So I wanted to give a really good in-depth tutorial, or not tutorial, but class that really broke things down for people, so you could see that making something look nice is really straightforward. Designing, you know, good characters is not as intimidating, and trying to be unique is just takes a little bit of extra, you know, time and care and thought, and you can create something true to yourself as an artist. But you know, like here's a lot how like I start most drawings. It's just really loose stuff. Just keeping my poses down. You know, it's it's a lot of like the foundation skills that people are familiar with, but it's learning how to tweak them and getting the most out of your process, basically.
This will be a male character, right?
Yeah, this one that I'm kind of sketching out now. I did a little. I've been working on a character recently, so I kind of broke it down for this demo. So I'm gonna kind of walk through my process a little bit for you guys, so you can kind of get a big picture rather than just watching me try to noodle around on just a sketch.
So the process here is somewhat similar to what you did for the IFCC Academy course, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So this is all. Everything that you'll see me do now is related to how my process in the course. So, if this seems interesting, definitely check it out. I think it'll be worth your time. But yeah, you can see like it's always kind of I don't know about you, but like it's always weird showing people the initial sketch because it looks so wonky. And you're like, people are gonna be like, is my art director gonna think, oh, is this guy worth the money? But then, eventually you like slowly chip away, and it comes together, and you're like, all right, good.
Do you have problems with even starting with a sketch? I mean, how's your motivation working for you when you have to, think of something entirely new?
I go over this too in the class, and I usually do a few iteration sketches. I don't like to get too heavy into like thumbnail sketches, like doing like 20 thumbnail sketches. I like to get an idea, think of like backstory. If it's like for a client, I'll think of I'll take a look at the brief, and then I try to do like four or five different sketches, pushing those ideas as much as possible. And then I start to try to refine those ideas. I don't like to I kind of like to hone in on an idea. So rather than just shotgunning it and trying to piece it all together.
What would be the most challenging part of the process for you when creating a character?
I love the beginning phases where you're just sketching, keeping things loose. And it's kind of after you start to polish things, when you start to lay down your colors, that's when I start to feel a little bit of stress where you're like, man, like this doesn't really feel like my final vision. How do I get this to that point? And that can be kind of stressful. But then you kind of have to just trust your instincts and push back past that feeling, and rely on all the studies you've done, and once I get past that, like that last once I get to like 70%, then I can kind of start seeing it come together, and then I love that final polish phase,
Which sometimes takes the most time.
yeah. Well, I've never been like a super fast artist, and I'm very envious of people who can do that. So it can be a little grueling sometimes when you're sitting there rendering for hours on end trying to make something look right. But I've started to get to a point now in my career where I've built up enough of a library in my mind that I kind of keep going back to and building off of. Art is a lot about time and repetition. This is why studies are so. Yeah, but
I guess that would be the answer for that when it comes to speed.
Yeah. It's just about repetition and getting yourself comfortable and familiarized with like a subject, and then you build a library in your mind, and that allows you to kind of call back to. So, that's what I've been trying to do. I've only been in the industry for 4 years, and already I've learned so much, and I just I keep trying to build off of that and staying humble and trying new things. So, and like teaching this class again, was so eye-opening to my process. I was like, I want to do like a part 2 eventually, maybe go more in depth. I use a lot of 3D too, which I didn't do for this class, but
so this what is the reason for that? Is it like information, like shadows and proportions and that sort of thing, or is it because you thought it will make your process faster, or?
It kind of depends on like what it is I'm trying to achieve, I guess, out of a design. If it's a really complex design that I'm going to use over and over, that's usually when I like to use 3D. That way I can do like turnarounds or add that character back into a scene multiple times.
So you mean you also like I understood initially that you're using just as a base and then you apply all the design on top of it in 2D. So you're actually doing much more of it in 3D, like for example some assets as well, and for example for a character like a shield, weapon, and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. It all kind of just depends on what exactly is needed. Often for like character turnarounds, like I just, those are easy for me to bang out and with just in Photoshop. So, and if I'm not using it again in environment shots or anything, then I don't stress too much about the 3D. It's usually when I have like really big scenes and tasks to do that I'll rely more on the 3D stuff. But I come from a very like traditional background. My grandmother was a painter, and she had a big impact on me growing up. And it took me a long time to actually appreciate like animation art. And then when I was like 14, I saw like the concept art books for Star Wars, and then I watched like the Ghibli films, and I was just blown away that art was used in that way, and it changed my opinion and perspective about art. So I kind of became hooked on it. But my like heavy traditional senses really stuck with me, and so for a long time, like I used to just draw everything out on paper and scan it into Photoshop and then try to paint over that. And then eventually I realized that wasn't really efficient enough, so I really buckled down and started trying to just learn to paint in Photoshop. And doing line art can be really difficult and intimidating at first in Photoshop because it just doesn't feel natural. You don't get that like texturally feedback. But so I kind of just over the past couple years have been like sketching more in my sketchbook to like boost up my drawing abilities and trying to translate that into Photoshop. And I'm getting a lot more confident, a lot better with my drawing in Photoshop like I would traditionally. And that's why like I don't always use 3D, because I love the traditional quality of just painting and trying to kind of get that to show through in Photoshop.
Cool. I had to just answer. I got a question that I got an information that people can hear our Discord reaction and sounds, and I can't do anything about it from my end because I can't because we're talking on the Discord, and I myself am talking on my mobile, so I just kind of entered the app itself. I mean, I'm trying to, but I can't find the way. So please forgive about that. If I find the way, I'll do it.
Yeah, sorry guys, that's my fault. My mic is acting up with Google today, so, and I just used it yesterday, so I don't know why it's today. Of course, it wants to act up. So yeah, here you can kind of just see that I'm just trying to get a feel for the character, trying to get a feel for the proportions. It's so loose. I'm not stressed out at all. Just kind of carving away at the lines and trying to get like a base idea down. My, drawing is a lot about pass after pass. Like, when you're working in 3D and you shot out, you know how you see all those passes. Drawing is similar in that way where you kind of do a drawing pass, and then you do your flats, and then you do your overpaint, and you're rendering your lighting. So you slowly start to try to refine things down and bring what is in your head to light. And this is kind of the beginning. This is obviously the beginning stage of that, and just trying to turn that fuzzy thought that's in my head and put it down on paper, and so I can start making sense of this.
Sorry, just trying to take care of something here.
All good. But
I think that I've managed to turn off the sounds from my end. Never mind.
Okay, here I can actually just. Oh, I guess I can't close out of it on mine. I'll just keep drawing.
No worries. Tell me, how old are you now?
I am. I'm 28. I started.
28. So you like after the school, college, or whatever, you just entered the industry.
Yeah, I went to the Art Institute in Washington D.C. for 3 years. I got a bachelor's degree in media arts and animation, and I kind of knew when I went into college that I wanted to be a concept artist. I flirted with the idea of being a comic book artist for a while, but I really, concept art kind of always kept calling to me. So I focused on that, and I actually graduated at the top of my class, and for a year I kind of spent some time just freelancing. I knew, even though I did really well in college, I knew kind of coming out, I could see that I wasn't quite up to the industry standard with my portfolio. So I decided to pick up any sort of freelance job that I could, like any art related project I could, to just beef up my resume and give me some experience. And it was like I started getting interviewed more and more often. I noticed as I kept rebuilding my portfolio, and it was about a year out that I had like another big interview fall through, and my freelance gigs were starting to run out, and I was getting kind of discouraged. I was like, I have a kid and a wife, and we were really dependent on my income at the time, and I remember talking to my wife one night, and I was like, I don't know if this dream is just a dream, and like I don't know if we can keep doing this. And it was a week later, I got interviewed by Kabam, and then they were like, "All right, you got like 10 days to get out here." So the rest was history, and I've been working in the industry since then, and it's been really great. I feel very fortunate to have the experiences that I've had so far, and to be contributing, on projects that I've been able to.
So would you say that it also that the luck plays a important role in getting the right job?
Yeah, sometimes it's just applying at the right time. It's good to constantly keep sending info. You're updating your portfolio and sending it out every couple months. There's nothing. The worst thing anyone's ever going to say back is we don't have a spot for you now. So
Yeah, I can imagine that. I mean, having a kid and being forced to produce some sort of income, some money, can be like really challenging for your mind, and you probably start questioning yourself, am I just wasting time, or am I doing the right thing?
absolutely, yeah. It's hard because you're in it by yourself. You're only dependent on yourself and your ability to be disciplined and to stay motivated, and it can be really draining. But it's not impossible. You just have to grind away, and eventually, something good will happen. There's enough work out there um, for for people to find decent jobs, and it's rewarding. It's really rewarding.
Let's go back to the content of your online course a bit.
Sure.
So, can you tell us a bit more about the structure of the course? Maybe if you can share any visual from it, or
Sure. So
or
in the course, we kind of we start with some theory. Here, I'll actually pull some stuff up. So in the beginning of the course, we talk a little bit about some design theory and just ideas to keep in mind when you're working to help give your work some structure. And this kind of graph right here is basically a breakdown of what I feel, everything that goes into creating good artwork. So if we kind of break this down a bit, your art fundamentals are your foundation. Everything that you do comes back down to your art fundamentals here. And like, this is the stuff you learn in college. This is what you learn on YouTube. This is what you learn at events like this. And then the next stage is your idea stage. And as you're developing as an artist, you take these art fundamentals and you start to utilize them through your ideas. You start to implement them and test things out and explore, subjects you like. This is where you begin to develop yourself a little bit more. And in the top here is implementation. So implementation is when you combine your fundamental skills and you plug those in. When you combine it with your ideas, you'll begin to develop your style, and you'll begin to be able to take what you like from different subject matters, from different techniques, whether you like using 3D, whether you're a 2D artist, and how you implement these two parts brings you to your style and, you know, hopefully an end result. Recently, I've had in the past 2 years, I've kind of been breaking down my work a little bit more and trying to understand how to make my work stronger and how to do a better job with storytelling. So things to think about when you're doing this is, if you're like me, I love to cram way too much detail into things, and I stress about, you know, polishing up every little thing. So I have started realizing that overcomplicates things, and it doesn't allow you to put any importance or value into your design. So here you can see is like a breakdown. This is like a detail hierarchy. So in the blue areas, this is detail. These are areas where you can focus on, where your eyes will focus, where you should see lots of interesting detail, where there's storytelling. And then the yellow is all areas of rest where your eyes can relax. And all this detail is kind of supportive to the areas highlighted in teal. This allows parts in your design to stand out stronger, to have more importance, and to not be watered down by everything else having the same level of interest. Composition, I've also been putting more emphasis on composition, same as like environment design. Characters can have composition also, and this is important because you want your audience to be able to you want their eyes to be able to travel across your design and not focus too much on one area or be too confused to focus on a point. So with this character that I did for the class, I knew that this like skull pod was going to be a focal point, and so I purposely have it leaning and in a direction, going up to another focal area that allows you your eyesight to come back down. And here there's more interest in the details and like the feet and all these little teeny mechanical parts. And then if you look at like the form of this character's body and how, you know, the direction of the legs and some of the devices and the tubes here, that kind of allows your eyes to come back up to a point of interest, you know, kind of creating this triangle effect. So, you know, these are things that will help help your design feel a little more well-rounded and purposeful, and give it focal points. So here is detail hierarchy. So we kind of went over this before a little bit, but I wanted to establish this again. So this pod again, we knew was going to be a main focal point. That's why it's so bright. There's lots of bright color. So the majority of the detail is here and in the face, and then in these other little pockets are other points of interest. And so these kind of work with the last two slides. So with composition, you can see how the detail hierarchy follows the composition, which helps establish a flow. And then all the red is, again, you know, supporting. It's important, but it's not, you know, your focal point. So this detail is all supportive to your focal points. And this right here is this is what gives interest, obviously, to your design, uh, and you can kind of figure out where you need to put detail and give your design more purpose. The last part of this is visual flow. So visual flow is, if you break this down even further, you can see with like the curves in the cape, the flow of the clothing, the legs here, how everything kind of feeds back into this skull pod on the character's chest here, or back into the face. These are, the larger focal points. Even, these smaller focal points feed in. So this established flow, and this all kind of backs up the hierarchy. So I go more in depth on this in the class, but these are really important things that I think are missed often in courses and not talked about enough. So I wanted to go over these things a little bit with everyone, because it's helped me out so much just in like the past 2 years. I've really just focused a lot on my design skills and my understanding of of character design, trying to get the most out of it as much as possible and tell a story, and it's helped me as a designer so much more. So I just wanted to share that with everyone. And
cool.
Here's the final image if anyone was curious. But yeah, so what I'm doing now, if I close out of all these. So what I'm doing now.
Just want to tell to those who are interested that this will be available probably already from starting on Monday, Tuesday.
Okay.
After
awesome.
the IFCC is over, so just it will take like a day or two for us to reboot ourselves, and then it should be available on the IFCC website. Yeah, please.
Oh, are you guys still there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah, the feed cut out on me for a second. But yeah, how much more time do we have?
A few minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, then let me, I guess, quickly run through this, I guess. So here earlier, I was designing a new character, and this is all using the same process that I do in the class. And so you can see, like, I start super loosely. It's just to get some sort of form down, and usually I do a couple of these before deciding on one. And so from this point, usually I clean up my line art to about to this level, so that's nice and clear. That way I don't have to constantly go back and forth after, when I go to start painting and correcting things and trying to redesign things. This allows me to basically plan everything out ahead of time, and just makes the process much more simple. I think it's easy when making detailed characters to get overwhelmed. So the more simple the process is for you, the faster and easier it is for you to get to an end result. And then after this point, I kind of start laying in some colors, just a foundation, just to get an idea of the palette that I want. So again, I don't have to go back and constantly readjust and do more painting over. But at this point, it's all really loose. I like to paint on. I use transfer and wet edges a lot because as you can kind of see, let's use a brighter color. It adds just a nice transparency and smoothness to your brushstroke. And I like to just build up my forms and shadows. It's all very straightforward, you know, but I definitely go much more in depth in the class, obviously, with this stuff, and walk you through the entirety of it from the beginning all the way to the end.
This made me think about how, because you also mentioned that you were interested in doing comics.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned how you struggle also not to maybe add too many details, but then I'm thinking, like, imagine when they're designing a new character for the comic, new superhero or whatever.
Yeah.
You really have to plan, like, how many assets will this guy have, like not to make it too complicated, because you have to repeat it in almost every frame of the comic.
Yeah, when I started in the industry, my art directors were always like, dude, you gotta bring back the detail, bring it back. We can't make this. So I was always like just trying to cram as much stuff into a design as possible. And again, that kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. You have to give yourself, you have to build up your experience, and you'll slowly start to develop those instincts on what is too much information, where do I put information, how do I balance it out, and how does it reinforce the story I'm trying to tell. So I definitely try to break that down for people a bit in depth in the course. So the course is kind of in three parts. There's the theory and where we talk about design theory and stuff, and then we get to the drawing phase. So the drawing phase, we go over iteration sketches, head sketches. We'll do refining the line art, and then the third one, which is more like this. So is when we actually talk about the painting process, laying down our foundation colors, setting up a color scheme, and then rendering materials, and hopefully it helps some of you who might be a little intimidated with getting those really fine polished designs. This will hopefully help you see that it's really such a straightforward process, and you just have to kind of stick through it. You kind of just have to push through it and refine and learn how to let things go too at times.
Okay, Jules, we're done. I suggest that you join us on Discord.
Awesome. Yeah. Oh, and
if you need some help there, just reach Svenki or Mooncube or someone like that.
Awesome.
So if you have any final words.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, if anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out to me. If you sign up for the course, or you have the course and you have questions along the way, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have and provide you with feedback if you want to critique on your work as you're going through the class.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank
you, Marco.
It. Thank you for your time, and we'll be in touch soon, of course.
Awesome.
Cheers.
Cheers.
What do you remember most about home?
The forest. I remember a forest. We'd go into the trees at night just to see the stars. Maybe catch a glimpse of the moon. You couldn't see it from the city anymore. I don't suppose that forest is still there. Most of all, I remember the simple things, like air. Fresh air. A cool breeze. Real air. Free. Clean. There was this loch. A lake we used to visit in the summer. Cold. Freezing cold. But to swim in it made you feel alive.
It sounds perfect.
It was. It was. I regret not doing anything. Not doing anything when I had the chance. We all had the chance.
And we are live finally.
Yay!
We have Ivan Smirnov with us, all the way from
Russia. Yeah, from Moscow.
From Russia with love. And yes, one of those amazing Eastern Bloc 2D artists with the fascinating rendering skills. Fascinating imagination, shape language, whatever you want. Really, really amazing. And we've been in touch for the past, I think, 6 months or more. He also joined our website, bunica.org, where we promote top professionals. And yes, and then we, agreed. Ivan should have been with us on our live event, but because of the COVID-19, it all moved online, and here we are. Welcome.
Yeah, we're finally here. So yeah, I guess I'll start. So I don't know. Nice to meet you, guys. But I don't see any of you. So anyway, nice to meet you. My lecture will be about illustrations. That's one thing that I do, and I teach others how to create illustrations. So there's a lot of experience and troubleshooting that I've accumulated in this area. So hopefully this will be useful for you, and feel free to ask any questions. So I guess the whole lecture will be about very basic stuff. But for me, this basic stuff, it's what defines artists with any level, with any skill level, who are able to solve tasks, and the ones who actually not able. So hopefully it'll be useful for you. So I guess it'll be good to say something about myself, because I'm usually really focused on the lecture itself, and there's a thing that consistently happening to me when I go into some events. I'm like going into the auditorium, I'm giving a lecture, and then I'm going away, and everyone will ask, like, who was that guy? Like, because I forgot to present myself. So my name is Ivan. I'm an artist. I work in games industry, and I work there. I started working, I guess, at 2007, if I'm correct. So as an artist, and I guess in 2008 I started teaching. It was a part of my hobby, and at my first work as an artist, I've organized some classes to share some knowledge and to help young artists to get into the company. So there's a lot of experience in that area. So now I'm run my school, and the name is Smirnov School, and it's not named after me. I just like this word Smirnov, so I thought, this might be a cool name for a school, and it's just happened that I have the same name. So let's move to to the lecture itself. And at the very beginning, before I start share with you some super useful information, let's discuss where does everyone start from. Like, if we want to create illustration, where do we start? Like, what is the starting point? And I usually meet a lot of people. Like, I've met a lot of people during my career as an artist and as a teacher. I've met a lot of people who tell me that that drawing it's easy, and they just not they didn't invest too much time into it, but they have beautiful imagination, like super powerful imagination, and you consistently hearing from them that if only they could draw, that they will leave everyone out of job, because they will be like super cool artists, because they have this nice imagination. Like they could imagine those beautiful pictures with all those super brilliant colors within the mind. But like if I'd get a penny each time when I hear that, I'd have like I'd probably will have $1. So let's analyze how it's actually work. Let's imagine this. We want to create an illustration like with an orc. Maybe it's riding on a wolf through the fields of grass and stones, and there's a sunset, and there's a beautiful sky, and then there's this dynamic pose, and he's moving really fast. So imagine that. Imagined. Okay, let's analyze what you've just imagined. So if you're a beginner, and let's start from simple things. Do you know how camera works? Do you know how to set up a proper camera angle? Do you know how to pick up a good composition? Let's imagine that you've teleported into this beautiful world where orc on the wolf riding through the fields of grass and stones. Imagine that you have a camera. Would you be able to take a good shot? Like, do you know enough about composition? Do you know enough about lenses, about camera angle? And if not, then we like crossing this out, that this part of knowledge, it's not that it's not a part of our imagination, because we wouldn't able to explain to others how it should function. Let's move forward. Do we know something about anatomy of wolf and orc? Do we know something about orc design and weapon design, armor design? And if not, then let's cross it out. So we wouldn't be able to show it properly. Do we know something about the lighting? Do we know something about how the sunset lighting works? And if not, then okay. So you got the idea that actually, when we're trying to come up with idea of beautiful illustration at the very beginning, like for example, you just decided that you won't become an artist, but you haven't touched a pen yet. So and you have this gorgeous idea about illustration. So if you analyze it step by step, it'll become obvious that you actually don't have idea of illustration. You have an idea of cool illustration. Do you remember the old Windows screensavers where text was floating through the screen? So at this moment, the word cool illustration just floating somewhere in your head. So you have an idea about cool illustration, and it should be cool, but nothing else. So we have to know that at the very beginning there's nothing useful in our imagination. So so the main mistakes then young artists tend to do is they trying to create cool art, cool illustration, like straightforward. They just want to try, like they just pick up a pen and they want to try. Maybe I'm a secretly super cool artist. Like maybe. I don't know, maybe. So let's try, and then they try, and they fail, and they thinking, and they could think a lot of things like, oh, I'm a bad person, like, oh, everything is bad. So, or they might think that they don't have just proper, I don't know, the computer was not good enough, the tablet wasn't good enough. Maybe there weren't sufficient supplies of cool custom brushes. So let's Google for that. So some custom brushes. So the major mistake that we do at the very beginning, that we try to solve the main task of creating illustration with we try to make it like in one way straightforward, like we start drawing and then what will happen, like what the future will hold for us, no one knows. So will it be good, will it be bad, no one knows. So it's like throwing a dice. And this process, it's young artists they can't control the direction where they're going, because it's hard to make decisions about your illustration. Like will the horizon line should the horizon line to be low? Should the horizon line should it place in the upper part of the picture? No one knows, and we can't decide till we've got to the very end. Like, so it's hard to draw without making decisions, and it's hard to make decisions when your art at the very beginning, when it looks like a mess. So what do you need? You need a solid foundation. I know that you might have heard it a lot, and yeah, academical stuff like that. But I guess I will talk about it in slightly different way. If you want to create nice illustration, you need at least some skills that you could use as a foundation. For example, you're good at something, no matter what. There's something that you're good at. You could use it as a base for illustration. And if you want to increase your range of illustrations, if you want to create different illustrations, you need to expand your foundation. And what this foundation should contain, some basics of character design. If you want to create illustrations with a character, you have to create the character first. Like, without illustration, you need these skills to create the very simple character. Or what about the environment? You need it too. If you want to place your character or any kind of types of objects into space, and you want to show depth, and you want to work with the composition just a little bit, you need to know some basics of environment, of environment composition, of lighting, of the atmosphere. So you not necessarily need to know like everything, like because simultaneously you could learn about academical stuff. It's super useful. You'll need it eventually. You'll need all of it. But at the very beginning, if you want to create a nice warrior with a castle on the background, you at least need to know how to draw a warrior and how to draw a castle. And you need to know something about army design and something about architecture of the castle. So I know that's the obvious thing. So let's move forward. The same thing actually, that young artists, they don't have pipeline for illustration. So because we've seen a lot cool videos on YouTube when super powerful, super skilled artists create his arts like with one stroke. Like there's no references, there's no nothing. He's just creating from scratch, from blank canvas, and we get an idea, this bad idea that all good art should be created this way. We just start drawing, and then there will be something good. But actually, there's different ways to create illustrations. And I don't know if you ever tried to create illustration. You might use one of those ways. You might use several ways. It depends. In this lecture, I will describe to you 3 ways that I usually use, which helps me like a lot. Maybe you could come up with a different solution. Maybe you come up with your own way of creating illustration. But the thing is about those ways that you could use. For example, you could use only one way to create illustration. To create illustrations, and your illustrations could be really nice. They could have really good quality in terms of everything. But if you know the other way, your brain could process this differently, and then you could come up with those decisions that you will never come up with if you use only first way. That's the thing. That's what I've noticed about myself, that if I use different approach for illustration, I could get in the end very different results. So the more ways you could use to create illustration, the more creative you will be. So I guess the first thing that usually people think of, that's how do we create the illustration? So in the beginning there was idea. So I had an idea of an illustration, yeah, and maybe some of you could actually have an idea of illustration, like you could have like final version of the illustration in your mind, like, and you could transfer it like without any artifacts to the canvas. But since we've described, like at the very beginning of this topic, how usually our mind works, we have an illusion that we have like that we have all illustration with all details. It's an illusion. Yeah, I guess we could train ourselves to be better at this, to be better at imagining the whole illustration simultaneously. But there is more useful ways in order to create it like step by step. So this thing about creating illustration from idea, it's I guess it's the worst way of creating illustration. Like it's the worst thing. Like I had an idea, and then because it's random. Because if you don't have an idea, like some random idea, then you can't create illustration. And if you want to work as a professional, you need to be able to create illustration anyway. Like if you don't have an idea, but you like start building it step by step, and then you have an illustration in the end. So the good thing that we could use, so when we've tried to describe the illustration with the org, it was a good exercise when we tried to describe it. The better exercise will be if we try to draw each element of the illustration, or if we just write down everything that we think about our illustration. It's a useful trick that it's called externalization. When we when we're trying to put our thoughts to the paper, to the canvas, and then we could actually analyze, and we could. It's becoming obvious that there is some missing information, and we have to look for it somewhere else. So the first way of creating illustrations, it's from composition. When I was at the very beginning of my career, I had some troubles with composition, and it was really hard for me to. I'm sorry. It was really hard for me to understand what's the use of those abstract forms. Like, I don't get it. How it will help me to create illustrations, like how it will help me to create anything. I read tons of books about composition, and none of them helped me. It was like jibber jabber, something like this. But through experience, through trials and errors, through a lot of references, through analysis, I finally understand this concept. So this first way for creating illustration from composition, it's not the best way, it's not the major way. They all equal. So it's just one of the ways. So imagine that you young artists, you have really poor visual library, yet you still have to develop it. And you want to create something, you want to, so maybe you could render, maybe you could create some simple things, some simple designs, but you want to create illustration, and you never done it before, never. So illustration could have like different levels of complexity. So what I would suggest you to look through references. So try to get some inspiration in other works of others. And for example, you might look at this thumbnail, and you might think, that is a good composition. I really like how it works. I really like the how all elements works together, and I want to create something like this. I want to create something that would be my own. I want to understand how this thing works. So what you could actually do, let me take a screen and take it to Photoshop. Okay, so yeah, it worked. This screenshot. For example, here's a reference, and you want to create something that works like this composition. So before you start drawing anything, you need to analyze how this thing works. So yeah, it's good if you know something about the rule of thirds, and golden ratio and stuff like that, but let's try to analyze it. Here's some castle, some clouds, some hills, trees, and there's a carriage with a horse. So carriage with a horse basically works. It works like this, right? So castle, it basically works here like this. Let's get rid of this. So the hill works like this, right? So the trees, they work like this. So maybe castle not exactly working like this. So you could simplify this composition like a lot, and then you could use this analysis in order to create something of your own. So maybe our illustration will be be something that looks like this. For example, we could have a I don't know, some spaceship here. Right, and maybe some character that's standing here, or maybe group of characters. So so this line we could turn it to, so we could make it look like clouds, right? So there won't be any hills like this. There will be clouds. So maybe those shapes as the clouds on the background. Now we will have something that looks like a planet on the background, right? So all those trees and all other elements could work like I don't know, maybe some factories. So you could just replace those elements with other elements, and you could analyze how how this illustration works in the first place. And by replacing all those elements with your elements, you just copying one part of this picture. You copying like mathematical properties of this picture. You copying like the proportions of elements and how they work together. But in the end, you have completely different illustration with completely different design, completely different narrative. So at this point, some of you might thought, but that's wrong. Like it's not fair, because some artists already created this composition and he spent a lot of time and efforts while creating it, and now we just stealing from him. So the thing is about artists. Yeah, I imagine that all of you might heard about the thing that you need to steal like an artist. So that's actually the thing, how you steal like an artist. So then the other thing, if you analyze, so if you'll go to ArtStation, if you'll go to, I don't know, to movies, and you just try to analyze compositions, you will understand that basically there's limited amount of possible compositions. How so? Because there's at the same in the same way there's infinite amount of possible compositions. So we can copy some composition of others, but do you know how the structure of the universe works? Like, have you seen the structure of the universe? The one that looks like a sponge. Have you? So imagine that. Here you have like the space for all decisions for the good composition, like after Big Bang. So then it will start looking like this. So that could be composition like here, here, here. So then you started to have some intersections. So yeah, there's infinite amount of possible compositions. But what if you actually try to analyze a lot of works on ArtStation, a lot of works of different famous artists, a lot of shots from movies, you will get the idea that all of them tends to they like gathering in some regions. So there could be compositions that look like this, that look like this, They could look like this. So basically, there's a lot of illustration. There's a lot of compositions that looks really alike. So probably this composition it wasn't created by these artists at the first place, because there was tons of composition like this, because there's some basic rules how composition works. There's some basic rules. If you want to go in depth with composition, I suggest you to read Andrew Loomis' Creative Illustration, like the best source material about the composition itself, about the theory of how it should work and how to put into practice. But you need to analyze some references. You need to analyze works of other artists, not only artists, but photographers, but filmmakers as well. All of that. And basically, this thing could be described like this. Imagine a ruler, like pow, 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 pow. Yeah, we know, all of us know how the ruler looks like. So that actually represents how composition works. Like good decision for composition, bad decision, bad decision, bad decision, bad decision, good decision. So that's why a lot of pictures look alike. Because if we try to, for example, if we try to work with a horizon line, yeah, it could be placed like in any level on our canvas, like in any level. But for specific tasks, I guess the majority of decisions will be will be here and here. So there's some regions where we'll probably find the horizon line, like here or here, and not so frequently on the center of the picture. So where we could place our focal points, where we could place our major characters, objects, and stuff like that. Here's a rule of thirds. And rule of thirds, it's not like super hard. That's something that you cannot escape. Rule of thirds, it's just suggesting you that you'd better. So there's a region that probably will gain attention of the viewer more strongly than other regions. So probably, if you analyze different illustrations, probably you'll find the most interesting stuff here on some of those regions. So that's a probability of where those where those elements will be. So, and yeah, there might be some illustrations that's closed, looks more than once, and then some illustration that looks more than others. Okay, let's move forward. I'm sorry that I just love to talk much. The other way to create illustration from design. Maybe you have an idea of a cool character with all those cool elements and designs, and so it's super nice. You've come up with this character design, and then you want to create illustration with this. So after you have this character, you could analyze what this character could do, or what is your main task. You want to solve the design of this character. So you spend a lot of time on creating the design, and now you want to show this design. So you could analyze different references in order to understand what types of composition will suit best in order to sell this design. And then the composition will be secondary to the character design. The storyline between what's happening there will be secondary to the design, because you come up with design first. and it's the major thing. But here's the composition. It's the major thing, and then once you have a composition, you could come up with maybe with a story, maybe with a design for the objects, right? So at this, but in this way, you trying to come up with design first, and then you're trying to come up with composition second. Third way, from narrative or story. Imagine that you have a story. For example, you need to illustrate like book for kids, and there is a story that witch doing some magic near the pots, and that's a story. Okay, so you need character design and you need composition, but you need to make it you need to make those design and composition work for story. So you can't just do just composition. Composition could be great, but if it's not supporting the story, if there is no focus on the story, even composition is great, even the character design is great, then you'll have a bad illustration. It might look nice, but if it's not serve its purpose, then probably you have an angry client. So there's basically 3 things that you need to work with: story, design, and composition. And all of those, they equally important. You could say that no, composition should come first. Right, composition it's the most important thing in the end for the viewer. If composition is bad, nothing else is important. Like nothing else matters if composition is bad. But I'm talking about the ways of creating illustration. So and those ways allows you to solve different tasks. So if you want to sell design, if you come up with a character design and it's super cool, so you cannot just pick up a reference for composition where Superman flying with a fist towards the camera, and basically the perspective, it's all the design. So design completely lost because there's a large fist flying towards the camera. Yeah, nice camera angle, nice camera work, but you've lost the design. So and what if it's illustration? It's for marketing purposes. Imagine that I don't know, some game company decided to make posters with the characters from their game, and they need to sell the design of the character. So you have to come up with poses and with composition that will work close to each other in order to design to be presented. The other thing, imagine that you have a story. For example, for some update for your browser game or maybe your casual game, you need to draw a girl which trying to reach an apple from a tree, and she have a basket of apples, and she trying to collect the last one. So her body language should go along with the story, because if body language of the girl if it's not supporting the story, if you're just trying to make beautiful pose for the sake of beautiful pose, then it might look like you hired an actor and you said, okay, make a pose like this, smile, click. So then you have a completely stiff pose that and you're trying to say, this girl trying to collect an apple. No, it's not. It doesn't look like she's trying to collect an apple. It looks like a girl in an awkward situation looking at the camera. So body language is crucial to in order to sell the story. So all of those things should work together. So the best so if your illustration lies here in the intersection of all of those three things, then you have a good illustration. But if you could have a good story, you could have a good design, you could have a good composition, and you could have like bad illustration, like complete garbage. Why? Because all of those things, like they go into different directions. It's like music. You could have several instruments, and all of them need to support each other. If each of them playing their own solo in the different tone, then it'll be some, you know what'll be what'll be in the end. So that's the thing. And how we work with this, once you know what's your major thing, then you have to look at references. For example, you want to draw a castle, right? And you never drawn it. Of course, you'll need a reference for the castle, but then you'll need references for the composition in order you want to understand how to present your castle in the best way. If you have a story and the story tells you that you have a knight who trying to defend himself from hordes of skeletons, and maybe he's fighting. Right, you need to find a good pose for fighting knights, but you need to have a good camera angle. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. Remember a film with Brad Pitt, Troy, with super dynamic sword battles, like super nice camera work. Remember that? I've seen a couple shots from the set, like the making of this movie. And you know what? From the distance, the fights look super boring. Like they moving their swords super slowly. Like, so it looks super dynamic only through the camera, and from the side, it's like films with Leslie Nielsen, where you see how two guys trying to shoot each other, and then you see from the distance the whole scene that they basically on the same corner, and it looks hilariously stupid. So, working scheme: choose what's the most important for your illustration. Analyze other things that how they could move along with your the most important things. So analyze how other artists solve those problems. Don't try to invent, because our brain, it could do anything except inventing things from nothing. So our brains is super cool machine. It's super cool neural network, capable of amazing things, but it couldn't do one thing, invent something from nothing. But what we actually really good at, we're good at copying, combining, and transforming. Copy, combine, transform, it's the three major functions of our brain, and actually it's the three major functions of all living things. They could only copy themselves, they could only combine themselves with each other, and they could transform by slightly mutations and stuff like that. So, and then choose best solutions for your creative vision. So do we on schedule? Do I need to wrap up, or do I have more time? Hello. Can I continue? Okay, I shall continue because. My suggestion to you before you start drawing your illustration, explore ideas, like those three ways that I've suggested to you. Try to solve your illustration. If you have a really vague idea, try to solve it from different directions. Try to do some character design. try to find some variations of compositions, try to analyze what your character, if you don't know the story yet, you have to come up with the story. Try to analyze what your character could do in the frame. So here's an example. It's basically all of these examples. It's from my classes of illustration process. So I want, there was a task for my students. There was a theme for our class, for our illustration class, that we have to create composition with two characters, big and small. That was a task, and then we have to come up with idea for the characters, and we have to come up with a story for the characters. So I got an idea that I could have samurai robots and the girl near each other, and they could do something. I don't know what they could do, possibly anything. So after I got the idea, major idea about the design and about the composition, that I could place them in the frame near each other, that it could work really nice. So composition there works basically like this. Here's the frame.
Ivan, that's your last minute.
Oh, okay. Okay, so okay, I'll just go through all those slides. So
you know what? You can join Discord channel, and
okay.
we even have a voice channel there for the instructors. So you can, if you want to talk to the crowd who are following about anything, you can even share a screen there. So
Okay. So okay, so I don't know if you guys I don't know who's watching this this lecture and you want to keep watching this lecture. Yeah, with the help of organizers, we could continue this on the Discord server. But the main thing that I want to tell you that you need to explore before commitment, and the quality of your work will be, the final quality of your work will be as good as your preparation process. So all those skills with rendering, with 3D, with all this garbage, it's secondary to your preparation steps. So basically, the preparation steps will define how far you could go with your illustration. So yeah, I guess that's the idea. So if you have some questions, if you want to continue to talk about this, if you want to talk about this, then yeah, we could go to Discord server. And yeah, I need to say thank you to all of you. I need to say thank you to organizers. I'm happy to be here, and this is a really cool experience for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, see you in this Discord, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. Goodbye. So.
Massive.
All right.
Okay, so hello again.
Hi.
Okay, I just wonder if we should actually introduce ourselves, because like we didn't do it yesterday. So
sure, let's do it.
Yeah, so I'm Marek, and I'm gonna just host the mentorship session today. And on the other side, we have Philip.
Hi, I'm Philip, and I work as a lead artist in games, and I would like to learn more about concepting and ideation and moving towards the concept art direction rather than production, which is what I'm doing mostly at the moment.
So we have your portfolio here. Is there like any, like, because it's gonna be probably like certain topics like storytelling, it doesn't necessarily meet exact example, but I guess we can just start from like talking about like one of your works. I have like my favorite one that I would like to talk about, which is actually this one. Because they have like certain topics that I can actually advise you that you can like maybe think about when you're gonna work on something in the future. So like, what do you think?
Perfect.
Can we talk about this one?
Yes, go ahead. That sounds
in
great.
general, like it has like a nice vibe. It has like this sporty feeling. Obviously, has this sci-fi look. And we have like actually like the view of the exterior and interior, and then like right off the bat there are like certain things that like you did like pretty cool things, like adding details that actually like showing this like sporty vibe. Like it's kind of like looks like inspired like as from maybe racing cars, like rally cars and so on.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Yeah, so that's cool. But like also on the other side, you have like a spaceship, and then in my opinion, like one of the things that would be actually cool and actually pretty interesting detail is all of the things that are actually happening on planes, and then still like stuff that's actually related more to plane or spaceships aspects, which like when you're gonna look at like, for example, something like this, right off the bat you see lots of decals that actually has some sort of functionality, and they are there for a reason. So you have like all of those nodes where you can find specific elements for maybe the crew that's gonna deal with the ship or like the plane on the airport, or like
Yes.
maybe people that's gonna repair it. And then that sort of thing is actually adding a lot of depth and storytelling itself to the actual object, because then it's actually showing also the viewer that you thought about the functionality of the thing that you designed, and like you thought where actually the fuel is going. And because like right now, for example, in this particular case, I don't know how you actually add fuel to the thing. Maybe it's like doesn't need any fuel. I don't know if you actually thought about it.
Yeah, I didn't plan it to that extent. That's a really good point.
Yeah, like one of the things is that like for example, like you showing like how the cockpit actually looks like, but I don't have like clue how you actually get this like whole thing out of it, like how the movement of this like windshield would look like. Is it like splitting to like sides, or like it's moving to the front? Because like that's something that's actually hard for me to imagine because of this we like maybe I will go to Photoshop. It's gonna be easier to actually point to like certain elements. Like if I would design like shape that's like this, I would also think about how it looks like when it actually opens for the passenger or the pilot when he's entering, where the pilot is actually stepping on the. Is he stepping on the on one of the wings, or is there like something additional that he's using to actually get to the ship? I don't know if you like thought about those elements with when you were designing it.
In a way, I had the idea of sort of like a racing cockpit, and it would be suspended in a hangar, and then sort of access it with ladders. But of course, that's something I could probably put into a bigger image.
From a perspective of even a concept art, when you're actually working in a bigger studio, and then like sometimes the things that you are doing and then sharing to like with other people, like sometimes like people that's gonna work out of your concept art might not even have a like opportunity to talk to you. So like the more information that you can provide on the visual level, and the more you can actually tell with the image, and the better. Because like for example, like with an animator that's gonna work out like on this particular thing, for example, that would be actually pretty important to show him what's actually needs to be moving. Like you don't have to like provide all of the elements that's gonna provide the movement for this windshield, because like if you have like creative modelers, they probably gonna figure out a lot of things by themselves. But I'm just thinking like how it also looks like when it's open, and how it moves. It's also like part of the process of designing something like this. And then also like those previous details that I was like showing. It's actually, like if somebody would have to step on the wing wing of that spaceship, then you probably should like have some sort of indicator where it's safe to actually step on the wing or where it's not. And like it's not only happening on the like military planes, but also like if you have like Boeing, for example, it's not only like text. Sometimes you have like elements like this, which is also like pretty interesting. I don't even know what necessarily those things are. If I would probably design something like this, I would probably even like try to read as much as I can regarding that topic, because this is also something that provides like, if I need to have like some sort of ideas, I need to have some material to work with, and then the more I actually know about certain subject, it's easier for me to actually come up with certain ideas, and think also about those topics that I also mentioned regarding like how this element is gonna be used. That's like something that's pretty big part of concept art for me. It's like not necessarily like drawing itself. It's like sometimes for me it's more about like thinking about what's the functionality of that particular thing gonna be. Obviously, if it's gonna be something that's real, it's gonna be used maybe in a different way than in a game, because in a game you can actually make up a lot of things, or like do it in a way that's like it's not have to be 100% accurate. Like you can actually fake a lot of things regarding movement. You can do stuff that's like not necessarily following the gravity or that sort of thing. And here also like it's something that's not necessarily regarding the design, but like okay, like maybe I will like say something like first regarding this thing, because like one thing that also you could think about is also how this thing was built in the first place. So okay, this is like futuristic set, so maybe the way that this particular ship was actually built is advanced, but it still would be nice to actually think about how those elements were like put together. Like if you actually looking at the ship like Boeing, you see particular panels, screws and that sort of thing, right? It doesn't have to be always like screws and panels like this. because obviously, like in the future, there might be like lots of ways of like manufacturing that thing. Like probably that thing might be like initially from different parts, but might be covered with some foil that's actually doesn't show any elements of assembly, like how it was built.
Yeah.
But then still probably that foil will have some kind of limitation, and you would see certain cuts where the foil would need to actually change the shape, because if you actually want to use a planar foil on something that looks like a ball, you need to cut it in particular places to actually it works like UVs in general. So you probably should actually figure out where so you can actually play with that particular thing. Like for example, like the panels on the ship, they don't have to always follow. Like you might have like the panel that actually is like one piece of fiberglass or metal, and then that might be covered with like a foil, so you don't see the cut, but like maybe it's just like a bevel or something like this. You might actually try to invent certain, like for example, you have the way you actually concept stuff. What if like the elements in the ship were actually stitched? Like, okay, this sounds ridiculous, but you might try to figure out how it would look like if something like this would actually make more like for example, like my friend has a car that's like Lotus, and that car is interesting in particular way because it's not because they figured out that actually using glue would make the whole frame for the car lighter and more durable, and that stuff like that is actually interesting for me. And then you can apply like that kind of elements to the design, but like not being like engineer, it's kind of hard to actually came up with that kind of idea. So the one thing that you can do is actually being interested in those particular things and just follow what's out there and what actually is invented in real life, and then just apply it to concepts that you're actually working on.
Yeah, I think that's a very good, helpful tip. Just to look more into actual engineering and real life examples, because now it's mostly based on just my ideas, but not, I'd say, grounded enough.
Yeah, and then the thing is also like it's obviously you need to also like be a bit like at least a bit interested in the topic, because like okay, if you need to actually design a spaceship and you don't want to do it, then it might be hard to be interested in the topic in the first place. But that's why like it's better if you're actually working on the things. If it's like your personal stuff, you obviously prefer to work on something that you prefer to do, right? And then here is one of the things that's like when I'm going through like your whole portfolio is that the thing like, okay, maybe I see it a bit here because of the roughness and stuff. Like something that's actually adding like this additional detail to design. Okay, like here, if you're designing something like this, you want this to look fresh and new. But like if you actually designing something for a game or a movie, it might be actually showing story of that particular thing. Like you can show the story of that thing with the details. So like one thing that actually I wanted to show is this. So it's also connected to this like construction topic a bit, but
yes,
you have all of those like small details of how it's actually worn out, like, and especially if you're doing something in 3D, that's actually adding a lot of like nice detail if you're gonna use a roughness on the like certain elements. Even like you have with this particular design, right? Maybe those elements like they are easily replaceable, so because they are from fiberglass or something. But then probably like something like this, like the engine, that would be like very costly, and then not necessarily replaced immediately. So maybe showing like, and then it's also obviously like there is maybe some kind of fire or something, some smoke that's actually influencing the materials, so it's actually getting dirty faster. Stuff like that might add lots of story to the actual design. That's actually, you know, like you don't have any characters or anything, but like just adding those small details, like some scratches or stuff like that, that might actually add a story to the design. Okay, like I was talking about the like smaller details, but then there is also like one thing that we can also like talk about, which is connected actually how you design the interior of that ship, which actually this. And here I just wanted to show you before I will actually talk about it. Because I think that, for example, like basically, your inspiration were cars, so it's gonna be actually probably a good idea to actually show certain cars as an example. So we have like a Ferrari F8 Spider. And then here you have like exterior of that car and interior of that car. I will like talk about it in a second. But we have also Lamborghini Hurricane. Maybe just for the sake of diversity, something like Bugatti. Because like what I wanted to actually talk about is that the way you design the interior of the spaceship actually looks detached from the actual design of the exterior. So what I meant by that is that you have like all of those nice angular shapes in the exterior. Like creating flow and this aerodynamic shape. And then the interior of like the design of the actual elements of the interior, they look kind of rough. Like in a thing like this that looks pretty expensive, I would expect that the chairs, maybe they don't have to be super nicely designed, but I would expect that they at least ergonomic, and then having like just flat surfaces like doesn't necessarily look that ergonomic. And why I was actually bringing up those examples of cars, because like when you actually look at the cars, you can see the correlation between the shape language of the actual car and the interior. I don't know if should I point out like specific elements, but like probably you see them, like for example, like if you like see Bugatti have like lots of angular shapes, and then you have this thing inside. You don't see that many sharp angles, right?
Yeah.
With Lamborghini, you have those sharp angles, and then the same things happening with the actual design of the interior. It's not necessarily one-to-one. Usually, like the interior designers are actually different people. Then, like you have like the art director of the whole car, but then you have a bunch of different people working on the overall design. And a similar thing is happening with the Ferrari, where you have like certain shapes that's like you can see the repetition of it. and you can see a lot of correlation of those elements. So I hope that's like those things make sense, and then gonna help you with the design in the future. And probably like we can talk about something else. Yeah, maybe you have some like questions, or because I was just talking now and I didn't let you to actually.
That's fine. That's fine. I think that's a really helpful insight, because I never even considered that, you know, the angles of the inside of the cockpit in relation to the outside. So I'm definitely gonna pay more attention to make it look more coherent.
You know, it's like all depends on like what you want to achieve, because if that particular spaceship would be more military, then that would like the actual like nicely designed interior wouldn't actually make that much sense. Then it's actually just functionality. It's more important, but then also that interior probably would be like way more complicated, and in certain ways it would look more rough. It wouldn't have like just rubber for like on the whole stuff. Probably a lot of things would be from metal, or but then what I would do is like I would just look at the references in the first place, and I would try to analyze the materials, like what kind of differences I can put, like, because I try to, you know, like you have like those rules, like the rule of thirds. So you put like big, medium, small shapes in on a like when you design something, but then you can apply it to composition, and then you can also apply it to the materials. So you have like big, medium, small, and then you find like specific materials for big, medium, small. So like you have maybe two kinds of plastic, like one more with more specular, and one more with more roughness, to actually create this visual interest. And then some smaller elements that's like maybe from some metal to like, you know, add something additional as an accent.
That's a good, very smart way of thinking about it. Because of course I was aware of the big, medium, small in terms of shape language and just general design, but materials, I've never tried that. That's really cool.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I'm actually sometimes trying to look at the random shapes that like around me. Like, for example, I went to the gym once and I look at one of the machines there, and then actually I look at it, and then it was kind of like the composition of the materials on that particular machine. For me, they were like pretty interesting, because like you had like black leather, black matte painted metal, and then silver metal elements that were like just the smallest detail on the thing. And then like that combination, like it just worked visually. It was looking interesting, even though the particular object wasn't interesting at all.
Yeah.
And, you know, like lots of those actually thinking you can apply to, like, you know, to things like this as well, or like the interior, because like the same kind of way of thinking you can apply to like interior, for example, with how it was actually built, like how those elements, maybe if that panel was created as like a modular thing, like where there is like connection and how it's actually connected on the on the process. Because like maybe, you know, you have like just some big screws here. It's just like the simplest thing that like I can think about. Like they might be like some kind of connector, but also like you can think about this modularity in a way that's actually, you know, it doesn't have to be always like segments that like equal length. Like for example, like you can have like segment like this for the shape of the corridor, but then you can actually have like some elements that actually going through more than just one segment, and then you're actually breaking down this repetition. Because like when you actually have like the same element and it's like just repeated like infinitely, and then there is nothing to break it, then it doesn't necessarily, it's not as interesting as it could be. Okay, like in that particular image, just adding like a character that's like walking through that corridor would actually make it immediately more interesting. But like if you don't have an option to actually introduce the character here, you can actually work with this like repetition in a way, as I mentioned, like so like have some kind of elements that like it's not necessarily repetitive. Like you can have like even like pipes that like going through this, and then maybe those like panels, like those not panels, but the whole segment of this corridor is actually prepared to add these cables or pipes, because like if it like I don't know what it is for, in general, but if that were like probably like a spaceship or something, and then you're exposing a lot of things, because this looks like a lot of functional elements, then you could actually add cables that actually going through on those like walls, and then you could like build some visual interest out of like segments that actually repeat it. And then there are also like those things with the decals that you could actually add here, like on the spaceship. So like some kind of decal that's just like explaining what this is for. Like you could like actually see it in real life, where if you have like electrician, he needs to actually have information which is like for what, to actually know how to connect it or how to work with it. So yeah, like with this particular thing, it's like there's like very similar topics like materials, the details, and so on.
Yeah, I think materials is really one of my weakest points at the moment, because it just feels sort of either just metal or just plastic.
Yeah,
and that's of course also a 3D learning issue, but it's
like it's like obviously like there are like those things that like with certain softwares they're like easier to achieve, like for like obviously like it's harder to work with certain rendering like engines. Like for me, like the easiest in terms of like rendering was actually the Keyshot, and it's actually in my opinion, in terms of workflow of like concept art, is it's kind of like especially if you're designing just one object, because obviously like Keyshot till like recent versions they didn't have like volumetric lights, so working with environments in Keyshot was kind of hard, because like you had to render specific passes with like z-depth and then go back and try to compose it in Photoshop, where in Blender you have like Eevee and then you can just add fog and like have like that mood on the screen in real time. And like the thing like that's like why Keyshot is so fast is also because like it actually has like lots of presets that you can use immediately. Obviously you can prepare a bunch of things like presets for yourself in different softwares. I don't know what kind of software you're actually using for something like this.
This was modeled in VR in Gravity Sketch, and then for the materials and rendering it's all Blender.
Okay.
Cycles.
Well, I guess like lots of things actually you can achieve also with like overpainting the elements. I don't know like how heavy on painting you actually are. Like obviously like there are like certain things like those silhouettes here.
Yeah, I'd like to get more into the overpainting game, but oftentimes I render out the final shot and then I'm sort of confused where to start. I mean, how would you sort of approach an image like the one you just had opened when you would go into overpainting?
This one?
Yes.
Okay, it would be nice in the first place to actually have the mask, so I will like try to cut it out very easily. See how it goes. The thing is like I actually, even if I have something that's like in full color and it's rendered, I still like to check it in black and white, how the values actually works. And then with this thing, is like, especially when I look at the thumbnail of it, this spaceship kind of it's like fades out with the Earth and a planet behind it. So maybe I will just like maybe darken it a little bit. Then obviously the colors are not necessarily working the same way. So maybe then it's actually needs some more saturation. Then sometimes maybe you need to fade out the background a bit, because like also like you cannot go infinitely with the darkening the stuff, because then you starts to lose the details. Or maybe you can actually go with the darkening the background. Like it's like sometimes for me, that's not necessarily the best color. Like sometimes for me, it's like, you know, I don't know always out from the start what's gonna work the best. Because like, you know, like for maybe showing design like this, and then that particular shot of the planet in the background, maybe it will not necessarily work. Like the thing, like one thing that actually I'm seeing here is also that you have everything on the right side in terms of like composition. So like you have like a bunch of space. Why, if you like, you just want to show the spaceship, like, so why you are not framing it like this, right?
Yeah.
Why do you have like these elements on the left? And maybe you actually can think about like showing the planet in different ways. So it's actually creates like some more, like maybe a bit more interesting composition. Maybe actually putting a planet like this and then spaceship like somewhere here would actually work a bit better, because like then you actually have these like cool angles in the overall image. So maybe let's try to. Obviously, it's gonna be stretched and so on, but
yeah, of course.
The thing is, like, lots of those things that I'm actually pointing out with like composition, for example, it's kind of like subjective. It's not everybody have to agree with me if like that actually works. You know, like, I don't know if you like, you think it's like actually working better or not.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely stronger. I agree.
And the thing is, like, what I would actually do with this regarding the overpainting, like that, like there are certain elements that like would be probably time consuming. So for example, like okay, like you actually added some of those things that actually I mentioned about, like with the, or maybe just like it just happened by accident, like those worn off like materials, like it was by on purpose, or it just happened.
No, I think that was just a shading error.
Yeah, so like I believe that it creates this like this effect. Like obviously it's easier when you have actually some kind of brushes that you can, you know, fake it like faster. And you know, like in general, like also with this particular spaceship, it's like it has pretty weird lighting for the space shot, because usually when you actually think about space, in space you don't have the bounce light, so you need to actually think about it when you're actually rendering. So you would probably have like way darker shadows.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's hardly any fill light in most space shots, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like you have like just main light, like because it's like you just getting the closest light source, which is in our case like is the sun. Obviously, you can have like situations where like maybe two suns are like close to each other, and then you have like two lights, or like maybe you have like some bounce light from the moon or the planet, but like even in like in movies, most like for example, like if you have like movies like Space Odyssey, right, which is like it's not 100%. Actually, when I'm looking at the screenshots, it's like it's not 100% the way I thought it looks like actually. Okay. It's more resolution though, but so you have like some bounce light in the shadows, but you can see the like high contrast between the surfaces that actually that the light is sitting, and then where you have shadow, and then probably like a lot of space movies or like science fiction movies from that era would have like similar shots, like the original Star Wars trilogy. Like probably some newer movies would have like some other ways to show spaceships, like because it all depends like what's kind of like a standard for like visual standard for the era of making certain things, because you can obviously see like some kind of patterns in like how the designs or the particular shots of movies are made. But obviously, like there are certain directors that like they're gonna do it their own way. But like probably if you would look at the science fiction movies from Hollywood right now, they would probably have way more effects on in that particular shot. So like you would have like probably some additional lights, like maybe you can see Prometheus. Yeah, so I don't know if it's like from the actual movie or it's like a concept car, but you can see that the whole it's obviously it's not necessarily 100% in space, but like you have like totally different style of showing the ship.
Yeah.
And obviously there are like different shots from that movie as well, and then
yeah, that looks so much more dynamic and believable than just well, mine just feels sort of pasted in.
Yeah, like
and not very integrated into the environment.
And like one of the things is like, okay, if you have like this, when we think about the Earth, well, probably it's actually reflects some of the light. Like moon is not actually a light source. It's just like bounce of the light from the sun. We still have it as like some lighting. So you can actually think about the light that actually would maybe be a bit bluish, that actually would fill the form of the particular spaceship. Some of the things that actually I'm missing, and that actually you can see, for example, on this one, it's just like those effects of the engines, and then they are actually adding lots of visual interest to the overall image. Some things that actually you can think about, like if you know we have like something futuristic as this, and we can actually see the cockpit, maybe adding like, might be a bit cheesy, but like adding some lights inside or showing some, it's kind of small, so it depends also on the the level of like how much you actually want to overpaint it. Because like sometimes it depends like where you want to have like focal point. Maybe the cockpit of the ship is not actually the focal point, but you could actually add some screen that would be actually maybe bluish, and then you could actually show that like that light is actually affecting the pilot inside or the interior. You know, like that would actually create something more interesting.
Nice.
Just the glass for the cockpit, because like for now it's like you know, you show the details inside, but like it doesn't show that it's alive and then something's happening inside, and that light would actually, in my opinion, add a lot.
Yeah, it looks a lot more lively. That's really cool.
And like, you know, like this simple thing with, like obviously you can do it like better than this, but okay, so like, and we can also like talk about a bit for like actually showing the story with those things, because that was one of the things that actually you mentioned when you were sending the application. And then like, because that's like the actual answer to that is like, in my opinion, fairly simple, but then actually executing it is like additional thing. Because for example, like if you would like to add a story towards this, okay, like the simple story that you can actually make out of that is take this particular design, do maybe 2 or 3 versions of the colors of that particular one, and then try to show the actual race of those spaceships. And then that would be like fairly easy. The more complicated one would actually consist of probably characters, and then showing how the actual spaceship is maintained, or at least the pilot actually getting into the spaceship. You know, like the main thing is showing objects without the context of environment and showing the story is kind of, because like, okay, you can actually create an like image where you have like a bunch of like the crew that's actually maintaining the ship, and you might show it without actually showing the environment, and that would be still understandable what's happening in the actual shot. But then you can also like show the story of how, you know, it's all about like the idea, because like you can always show the story of just the spaceship without the characters, but then maybe like show like this particular spaceship in a hangar when it's actually forgotten, and then it's like nobody is using it for a while, or how it looked like after the race when actually there was a crash, and then just showing it how it actually was destroyed, which actually doing something like this is like obviously a lot of work, because like you first need to design the particular object, and then you need to do additional work with actually making a story out of the like with using the design that you did.
Wow, yeah, that's a lot of input. It's really cool. Just taking it that step further and not just designing the object, but the life around it. That's a really smart thing.
And also, like, you know, like it's actually, I think it's influencing both sides, because when you're actually thinking about like creating the story with the characters, then you need to like put the characters next to it, and then you see the scale of it, and then you start thinking how those characters actually would use it. So it would actually, because like for me, sometimes like it's pretty important to add this character next to the object that I'm designing, just for the sake of like the scale of it, if it's like proper or not, and how the character would use it. Like there's one thing that actually pretty cool about VR is like when you're actually designing, for example, like cockpit of the spaceship, you actually have the particular distance of the thing that you're designing, so that you actually you're sure that actually they are where they're supposed to be.
I do that every time. Every spaceship, I just sit inside the cockpit, and it's just an amazing feeling.
Yeah. You know, like here we have like a bunch of like cool things regarding the detail. Like obviously, like some of the stuff are like missing. Like for example, like this assembly stuff and things. But like we already discussed, there are like certain things that are pretty cool. Like for example, like like it's not visible at first. I had to look at it, like how it's actually constructed to see it. So like sometimes it's also about showing the proper angle of the object that you designed, because this shot is probably like it's cool because like it's like a low angle and it's pretty dynamic, but it doesn't necessarily do like a good job in terms of like showing the actual design. So if you want to show the design, probably would like I would add additional shots of it, because like I think that the idea for the front of the thing is pretty cool, but I had to look at it for a while before I actually saw it.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense.
Also, like you could like break it down more with the colors, like not to make everything red, because like probably like some of the functional parts of the engine, nobody would bother to actually make them red, or even somebody would leave the original color just for how cool it looks. Like for example, like when you actually look at the motorbikes, for example, you have like elements that like they are for obvious visual reasons, and then you have like always also like elements that needs to be there to actually work. Like for example, like here you have the fuel tank, the seat, which is like nicely designed and so on, but you have also like lots of elements that they are purely functional. They need to be there because the engine works in like certain way, and then every single piece is designed mainly for the functionality of it, not for the visuals. And then in general, it still makes like a cool visual combination at the end, which like also when you look at it, it's actually you have this breakdown of three materials. So you have this red, which is like shiny and like glossy. You have this like black material, which is like kind of rubber, and then you have like all of the metal parts. And then when you would look at it, like you could probably see that like, okay, like black is actually, obviously you have like probably some glossy black and so on, but it's just like additional thing. Like it's in general, like when you look at the whole design, you see probably like around 70-60% of the overall materials would be like that black one, and then like 20% would be that red one, and then the last 10-15%, like it depends how like you would balance it, would be that chrome or metal parts. Obviously,
yeah, that's sort of going back to the same thing you told me earlier about the proportions of the materials and applying the big, medium, small kind of thing.
Yeah, you can take it further. Like you can have like elements like this, for example, like this particular light, but then you need to actually avoid to create this material as like at the same amount as the metal ones. Like you can add like smaller things. Like one thing that actually you need to watch out for is actually because then in general, like in composition, you should avoid to design like the composition in a way that you have like the 50-50 situation, like proportion. Like the same thing that just applies, in my opinion, to materials. Like you want to actually create these differences to actually show what's more important than what's like, because like this thing is here only for like particular reason. It needs to be there. Like probably if somebody would be able to not put it there, probably wouldn't, because it's not necessarily something that looks cool. It just you purely functional. It's like the restrictions of like this motorbike being able to actually ride on the streets. Like, and the thing is like, but between Europe and the United States, you have like different regulations for the cars, for example, and also that's something that's when you're actually designing particular stuff, you also need to think about, like, if you design a car that's supposed to be on American roads, that's like you need to look for those details that's like specific for the American cars. And then what's like the simplest example would be England and the rest of the Europe, like not obviously without like certain islands, but in England all of the cars are actually riding on the
left-hand
side, and because of that, like the steering wheel is on the other side that like I'm used to, right? So like that's something that's like you need to think about when you're actually designing like a vehicle, for example. Okay, like we actually getting to an end.
Yeah.
So if maybe you have like some additional questions at the end or something I just try to explain what you confusing.
I guess the main thing I'm sort of taking away from here is that I need to just dig a little deeper and look more into how things actually work, how it's supposed to interact with its environment, and then just
like if you want to make your designs more believable, then I would go for that particular thing. And then it doesn't apply only to vehicles and objects. It also applies to like how character design works. Like if you're actually designing a knight, like you also need to think about how he actually puts the armor on, because like I see on the internet a lot of armors that like there wouldn't be a way to actually put that armor on. And then obviously you might have like stylized design, but it's still nice to actually think about all of the straps and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like also like with the design, like, and adding that story, like if you will be able to actually add that story, and like, because in general, like adding a character next to the design that you did, and then also like maybe the design of the character is actually fitting the storytelling of the particular spaceship that you're trying to show. It's actually adding visually a lot in terms of the overall impression of that particular element that you are designing.
Yeah, so make it all match together.
Like for example, like you like here, you would have like the character here, and then the cockpit is like pretty far away from the actual pilot, so he would need to probably lean to use it, which is not necessarily the perfect situation. Maybe you could show that like lots of the elements in terms of like the piloting the spaceship are actually on this steering wheel, which probably would need additional shot. Like, for example, like here, even though it's like not necessarily, it doesn't look finished, but like in my opinion, it's actually works way better than this shot, because this one is actually showing me the scale, it's showing me some sort of interaction. And then like from the concept art perspective, especially if it's like production work, it doesn't necessarily mean that actually not everything is like nicely painted and so on. Obviously, you might have other directors that would prefer the concept art to be nicely finished, and then for like with certain people would work better to get the accept. But in my opinion, in general, like for the actual showing the idea behind the design, that actually works pretty nice. Obviously, you can't you're not showing the materials from this, but that's something that you can do, for example, on the next pass, or like just additional thing.
Yeah, agreed. I think the ship here looks a lot more tangible, I'd say, than the other one. So I guess it's just a case of putting things into perspective with the figures or sort of an environment that matches it better.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna like wrap it up. I hope it's like my advices were helpful.
Very much so. Thank you so much for helping me out.
Yeah, no problem.
It's been a blast.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to like stuff that you're gonna do after.
Oh yeah, I'll show you.
Yeah, sure. I'm waiting then.
Perfect.
Okay, so thanks for the session. Have a nice day.
Thanks.
And goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So I'm going to demonstrate a process I created for doing animation with ZBrush, kind of creating a claymation style where each frame is a different mesh, and I can sculpt in kind of like 3D motion blur and smear frames, and also get some intersections between parts of the body with Dynamesh. So my background is that I've worked in the 3D industry for about 7 years, and always been working on developing my own short films and animations, but I realized there isn't really a great way to preserve kind of the expressiveness of a sculpt once it's rigged in T-pose and goes through the whole animation process and rendering. It tends to lose kind of some of the life that the original concept sculpt can have, and that you can see in 2D animation. So this process helps preserve that by kind of making each frame a separate sculpt and getting more of that artistic control. So initially, back in 2018, my idea was just to use separate subtools as keyframes and just do that within ZBrush and scroll back and forth to get a playback. But then after that, I developed some scripts in Maya where I can actually export a rigged animated character on each frame, and just take the mesh from each frame and send those into ZBrush where I can then sculpt over those. So here's the animation we're going to be creating in this demo. It's fairly simple, fairly quick, but it shows most of the aspects of the technique, like 3D sculpted motion blur, vertex colors, and overall it's a decent result in a relatively short amount of time for this process. Alright, so we're starting out with this model that I created a while ago in ZBrush, and I created a rig for it using Rapid Rig Modular, which is a great rigging tool you can buy online. And if you want to get that, make sure you get Modular and not Rapid Rig Advanced. It's just an older version, it doesn't work as well. So the idea here is he's gonna like rise up out of this mud stuff and rip open his belly, and then I'm not sure what will happen after that. Maybe a character will come out. At this point, I don't really know. And this is really the hardest part, because this is like where I come up with the concept of what the motion's going to be and how the different parts of the body are going to intersect and how that's going to all translate into ZBrush animation later. So for the most part, this is just standard Maya animation at this stage. I do some things differently. like I animate in 15 frames per second, and I don't use any splines. I only use stepped keys, and I try to key everything on the body on each frame, or not on each frame, on every key. All parts of the body are keyed. So I have some internal geometry already modeled into this guy, and here I'm just creating some blend shapes for that, so I can activate those whenever the hands are separating. I got some wonky poses in here, and honestly this part is just pretty painful. So here's my result from basically the first day of messing around. Just an idea of kind of standing up, opening up the belly. Doesn't look great, but it's just something to get started with. So back into Maya, I decided I actually want him to kind of come out of the water more diagonally. It felt like it was just too straight on. So as you can see, it's just a lot of swapping back and forth between keyframes. And I set hotkeys for Maya, where I can switch between keyframes with the A and D keys, which is a lot easier for me to access. And you can see I'm intersecting a lot of parts of the body. It's pretty crucial to the look I'm going for in ZBrush. I can dynamesh every part of the body together and get some cool effects with like motion trails across the different meshes. So at this point, I'm just trying to get poses that look cool, like sculpturally, but then also balancing that with getting motion that actually looks fluid. The main thing to consider there, really the 12 principles of animation, I guess, but the main ones that I follow for this is slow in and slow out. So that would be an object will accelerate slowly into a motion and then decelerate slowly out. And here I'm just adding a rock using Maya sculpting tools because I realize the pose that he's in is not really stable, so just add a rock for him to lean on. So yeah, I think about slow in and slow out, and also clean arcs, which is where any major part of the body that you can visually really see should be following somewhat of a smooth curve as it travels through space. And I don't really use reference for any of my animation because I think it kind of limits the options you can get visually, especially when I'm doing things that can't be done in real life, like parts of the body intersecting. But I do sometimes act things out with a timer on my phone. So like if I want the action of standing up out of a chair, I would do that in real life and time that and see how long that takes. And just see how the different parts of my body move as I go through that action. Like when my hands raise up and what curve they take as they go through space and stuff like that. But I don't really actually film anything. So at this point, I'm getting pretty frustrated actually with the process. I'm not really liking the pose that he's getting into. And since there's so many different things to track, like I have to track the way his spine is leaning back and the way his hands are separating, and also the way the mesh is splitting in the front. And when you have too many different things to track with animation, you tend to get some weird results because like if I want to adjust the position of the spine, I'd have to adjust the hands and the belly blend shapes, and it's just too many things to really keep in your mind at once to be able to adjust things smoothly. So I'm realizing that, and I'm going back in, I'm going to animate it without the blend shapes to start with, just moving the spine and the hands. So at that point I was thinking, okay, that shot's not going to go anywhere. So I'm going to do something completely different. I'm going to have these giant hands taking this guy out of the mud and then like poking him. And it just kind of goes to show how frustrated I was with the first shot. I didn't think it was going anywhere. So I think this looks kind of cool. One issue with this is that it's more difficult with my current setup to have two separate characters. And I didn't really have time to do a completely new shot. So, okay, I dropped that. Going to a different new shot. He's going to be standing there. He's going to rip open, and then he's going to fall back. So worked on this new different shot for maybe an hour or two, and then kind of off screen, I guess I went back to the first shot and added some frames at the end, some poses that I think look quite a bit better actually. So now I'm going to stick with that first shot. So sometimes I kind of go through crisis like that, and you just have to push through it and try to see if you can get something that looks interesting enough that you're going to have fun continuing to work on it. I think that's really the key. Like once it gets to a certain point where you enjoy some part of the process and enjoy how it's looking, then you can really get something interesting out of it. So at this point I added some more in-betweens, added some more frames at the end to kind of complete that motion, and I'm pretty happy with that motion at this point. So here in ZBrush I'm just up-resing the rock using Dynamesh, and I use snake hook with a dots alpha, and then I just use an inflate brush with a square alpha on top of that. I'm trying to make sure it fits the dimensions of the original rock so it doesn't interfere with the animation at all, because his elbow has to lean on it at a certain place. Just doing some more tweaking on the rock. All right, so at this point I'm going to get into the blend shapes, which are sometimes they're called shot sculpting or just corrective shapes. Basically, it's just creating a blend shape in Maya and keying it at a certain point in time in the animation so that I can make the model look correct. I can resculpt it to look correct at that pose. The benefit of doing it here in Maya at this stage is that I can use keyframes to actually preserve that sculpt over a certain period of time rather than have a separate sculpt on every single frame, which is what we're going to do later in ZBrush. So here I'm just fixing the ridge muscles on the arm. This tends to be a pretty critical spot when the arm is bent. And just setting keys for that as it fades out. Now I'm using soft select to pull out those vertices. And the sculpting tools in Maya are not really great. They work all right for this. But again, it's just something to start with that we can go over later in ZBrush. So I'm moving on to his left arm, which is going to be reasonably visible. Through this whole process, I'm really thinking about what's visible from the actual render cam, which you can see in the upper right corner. I'm not going to really do anything that's not going to be visible to that camera. It's just wasted time, which is one major difference between pre-rendered animation and like game animation, where it has to be generally visible from any side. So just fixing the ridge muscles and the biceps there. And then I'm going to work on this final pose, because this is really the pose that will be seen for the longest period of time. So it needs to look pretty good. And since it's seen over several different keys, I need to do most of the sculpting in Maya so that I don't have to redo it on every frame. Okay, so back into ZBrush, I'm just doing some painting on the rock to make it blend in with the mud a little bit better. And this is just poly paint, which will be rendered as vertex color in Arnold. And then I'm going to do a test render where I've merged these different pieces together with vertex color. Just set up some basic light to see if the relative values of the rock and the mud and the guy are looking good. And here I'm tweaking the specular. I'm going to try to actually use the vertex color to increase the roughness on the lighter parts, and in this way I can have the mud shiny and the guy be more matte since he's a lighter color. So here I'm just merging and exporting a different pose to Maya to try out the lighting with this different pose with the guy more bent forward. It's one of the hardest things with lighting for animation, is that it can look good in a particular pose, a certain point in the animation, but it can not work for the rest of the motion. So in this case, it's clearly way too dark when he's leaning over. So I'll have to work on that later. So here I have a script that I wrote in ZBrush. It's just merging the plane and the rock onto each frame. So each frame is a separate subtool, and then I'm just merging those to each of those frames of the guy. And I also did that to delete any part of the guy that was not visible under the surface. So now we're getting into the ZBrush animation stage, and I haven't done any dynameshing at this point. I'm just making sure the different parts of the body are following arcs. So I'm just using the snake hook for the most part, maybe a little bit of smooth. And I'm also fixing there the deltoid with clay tubes. So I do some adjustments like this before I dynamesh anything, especially because I can isolate with topological masking. I can isolate different parts of the body, move them independently, and there's just a lower resolution to work with, so I can move things around more easily. So I'm just using A and D on my keyboard to go up and down the subtool list, and that's what gets the animated effect. Now here I'm working on a little bit of the smear motion blur on the hands as they fall, and just doing some corrections on the anatomy. I'm just going through whatever I think I can do before I start dynameshing, because once you start dynameshing, you're really losing some information too. Here, these first few frames, I'm working on a little bit of dynamesh, getting some merging with the mud. I'm mostly using clay tubes and standard brush with square alpha and with polypaint color enabled. And I'm just switching that back and forth between the white and the black colors. Just trying to get some of more of a flow between the surface and the guy. And here I'm using the snake hook again to drag his head and neck as he comes out, just to get some more of that smear, make the motion look smooth. And snake hook is really my favorite brush. I use it for almost anything. either with no alpha and I just adjust the focal shift, or I use the dots alpha. And I'm doing some calculations there, seeing how many polygons I'm going to have roughly for each sculpt, because I want to go for probably under 30 million polygons total. When each frame is a separate mesh, you have to really think about that. And then I just dynamesh at the resolution that I need to get down to that number. Generally, if something is moving faster, I dynamesh at a lower resolution because it's not going to be seen. You're not going to see details anyway when it's moving quickly. And it's also easier to stretch it out that way. So here I'm using again the snake hook with the dots alpha and just trying to create a look of some kind of tearing between the surface and his head. And I'm using some white polypaint value on that. Now here I'm using Sculptress Pro a little bit, which allows you to dynamically create new topology. And I just use that to pull out that little piece that's left behind floating in the air as he comes up. Now here I'm doing some smoothing. Since the polygons on the original mesh are still visible after dynameshing, I'm using smooth directional to just go through and smooth out some of that. But I use smooth directional because it only smooths in the direction of the stroke, and you can use this to preserve some details. Sometimes I want to actually create or keep some of those edges from the topology visible to create more definition in certain areas, and also just to keep the surface looking like it's alive throughout the animation. I don't want to smooth everything kind of indiscriminately. I want to smooth only areas that I don't like the way they look, or that are not really emphasized at that point in the animation. So generally, the things that should draw the eye more can be rougher and more textured and more like, I feel like they've actually been sculpted on, and the areas that are fading to the background should be more smooth. So I'm going back into the shoulder. I still don't like how it kind of looks like it's boiling a little bit. It's just too much difference between each frame. So I'm smoothing some of that out. I don't want it to draw too much attention because you should really be looking at the hand at this point. And I'm fixing some anatomy on the arm there. It's a little risky to try to fix anatomy at this stage because it's going to tend to jump around a little bit. It's just too difficult to really keep things consistent from one frame to the next. But minor tweaks, are possible. And generally, the more is done at this stage, the more interesting the final result is, because you can see, more of a handmade look throughout the whole animation. But it's a lot more work. So again, I'm using smooth directional to kind of smooth some of those intersections. And ideally, each frame is going to look like an interesting animation on its own. And that's kind of one of the benefits of this process. The extent to which you go there is really dependent on how much time you have to work on it. But ideally, each frame is going to contribute to the look, and it should be cool no matter where the viewer pauses the animation. So here I'm creating some motion trails on the fingers as they travel up the body, some grooves, and also some trails on the water surface, the mud surface. And also a little bit of a pile up on the flesh as it gets pushed up by the arm. So I'm just going constantly back and forth with A and D, making sure things flow smoothly, and I'm following arcs and slow in and slow out. One thing that's interesting when you're doing this in ZBrush is each subtool has its own undo history. So it's a little different to get used to that, but it's actually really useful because you can really undo everything. If you don't like how one particular sculpt is going, you can go back to the start on that without affecting anything else. And I'm also constantly saving iterations. Whenever I think something looks decent, I will save that, and then I'll save a new version immediately. And that gives me a bit more confidence for making drastic changes to things. I know that I can go back if I have to, and I can even take particular frames from a previous version and import them into this new version if I really mess one up. So I'm just figuring out how I want the motion to go on these hands. I'm not really sure exactly how I want these to look, whether I want them to drag the surface of the liquid with them a little bit, or the focus to be more on just the motion trail through the body. So this is all pretty experimental. You can see I'm fixing some of that leg issue too. That will be fixed later on. It's a bit of a dent in the leg that needs to be filled in. So there I'm using the standard brush with the square alpha, and I like to use that because it's pretty rough. You kind of have to learn how to sculpt really quickly if you're going to use this method of animation too, because in this case I have 49 different subtools, 49 different sculptures. It's going to take a while if you don't know how to sculpt this quickly. So I tend to use brushes that are more harsh, like snake hook or standard, and just get the basic idea in there really fast. So now here I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do for when this belly splitting open. I'm thinking of using snake hook with the dots alpha just to get some of that stretching. I'm not really happy with these initial attempts at this, so I'm going to actually mask out this edge. And a nice trick is you can press Ctrl H after you create a mask and it will hide it. So then I'm able to sculpt that part out without affecting anything else. And I'm using Sculptris Pro again to create some extra resolution there on those strands. One thing that's a bit difficult there is making sure the strands are actually pointed towards the other side of the mesh rather than pointed inside of the body. For the most part, I'm actually sculpting from the render camera view, which I imported into ZBrush. Lots of smoothing. Has to be done on every frame, really, but I think in this case I might have gone a little overboard, trying to avoid dealing with the issue of how I'm going to make those parts of the body split apart. Tend to procrastinate by just smoothing things too much. Okay, so finally I'm going back to masking on the next frame. So I'm trying to give a bit of an arc as the pieces pull apart, kind of suggesting that gravity is pulling down on those strands. At this point, I'm not really sure how much I want them to appear to fall as it opens. I'm also trying to decide how thick these strands will be, whether they're going to be just like strings or actually appear to be parts of the mesh that are getting pulled apart. Like here it's a bit thicker. Kind of decided I don't really want it to be that thick. Just making them more like strings again. And at this point, I don't know what's going to happen inside of his body after this opens. Again, it's all just kind of experimental. Originally, I thought maybe there'd be some kind of like hand that pops out or something, but I didn't want to involve a completely separate character rig to have to animate. So again, just adding some remaining little pieces, and I'm trying to decide how much those are going to fall as they come apart. They need to fall a bit to make it look realistic, but it's not really the focus of it either, though. So you can see there where I'm using the smooth directional brush on the fingers, I'm leaving the edge along the top surface of each finger, which is kind of indicating the tendon. And that's kind of nice to be able to use the topology for that detail without having to sculpt that in separately. It's another reason to not smooth everything uniformly. So here I'm animating, or I'm importing back into Maya to check it out, how it looks in the Playblast. Just with a script that I wrote to import those frames. So here's my first Playblast coming out of ZBrush into Maya, and it's clearly way too slow. Otherwise, it's looking interesting. So here I'm using a tool that I wrote to change the timing, which is just moving around the keyframes for the visibility channel of each of these meshes. Before I had to do this manually, but this is much, much easier. So I just go on the frame where a mesh is visible and then do shorten or lengthen. So here it's retimed, it feels a lot snappier. So now I'm back in ZBrush. I noticed I need some motion trails on these hands as they fall. Because I don't use any motion blur, which wouldn't work anyway because I'm rendering each mesh separately. So there's no actual motion for the renderer to calculate. So all motion blur is just sculpted in 3D. So I'm adding some smear to the face as well with snake hook again. Now I decide I'm gonna add some liquid inside of his body that pours out. So again, this is just an experiment. I wasn't sure if this would go anywhere. But I'm using pretty strong standard brush with 100% RGB intensity to just build up some lumps in there. I'm going to see if I can make those kind of pour out as it opens up. And this type of thing is really probably the most fun to do. This is where it really feels like claymation. So I'm trying to figure out how far up this water level should be inside there and how quickly it should descend. And something that's pretty important at this stage is that I do all of this animation in one session. So for this liquid, it should be done pretty much all in one sitting if I can. Otherwise, my technique is going to change and you're going to see some differences as the animation proceeds. So I'm trying to find a material that will allow me to see that a little bit better, even though it's so dark. And I'm using the standard brush to build up most of the form in there, but then I Dynamesh and then I use clay tubes to create that front part of the liquid where it's actually pouring out. This clay tubes has a lot more control, a lot easier to get it to be a bit flat in the front, and it's more of a subtle effect. I have embed on the clay tube set pretty high. It's probably like 16 or 18. So it's still a pretty harsh effect just because, you know, we have to get each frame done pretty quickly. So here's a better material with some specular so I can see what's going on better. I'm just deciding how quickly, again, that water level should descend. And I want the flow to kind of reflect the way his body moves as it falls backward. So it's kind of the flow is going to decrease a little bit at first, and then it's going to increase again as he falls back. it's like the liquid is sloshing around in there. So I'm testing it again in Maya just to see how things are playing back at full speed. It looks all right. Just need to keep going. Gotta make sure the water level remains about the same. It's going down too quickly right now. To this point, it's definitely feeling like stop motion, where it just feels like there's so many frames that have to be created. You just have to keep going through them. There's no in-betweens or splines provided, so you really have to create everything yourself. But it's also part of what makes it fun. So you can see there I pressed N to get the subtool pop-up menu, which you can use to just select any subtool in your current tool, I guess. It's pretty convenient. And also throughout this whole ZBrush animation stage, I've been using a script that I wrote where I can just copy the previous Dynamesh settings. And I'm using that a lot here. Whenever I Dynamesh something, I'll just copy the settings from the previous subtool. And then depending on if the motion is getting faster, I'll just reduce the resolution a little bit and progressively reduce that as the motion gets faster, and then bring it back up as the motion slows down. But that just speeds up the process a bit. So just a few more frames to go here, and then I should be done with most of the animation. I think I still have to tweak some of the motion trails in the hands that they fall, and add a little bit of an impact ripple where the hand hits the mud. But that was done off screen. So this is getting pretty close to being finished. And as he settles back in the final pose, the liquid just kind of settles in his stomach. It stops leaking out. I figured out that was probably the best, most easy way to kind of resolve the motion of it. All right, so I'm back in Maya. I'm just tweaking some vertex colors, and then I'm going to be changing the lighting since we determined before that it was too much shadow on the front of the guy as he bent over. So added some environment light and a bounce light. Then I have one main spotlight and then one that's broader and a bit dimmer, which just allows me to control the fall off a little bit better. And then I'm going to add 2 rim lights to light the back of his arm and the back of the rock. I'm just going to turn off specular on those so they don't show up too much on the plane of the mud. And then I'm adding a spotlight also to his face. And I'm using Arnold GPU for this, which is super fast. I can get a pretty decent render in 1 second, which makes it super great for actually doing a preview render of the entire animation. So here's the final result. This took about a week overall, and I'm pretty happy with it. It was a bit of a struggle at the first part, as it always is, just trying to figure out what direction I'm going with it. But after that, it was a lot of fun. There's still things that I can see here that I would probably want to change. That's really how it is with every piece of artwork for me. There's always something I'd want to change, but it's best to just move on to the next one. But yeah, overall, I'm pretty happy with this. So you can follow me on ArtStation or Instagram to see new work as I post it. And I'm also going to be posting some of my Maya and ZBrush scripts on Gumroad for this ZBrush animation process, so you can check those out too. Thanks for watching.